All right. It's another Saturday night. So there's another Saturday night Shoot the Breeze. This is episode 57 of the Shoot the Breeze segment of the Bitter Medicine podcast. I want to thank you all who are tuned in. Those of you who will be tuned in tonight, those of you who will be on the panel, thank you in advance. I want to say peace and good evening to Janelle, who's in the chat. Good evening to Daily Affirmations by Pauline as well. Thank you guys for being here. So what are we doing tonight? This is why I jump on quickly and give you guys a preview of what's happening tonight. Tonight, we're going to be talking about Chinese advertising settlement into Africa. We're going to compare an advertisement, a tourism advertisement, to one that we saw on last week's episode. So we're going to compare and contrast who did it better, kind of thing. We're going to talk about white people having dumb politicians, but still they get things done. They get things to change. Why is that? We're going to be looking at the myth of the self-made billionaire. We're going to be looking at a segment of a podcast, Fresh and Fit, talking about Black Americans talking about foreigners or other races who laugh at Black Americans for their victim mindset. Is this true? We'll see. We're going to talk about how to build international solidarity. We're going to answer the question, did the Atlantic slave trade make economic sense? That should be an interesting conversation. We're going to look at Bahamian xenophobia and how it's being used as a weapon in the international Afrophobia movement that we see these days. We're going to answer the question, are we ready for the fascist dictatorship? And lastly, we're going to wish happy birthday to a hero of ours. And you'll see who that hero is when we get there in the show. Those are the topics that we're discussing tonight. Let me shout out to Lero, who's here saying peace, loved ones. The Pro-Black Perspective is in the chat saying peace. Tito District is here. I don't see Tito District too often. Tito District is here saying peace, everyone. And Kevin Carre is out there saying greetings. I'm going to drop the invite link for those who want to join the panel tonight. Let's get some of you ladies joining tonight too, please. All right. But what we're going to do now is we're going to start the show. And on the other side, I will drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight. So you guys stay tuned. Stay tuned for Shoot the Breeze topic number 1.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
And we're back. Welcome back to another week of Saturday Night Shoot the Breeze. This is episode 57, like I mentioned earlier. And just a reminder, this is the Bitter Medicine Podcast, part of the KWAZ Radio Podcast Network. We have a lot of other shows to listen to besides what was mentioned. We also have the Forecast Radio. The Matron was on with him last night. We also have Brother Bakari podcast with us now. He was also on the Forecast last night with the Matron as well. And we have Tanzan, who's always in the chat and sometimes on the panel. She's coming along as well with her show. So, make sure check those out. As soon as we get more information on Tanzan's channel, we'll post that. Make sure you guys also check out the community tab here on the Bitter Medicine Podcast YouTube channel. I usually try to post some interesting questions of the day or polls or what have you. So make sure you guys check it out. Before we jump to Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight, let me welcome in the panelists. Kevin Carre 42. How are you this week?
I'm good. Just ready for the show.
Yeah, good to see you. Well, good to hear you. I saw Kevin Carre yesterday. We hung out for a little minute there, so it's good to hear you today. Oni, you're here. How are you this week?
I'm good. Just came back, said, let me hop on. You know how it is.
You were in Africa since the last time we talked to you? You say you just came back.
I'm always in Africa, man. There's not a day I'm not in Africa.
Mr. Untato, my brother from the 242, how are you this week?
I'm good. Koku, respect to the great brothers in the chat. And Oni, happy 4th of July.
We fighting, bro. Next time I see you, man. On site, that's it.
We got Lara in the chat saying she'll tap in on the panel in a minute, finishing up some nurse duties right now. Oh, Lara's a nurse. I didn't know that. Interesting. Kudos to that sister. Kevin Carre dropped out. Hopefully he'll be back in a few. Let me copy the invite link into the chat. Again, anyone who wants to join, click the link. You don't need any extra hardware or any extra software or what have you. Just click the link. You'll be entered into the backstage of the studio, and then I'll let you on the panel. You see the first prompt there tonight. So how are the Chinese advertising settlement into Africa? This came with a link. Let me set it up. And I'll share the screen with you guys to see it. It's a short video, it seems. Hold on. I'm messing up early. Okay, here we go. So you guys should be able to see the screen. We'll discuss it after.
是老九啊，早上好，给大家打个招呼。你好，
你好。
亲一个。真听话，肚子有点饿了啊，我们去找点吃的。还是这一家超市。啊，这个是老板他爸爸啊，这是 boss。我们要买什么吃的啊？等我给你们看一下。啥那么？老九。What's your name？ OK， 萨拉姆 ，OK， 这个他们早上吃的那个啥零食啊，看一下。但是这个可以用来做饭啊，看一下。但是这个可以用来做饭啊，里面我也不知道什么味道的。下个视频给你们看看这里面是什么吃的啊。挺热情的这一边人，你看，挺友好的，见到我都打招呼。看一下啊，就把这个拆开，这个就是几毛钱一袋啊，人民币的话几毛钱一袋。这样先把它煮熟啊，等会要炒一下。有点看起来像牛肉，但是他说不是牛肉，当地话我也不知道什么意思，翻译不过来啊。
洋葱搞里头。
洋葱搞里头。妈也看一下，我这非洲其实过得挺好的，不用担心啊。等会把这个也放进去啊，这个刚刚把这个放进去了啊，看一下，他们把这个叫阴茎了，所有东西都阴茎的。搅一搅，这个看起来挺香的啊，刚刚煮了10分钟。 他让我吃这个，完了完了就当地语吃饭的意思，闻起来挺香的啊。人民币的话10毛钱一袋，这样香不香呢？
So that's an interesting that's an interesting scenario there. This ad is not in English whatsoever, so it's purely selling on the visuals. What did you make of this, Kevin Carray 42?
Well, they're trying to look like, oh, we're coming in, all friendly. We're interested in your culture and your people. But when we hit a certain number, well, we're just going to breed you out or just exterminate you altogether. That's what I see.
Thank you for that. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to what you just saw?
Forgive me, Koku. Which country is this?
Hold on a second. Let me see if it says in the description. No, it doesn't say. So I'm not sure which country it is.
Okay, it's unfortunate because what I see is strategy, and what I see is a long-term plan, and the context is creating buffer classes. I don't know who the leader of this African country is. It's unfortunate, man. It's so unfortunate because I know, and anyone who probably would have listened to people like Amos Wilson, them would know that the Chinese has a long-term plan. Unfortunately, our leaders would probably believe that we could have gotten rid of the so-called white man in forming alliances and relationships with the Chinese, not realizing that the Chinese have a long-term plan of domination as well. And it's so unfortunate because it's like, why would you? I don't know, man. These people are gonna eventually breed with the indigenous population and create buffer classes within that society, just like other countries have done all over the world. And the long-term plan is to use the buffer classes for an entry, an entry into the country for the fight or for the run for their resources in that country. And unfortunately, these buffer classes of people, they have more allegiance, to the outside community, to their fathers. It's happened with many different African countries already. So I don't understand why the leaders of these countries can't see that. I really don't understand why, and it's very sad. I'm not mad at China. China is doing what all countries have done all over the world. The weak is taken advantage of. That's just the natural scenario and progression of things. And my thing is, don't make yourself weak. And when you entertain these kinds of things, you're really gonna make your society at large weak. But if my opponent, someone I'm competing against, has a longer term plan, or the hell with a longer term plan, if they have a plan in place, and if I have no plan, I'm just random here existing, open to whoever is going to give me some money or some opportunity, these kinds of things are going to occur. But I find it to be very sad, man.
Yeah, what's also pretty sad, Mr. Untouchable, is in this advertisement of sorts, there's an African woman being utilized heavily. So what is that saying to his home country people about African women in this particular African country, in your opinion, Mr. Untouchable?
Well, it's for me, it's saying that we are open for business. Mm-hmm. We are so open and friendly and giving. We'll even give ourselves a whatever you need. Look, let me cook you a traditional meal. Let me serve you. It's just I don't understand. And plus, she kissed him on the cheek.
Yeah.
It's like you are destroying how relationships go and families go and all the structure of the dating process would these people would have had in place for hundreds and thousands of years in that country. Some random person could come in off the street and you could engage in an intimate act with him. Where's the father? Where's the mother? All these procedural things that the Africans would have to go through to entertain that kind of relationship. She just easily passes through and is able to kiss him on the tree. But I don't expect nothing. Just this lady, this sister has, she has the hair hat on. She has the Adidas slippers. She's already sold. She's already sold. She don't know it, but she's already sold. So him doing this is just a coup de grace for me.
So does she get a pass? Seeing that she's a young African woman, does she get a pass for that?
What I would say is she is what I would consider to be a useful idiot. You know what I mean? She may be a sincere person, but within her sincerity, she doesn't understand the long-term implications of what's gonna happen. So I don't necessarily want to be quick to pull the trigger on her. I would pull the trigger on the thinkers, the leaders, the people who give allowances to these kinds of things. An ignorant person is an ignorant person is an ignorant person. I only could judge him to the extent of what he knows and understands. You know what I mean? I can't really judge them on a premise of what they may not necessarily understand. So I just given a pass. I ain't at liberty to do them kind of things. But I would hold a trigger on her before I would really judge her, because I'm looking not only at her, but I'm looking at her mother, her father, the institutions that would have poured into her mind, and the leaders who are supposed to be the protectors of the people.
I want to point out here too, in this little advertisement here, they're also showing that people that you could come down there and you could find your food staples and whatnot too. So it's not like you're coming down there and have to fit into these people. These people are already selling the items that you would want as well. With that said, I think Kevin Kara, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I want to. If you look at when you said she kissed him, if you look at really, it's like he's paying her to do it, because he's like, if you look at it closely, he's tapping his cheek when he took his mask off.
Yeah,
then she kissed him. She didn't do that willfully.
Yeah, he made a gesture for her to do that. He pointed out his cheek type thing. She looks like she might be East African. Just looking at her closely here. But yeah, this is interesting, and again, we could understand what's happening in this video without even our language being spoken here. You understand? That's how powerful this video is. Oh, in the chat, the learning curve says, "Greetings, everyone." She also said, "Settler colonialism is on the rise, and we sit here on our hands as African people beg its diaspora to return for an economy." She goes on to say the first colonization happens in the bedroom. The second is the marketplace. Shaking my head. Very interesting points by the matron there. Oni, what say you to all of what you heard and what you've seen?
Yeah, wait, first I want to ask, I didn't think about it, but it's possible you could I'm thinking maybe there might be like a closed caption.
No, I tried it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, during the video, I tried hitting it, but it's grayed out. Nothing's coming up.
Oh, okay. Yeah. What was I gonna say though? Yeah. 700,000 views. And this is the pattern when you look, because last week we were talking about, the brother was advertising something, right? And I was in a conversation with somebody because I showed them that snippet, and they were like, "Well, I wonder how the Chinese are advertising Africa." So I said, "Let me search in Mandarin. Come to Africa," and so I searched in Mandarin, come to Africa, and the videos you see, I don't know if you saw like at the end, when they were showing like other recommended videos, another beautiful woman, another black beautiful woman, and that's like the list. As you see the discussion, when a Chinese person searches go to Africa, right? You see right there on the upper left, it's like when a Chinese person searches go to Africa.
Wait, look at this shit sucks. Wait, hold on a second. I'm sorry to interrupt. Look at this shit in the beginning here.
Yeah, what's that? But yeah, it's like go to Africa. But look, you see her, nice looking. She got the baby. She's, this is the little mixed kid, I guess. I don't know. But you get it, these Chinese people, just like every other people, are like, these people cannot protect their women, right? And their women are easy. You know, I'm a go there, I'm a flash $1. She's gonna be happy, carry my baby, and cook for me. You know, and she's cute.
God
You know,
damn.
I'm saying, right? So I mean, like, but that's the thing about this advertising too, because I was talking about that last week where it was like, you know, the good looking sister was like just confused, she didn't know what she was doing. If you want people to come to your country, you're supposed to be showing them this, right? Like y'all remember that Dominican guy, or that guy who went to the Dominican Republic or whatever, and he's just like woman after woman after woman after woman. Now, obviously, none of them was like good looking per se,
Right.
but at the same time, if you were of the mindset, like a lot of brothers were looking at that video and they were of the mindset, yeah, I would go through it for that. Now look at this right here. You see this video? You know, here she's carrying the baby, she's making the traditional Asian dish, you know, she's cute, you know. Yeah, and she speaks Mandarin. He taught her Mandarin. He's like you could see it's like, and look how many views this video has. Like check how many views this video has. What is it? 210,000. And there's a lot of a lot of comments under there. If you translate them, because you could Google translate them, probably something like, "Oh yeah, them African women. Ooh, sure. Last time I was there, you know." Something like that, you know, maybe some, you know, Chinese haters, you know, well, we need to stay pure and blah blah blah. But some of the people not trying to hear that, you know. I don't know what she's doing right now. He's laughing. I would laugh too. I don't know if I should do, but that's what I'm. But that's the thing, though. It's like, you know, one, look how they're advertising. You know, they're like, look, we got housemaids. We got this race. They're gonna work for us. They're sexy women. They're gonna do whatever we want. And they're cheap, right? They're cheap and they will entertain us, right? And then compare how we were advertising, whatever we were advertising, where it goes, you know, hey, you want to say something? Nah, I don't got nothing to say. You know? Look at that. It's the second woman. You never know.
Yeah.
You never know the story. Look, they got some fool. Look, the women beating up a dude. What the fuck is this video?
My God. She's beating up on this African guy.
Yo! And you could just imagine, like, let's say you Chinese, you already know. Yeah. If you Chinese, you like, oh look, we could be playful with these people, but look at these dumbass Negroes getting their ass kicked by their women. Come on, I can't say nothing. Yeah, peace, brother Bakari.
This is sad. Yeah, brother Bakari's in the chat saying, "What's up?"
Look at the poor kids lined up. You see what I'm saying? Like, who set these kids to get lined up, looking like they ain't got no parents or some shit? Yeah. And you see the China man feeling good. Look at that. Look at the. Oh shit. You already know. Look at the. Oh nah. I don't want to see. Look at you giving out kids bread. Like how you go?
Don't even know what in that food.
Sorry.
They don't even know. They don't even know what's in that food. They don't even know what's in that food. Hey, there was when Christopher Columbus came to the West, right? To the West Indies. His minister, his preacher, or the writer who was really making notations for what was actually occurring, I think his name is Bartholomew de las Casas. In his journal, he made a comment as to what Columbus was really saying about the native population in the islands. He said that these people are loving, these people are kind, these people are open. And then he said they would make good slaves.
Yeah.
And when I see these kinds of things, powerful nations think on that kind of level especially when they practice in gunboat diplomacy. So I could only imagine, you know, the Chinese people looking at this advertisement and saying to themselves, wow, their mouth watering, thinking to themselves, these people are gonna make us good slaves.
Yeah, that's a damn shame.
Wait, did you guys see that video a couple of years ago where the guy was telling these black kids to say these things in Chinese, and what they translated was like, "I'm a monster." I don't know if you saw that video.
Yeah, that was like 4 years ago or so. Yeah, I remember seeing it.
I saw that one.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we're up against, man. This is what we're up against, and it's a very it's almost medieval, but it's a very interesting old school way of getting men to go and conquer. It's like, yo, look, just their women. You know, for a couple of dollars, we'll have them having our children.
They're women and children. You saw them children. I mean, I ain't never seen kids lining up to get a piece of bread, being, you know, for the photo op, and all the Chinese people back in China are like, damn, they easy. Oh shit. Because see, the thing is that you can't go to China. You can't even go to Chinatown. Stand up, giving out food. That like you can't even do that. You can't go to Chinatown flexing with a woman and then flexing on the kids. You can't. But here you go all the way down to this place. You got and like here's the thing. When it comes to if you dating white or you dating, you know, outside of, you know, you dating Asian, if you get one of them, it's one of the ones they rejected. It's one of the ones that is either fat or got psychological problems. Yep. You know, like she just like crazy, you know, and they're like, oh, I ain't gonna deal with her. This woman right here, look at she like let's give her dues. She bad.
Yeah.
You know, she like I'm not saying she the baddest woman I ever seen in my life. No, but you know, like she could have been a model. Yeah, you know, she got it, right?
And they keep showing her ass too, by the way. But go ahead.
Yeah, shit. Like, you know, like as some people, you know, look, she a good looking woman, and this man can go down there, get her, and then now he providing for the kids and all that shit. He already know, like Mr. Untouchable just said, you can, like these can make good slaves. Cause see, here's the thing though, if this is her people, if this is her village kids, she's sold to this man.
Yeah.
Cause he's like, cause in her mind, he feeding the kids. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? She's full. The kids are sold. That's a good man. Who's a good man in the community? The Chinese guy. Because the Chinese guy is feeding us. See, because if you going outside to go get some food, that means you ain't getting food at home. So now, when you looking for what a good man is, right? It's not this fool right here who's playing in that his lady guy chase him out. You know, you know, it's the Chinese man. And that already tells you
right now, as a matter of fact. Yeah,
you see it right here. Come out of here, you dummy. Come out of here, you dummy. And then she slaps him in the head. Yeah, you dummy. Like
big oaf. The China man is saying, "Get out." Yeah, it's crazy. So before we move off of this topic, Brother Bakari is saying they got in line for the bread like African Americans did for cheese in the 80s. Like, before we move off of this, really and truly, what's your advice to whatever countries these are in Africa? You know, this could have just as well been in some parts of the Caribbean too, by the way. But what is your advice to the people there, to the leadership? What would you say they need to be doing right now? Let me start with Kevin Curry, and then I'll go to Mr. Untouchable.
Start getting these politicians that's going to get these people up the hell up out of there. It's not going to look good in a couple of years, because it's like setting, you know, a weed when it sits in your garden and you don't take it out, it grows roots and it grows, and after a while it gets very difficult to remove. You got to start teaching these guys right here, these young people. These people are not your friend. Do not accept food or anything from them. This is what I'm looking. This is all I see is a Trojan horse. There's no respect here. They're just showing you, look, these people are stupid. Look, you can give them a mud cookie and they'll be your friend.
Yeah. You gotta. It's a damn shame. You got to be feeding your kids, man, because this is how you get the sellout. They was talking about slippery slopes to Coon Pass last night on the forecast with the forecast, Brother Bakari, and the Revolutionary Matron, and you know, one of the talking points they had was about, you know, what causes these sellouts, man. And this right here is where you'll get some sellouts, because when they think about when they was hungry, who fed them? Wasn't people who look like them. So let me continue with Mr. Kevin Curry. Go ahead, finish.
Real quick, I had a barber. I no longer use this barber. So we're discussing the situation, not with the Asian, but another group, where he was talking about, he was like mad because people weren't giving them money. He's like, yeah, man, when I go to the Hispanics, they give me a bowl of rice and this, and I'm like, yo, they're giving you leftover stuff. I don't care, man. They were real nice to me.
And by the way, let me say something too. for them to be selling Chinese products in the local shops, that means that the people there, not because there'll never be enough Chinese there for that. The people there, the Africans there, have changed their tastes in food and are now eating some of this shit too. By the way, it's untouchable. What would you say to the people there, to the government there, etc.?
The first thing I would do is this, because I'm merciful. I'm merciful. So the first thing I would do is this. I would a mandatory reading or mandatory listening to. I'd mandatorily make every government personality or person in leadership position read Chancellor Williams, the destruction of the African civilization. I can't remember the exact name of it.
Black civilization, yeah.
Black civilization. Then there are, I think John Henry Clark talks specifically about this issue.
Yep.
And Amos Wilson talks specifically about this issue. So I would give them a reprieve. Take some time and listen, read, and study. Then I would give them about 6 months. 6 months. If you do nothing and continue to permit this to happen, then I'm instigating a coup against you. I'm instigating it. I am trying to instigate it to get you out of the pain. You know, and I think that we had a moralistic discussion last week, and I admire the fact that, you know, many of us still have certain ideas of morality or whatever, but sometimes some of these leaders need a bullet to the brain, and I just have to say that they just need a bullet. They need to be gone. You know, there was a time when Idi Amin was big on the British government, big on the British government, and I think that he came to a specific realization. I can't remember exactly when, but he understood that, hey, these Asians are in this country. They don't want to integrate with us. They don't want to share their wealth. They don't want to really hire us or engage us. They just want us to buy from them. So he said, you know what? Listen, you all need to get out of here. Automatically, you know, within a week, he became a persona non grata, dictator. That's what the British like to say, dictator. All the while, he was with the British government. So I would give them a time. I would give them a time to know and understand. And if they do nothing about it, sometimes a bullet to the brain is the best answer. That's all I could say.
I like that advice you had there, Mr. Untouchable. In the chat, Uwa Bantum #2 is here with us. He says listening in, and he said, "Oh my God!" when he saw this, I guess these videos. He said, "What in the Kabbalah Nation is happening?" Referring to that Tiger Woods designation. Lero says to the learning curve, "Good evening, sis." But Bakari says, "We need to learn how other groups handle outsiders. There's no helping people like that woman in this video. People like this is too far gone. The earth is better without these kind of people." So that's in line with the bullet to the brain that Mr. Untouchable was talking about. Oni, what would you say to the people down there? Like, if you went down there right now to organize folks down there and to try to get the government to change, etc., what would you say to the people down there?
Shit. Oh, by the way, I think you missed Lero's comments and Brother Bakari got another one.
Yeah, Lero says to curb this, Africans need to start being more kind, friendly to Africans. Take care of your people. We run to the hand that feeds us, but find issue when that man ain't kinfolk. KW7, as Mr. Untouchable will say that actually, KW7 says the destruction of Black civilization by Chancellor Williams should be mandatory reading continent-wide. I think that's all. And then lastly, Brother Bakari says Idi Amin had it right a long time ago, and we have been taught that he's bad. So now, Oni, speak to it.
Yeah, so shit. I mean, you said, what would I do right now? Well, like usually obviously I always promote my own stuff. You know, you gotta be a self-promoter. But like, you know, this sort of situation, because the thing is this, like I said, I went to Africa. Well, fortunately, I wasn't on the part where you could see like there were not too many of them foreigners where I was at. But, you know, obviously it's easy playing field, you know. Like Lerdo said, we have to do better at what we're doing. And and I'm kind of like, see, that's why what I'd say is this. What I say is this: that we have to, as African people, build the institutions for the transformation of Africa. So it's that simple,
Right.
you know. There was this video I saw. I recently put it on. I think I might be talking about the fascism. I think it might be later.
Okay.
Is that the same video, the one from Reddit?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So like that video right there kind of touches on what we need to do, which is we need to build something where we can propagate the right message. See, because right here, this seems to be like some isolated part of Africa that, you know, we wouldn't reach. Like, you know,
Right.
the leadership can't really, you know, they're just kind of existing more or less. And for that reason, you know, it's really hard to counter because, like, you know, when Kevin Carre was talking about that Chinese man who was doing that video, he moved, he upped and dipped, went somewhere else. You know, CNN had to do some whole long ass report to try to find him.
They reported him.
Yeah. Eventually, they caught him like just like maybe like a few months, like maybe like a month ago or something, right? But he'd been doing that junk for like 4 years, 5 years, you know. And the point was that he went to some remote part of Africa to do it. And it's like, it's really hard on a government level to do that. But what I'm saying is that we need to equip more African people the way how this video later is going to say. And so I'll just jump back in when that video playing and you'll see what I mean.
All right. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 2. I like that first discussion, guys. That's a real good discussion. And the chat was real lively in there. KW Don 7 came in, Brother Bakari. Look, we got the forecast saying, hey, what's up? Peace, everyone. Yo, y'all really got to check out the forecast, man. Not just because they're on the same network with us, but like the conversation last night and all. Another good conversation. And I you know, in boxing, they say styles makes fights, right? I think styles makes podcasts too. And I think the forecast has a nice style, how he tries to get his point across. It's an admirable point, but I think it's still missing something. But you guys should tune in and form your own opinions as well. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 tonight is compare this to last week's tourism invitation. So we're gonna kind of build the conversation that we just had. That's just a little bit more. We're gonna check out this video, and on the other side, we'll discuss it. So that's a 2.5 minute video. What I'm going to do, I'm going to play that again. The first time you kind of get an idea of what it's about. This time you guys can look at more details so that we can have a fuller conversation. But in the meantime, post your comments on what you've seen and retained so far. And when I come back, we'll add those comments to the conversation. All right, so that's a Visit Senegal type of advertisement. And we're comparing that to last week. There was an advertisement. Miss Untouchable, remind us again the brother whose advertisement we watched last week. I guess Miss Untouchable.
I can't remember. Coco, I can't remember the name of that person.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I thought it was someone who you regularly follow, so that's why I asked you this now. But anyway, we're comparing it to that video that we critiqued last week, where it was about trying to get folks to repatriate back to the continent, and there was some criticism, which reminds me, I want to make sure that we are always positive on the show. Let's be positive first, then constructive criticism to follow. Let's not knock a thing the whole way through. Let's first acknowledge that the effort and be positive, and then constructive criticism. But yeah, we're comparing it kind of to that commercial. I see the pro-black perspective is in the audience asking the sisters to join. Yeah, we are a sausage fest up here. Let's get some ladies up here if at all possible. I would appreciate it. In fact, let me drop the link again. While I'm dropping that link, Kevin Carre, what say you to what you just saw?
All I see is just a bunch of white folks going down there, white folks from Italy going down there saying, "Hey, you can come here. They're gonna be friendly to you, and we can treat them like crap in our country, but in their country, they treat us like kings and queens." I saw a lot of red flags again, man. That's all I see. I'm just like, from the first video to now, it just got me heated, man. So, but I'm gonna step off right here.
Yeah, I saw that with them white folks, those Eurasian people on the drums, and that's the thing that bothers me with African folks. Sometimes you'll see that here in Brooklyn too. You go down by the drum circle and it's some white boy there. They're banging on the drums, and it's like, dude, the drums mean something to us. Get off of that, get away from it, and we shouldn't allow these folks in on that stuff either. But who am I, right? Mr. Untouchable. When you look at this video versus last week's video, what comes to mind?
Let me be positive first. I like the Senegalese people. I like their style. As a matter of fact, it's one of the countries in Africa that I was considering relocating to. I like the Senegalese people. I really do. But let me just try to be real as well. I personally think that I don't know who would have made this video. I don't know if it's the government who would have created this video. They really need to possibly try to get some better marketers to promote the country a little bit better. I really would try to do that, because it's really scaled down as opposed to the marketing that we do in the Bahamas when we advertise in our plantation style tourism in this country, and we market it into Western countries as well. You know what I mean? Because we market heavy to Western and white countries as well. So make no mistake about that. I will put the mirror up to us as well. I personally think it's sad, because it's almost as if the Senegalese only thinks that money, or only white folks have money. You know what I mean? It's like we are only specifically going to market our country to Europeans, to come to our country and spend money. There are other people in the world who have expendable money, who would enjoy and love coming to the country of Senegal and spending their monies and enjoying the people as well. Why does this relationship only have to be, one way, whereas we only gonna appeal to the European dollar? It is fantastic, because Nigeria has a bunch of millionaires. There are many people in these Western countries, even African Americans who are financially very strong and capable. They would love to come to Senegal, even though the language is something outside of English language. It's like, why only market to the Europeans? I don't understand that. But I'm curious to know who would have created this video, because I couldn't imagine that it's the Senegalese government. I think that it's a whole lot of shortfalls in it. But like I say, I want to keep it positive, and I do respect the Senegalese people, and I like them. I just don't like the fact that they specifically appealing to one group of people. I think that they could do a whole lot better. And I think that as far as tourism goes, they really need to look deeper into the markets out there and to appeal to other markets if you're trying to create the so-called tourism industry in Senegal.
I appreciate that. And I agree with everything you just said too, Mr. Untouchable, especially about our own tourism advertisements. I 100% agree. In the chat, Tanzan said peace to everyone who's up here on the panel. But Bakari them said what's up to her. The pro-black perspective appealed to Tanzan to come on. And you know what? Tanzan is here. Let's welcome in Tanzan. Tanzan, how are you this week?
I am very well, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Tanzan, were you able to see that advertisement for Senegal just now?
Yes. Actually, I was catching up to the show, so I have got up.
Okay. So Tanzan, what say you to what you saw? Was that an appealing advertisement to come to Senegal?
Well, before I start, I would like to ask Onita said what is SAU --NVM? What is that? I missed a joke apparently. Do you know what that is?
Oni.
What? Anyway. Okay. What?
Go ahead and answer the question, man.
Yes, please.
Like, can we move on? Like, what kind of? What?
All right. I guess we won't get an answer for that. But Tanzan, what say you to the video?
Yes, very, very shameful. Very shameful. It's just part of old naivety. This is why I go. I want to crawl in a corner when I see my people. Like, why are you so nice? Why are you so good? I want to beat the goodness out of them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no, not like physically, obviously, but we're just selling ourselves. That's what we're doing right now. We have no shame, no dignity. We're just selling ourselves. Like, here, come do whatever you want with us. To anybody in the market, to the Chinese, to the Italians, to whoever. Hey, we're cheap, we're free. We'll do whatever you want. We're willing slaves at this point.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thanks for that, Tan. Tan, you weren't on this week, were you?
Sorry?
This week on Swahili Nation, you weren't on, right?
I was. Focused was there as well, but the Bakari was there. Yes, I did one. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I gotta go back and catch the playback. You guys make sure follow Swahili Nation. Tanzan is on there on Tuesdays, but Tanzan is also gonna have a show here on KWAZ Radio. So you guys stay tuned for that.
Yes, I'm working on it. It's a deluge of too much stuff, but it will be good when I do finish it.
All right.
I just say so myself. Yes.
Cool. We look forward. Let's go to Oni. Oni, what say you to what you saw here?
So Tanzan almost got me singing that song, Eggs, bacon, grits. All right. Oh yeah. So it looks like this was advertisement made by some like tourism firm in Italy, right? So it's not that many likes. It's not that many. I mean, not that many views. Not that popular. But the thing I picked up from it is that when they're showing you Senegal, it makes it look fun. Makes it look welcoming. Makes it look like the children are vulnerable. That's another thing that we don't really know about Senegal, which is that a lot of these, not just Italians, but a lot of white folk go there for like sex tourism with kids, and so this video kind of appeals to that will we be welcomed when we get there, because when you're in Europe or something, if you're thinking about going to another country, whether it's visiting, whether it's so on and so forth, your mind is, well, how will the locals treat me? How safe is it? How much fun will I have? What's available to me? And so, less like with the video before where the Chinese guy is like, hey, you come down here, you get yourself a good woman. The kids, the parent, like they're basically no adults. You're basically the adult in the room, and all that. And then, in this video, you see, oh, look, come here. We got a spot, you're going to be entertained every day. We have your back. You'll be safe. These people are pacified and domesticated. We get them to do what we want them to do. We want them to paint a freaking mural. They're going to paint a mural, again, you don't see this. You don't see this kind of stuff from other people. You don't have let's say Nigerians up in Wisconsin, talking about, oh, come to America, we got these white boys, painting walls and shit. You know what I mean? Like they don't do that, because the Americans, for what it's worth, have some like, no disrespect to the people in that part of Senegal, but the Americans have that kind of self-respect. The Americans do not have that kind of desperation, and like no other people do. But just to hammer the point though, what I'm saying is that just to compare it to last week's, tourism invitation. I'm not 100% sure what last week's video was about, and that's the problem. Like I should have known what it was about, but it was kind of just a lot of dialogue. But you see this one, hey, if I were Italian, I might be like, yeah, I'll take my trip there. I'll take my vacation there. Right? Seems like a nice place to be. It seems like a nice little getaway. With the Chinese video, it was like, shit, I get me a good woman. Sounds like a plan.
Yeah.
But with the other video from last week, it was like, I don't like, again, like the brother was like, shit, it's the only person that's stuck around. It's like, I don't know. I don't know if I would want to go. Now, of course, and I'm just saying that from an emotional standpoint, from a logical, rational, reasonable standpoint. I'm like, yes, this brother is doing what needs to be done. But these other things, they're appealing to that more carnal level of us, that more physiological level of us. And that's something that I feel that a lot of us need to get on, I feel like that's something that a lot of us need to get on. I hope somebody in the comments, there's nobody in the comments clarify, but yeah, Tanzan, it's sausage, Anyway.
Meaning there's a bunch of penises on the panel. Please come and please come and change the dynamic.
Okay.
Hey, Tanzan just got that joke. She just got it.
I know. That's like, well, can you explain? You're like, I said sausage. Never mind, because you said give me a few, and you were like, a few what?
Oh my god, that's terrible.
Then you hopped on, so you were like, yeah. You said what?
I said I get it now, and it's even worse than I thought.
Well, shit, you hopped right on, so I don't know. Shit.
Coco,
yes, sir.
I remember the last video you was talking about Bomani Tiembe. The difference between the difference between this video and Bomani's video is he is talking about not tourism but expatriation. He is really specifically talking to the Africans in the West, trying to garner interest in them coming home to Africa to build, to construct, to create industries and so forth. This is just a tourism video. This is a passerby video. The audiences are different. This audience is appealing to the market. They are specifically appealing to is the European market. Bomani's market is a specific group of people.
Only Sanders, pick me.
Yeah, Bomani's video was his market. It was specifically to the African population in the West, and it's a great population, by the way, where it's Brazil, all over the so-called Western world. So I think that's the difference between this video and last video, because you asked that question.
Yeah, I feel like I just want to add. I feel like the last video touched more on quote unquote like repatriate, but not obviously the Chinese are not repatriating, but they're like I think they're trying to appeal to Chinese people to come over, like to go over to Africa. And so I think the last video is like, how do you appeal to people to go move their whole lives into another country? And one of the things I saw when I was looking through the Chinese, videos, centered around come to Africa, the theme of come to Africa was there's beautiful women. You know what I mean? There's beautiful women who want sausage,
In the chat, we have Marcus Garvey is the way. She has returned. She says, I never trust Europeans around small children or animals. That goes to that comment that Oni also made about what you see in these videos, the kind of advertisement that that these children are also vulnerable in these locations too. Brother Bakari says, we are weak as hell. Last topic, Chinaman effing our women and giving bread to kids. This video showing our women with white women. I take last week advertising. At least it wasn't giving our people away. I like that. Marcus Garvey is the way says, okay, yeah, the Europeans need to be around little kids and small animals that need not be around little kids and small animals. Marcus Garvey is the way goes on to say, we treat White men in the Caribbean similarly, sad but true. The colonizers came back to look at their colonies to see how well their ancestors did to keep us subjugated to this day. Marcus Garvey is the way it says, marketing to Europeans is the default. The Arabs and Asians go to Africa without advertising. Very interesting. Lastly, forecast of the Tanzania, I think the African family and men and women relationship is the most important thing. You have great topics, and it's better because we just be chilling. LOL. I think he's talking about Tanzans showing on Swahili Nation. Do we have any last comments on the panel here?
I do. But what you just said just now with the Arabs, don't forget, recently in the news that the Tanzanian government took away the Maasai people land to give to the Arabs to go hunting on.
Yeah, they did. They did. I have a jackass hitting his horn in the background, so sorry. Bear with me. Do we have any other last comments here for this prompt? Okay, since we don't, let's go to Shoot the Breeze. Topic number 3 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 is whites have dumb politicians, but seem to still be in charge. Why is that? This came with a link. Let's check out the link. So this link takes us to Twitter, to this particular tweet from Edna O'Dowd. This is a video, 2 minutes long. Let's check it out, then we'll discuss it.
Have to listen, people. They closed my business down. But you know what? I didn't listen. I kept it open. You didn't have to listen, people. You didn't have to listen.
I'd actually like to ask everybody on this stage if they would agree we had a corrupt, stolen election. Raise your hand. Never happened.
HB 2289.
Hold on. Let her finish, please, Scott.
Okay. God, they talk over me and I'm Italian. That shouldn't happen. You know
I'm
what?
Irish.
Okay. You know what? Why not get high-tech people that are going to be on the machines that are Republicans? A Democrat, Republican, get supervisors, equal amount.
That happens. That we have parties looking over
that's
election
right.
results.
They're doing it now.
No,
they're actually telling
they
people
have
that hundreds, 200,000 minimum ballots were trafficked by mules.
No,
an honest election.
May I finish? Mamma mia.
I feel like I'm on an SNL skit here. Are we going to take control of the debate?
We are taking no, Carrie. I don't want
I'm
you to try
happy to do it.
I know you would be happy to do it.
Listen, I haven't been on a stage with this many women since I've been to a baby shower. It's been a while.
I don't know how that's going to go over, Scott, but we'll let that hang. Let's talk about
what.
Do you think Republican voters want a candidate who doesn't even believe in the vote?
I don't believe this primary has been fair. I can tell you that. Otherwise, I wouldn't have launched the lawsuit.
Our campaign is a movement. We're going to show up and vote in droves. They're going to have to cheat even harder in order to try to win this.
Your campaign's a psyop.
Paula, please.
First of all, put everything.
Paula,
I feel like this is a spoof, honestly.
Go ahead. Finish what you were saying, please.
Oh,
is this a spoof, Ted?
No, it's not. Finish
Are you sure?
Yes, I am.
Wow. Okay.
I'm pro-life from conception to death. And I believe
no exceptions for rape or incest?
Well, that's a gray area. I don't know. That's a personal decision for a person.
Well, why can't we treat human life in the same way that we would treat alien life that we discovered on an alien planet?
How would you?
There's a reason we don't always invite Scott because he's polling at 0%.
No, 1%.
And this is what happens
but the polls lie.
Scott, please. And no, you can't respond to a closing statement.
The only kind of drag I've ever dressed in is a business suit or construction work clothes. I've never aspired to be Elvis Presley.
That's a shame.
All right, that's it. That's it. That's it.
It's fascinating who's on TV in America. That's all I got to say for that right now. It's fascinating to see who makes it on television. In the chat, Marcus Garvey's way says daily observation of Europeans prove they are dumb as fuck, but the gun, propaganda, and wealth keeps them ruling. You know, that's why I often wonder how dumb are they really. But what you realize with these folks is that a large part of the population is just silly, and we're being beat by a small part of their population. That's the crazy part. These people are for the taking. We are just not organizing to take them, because most of them are just just babbling fools at what we saw on this panel just now. Kevin Conway 42, what say you to what you just saw?
Well, I just saw also they're what you call that war? What's that war between men and women again?
Gender war.
I kind of picked it up in that, but as I said, you know, I felt dumb just looking at this stuff. I'm like, it was all over the place. What was I saying? Hold on. There's something else I saw. It's just there's stupidity. If you're that dumb to watch this and act upon it like they are, you're dumb. We gotta do for our own self, man. Stop watching these people. You know, that's all I can say, man. It's just looking at them. I just feel dirty looking at this video.
Tito District in the chat says the Wyoming debate was just as moronic, if not more. They made Liz Cheney look like a Mensa genius. Marcus Garvey's way says, did that panel accomplish anything? See, they talked over each other, but no points made. Yeah, I agree with that as well. It was just, you know, like Kare said, it was almost icky in a sense. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this?
I am in agreement with Marcus Garvey. Barbados, whenever you're ready, man, come on, we need to hear your voice. But what I would say, the only thing I would add to that is her initial statement as far as the propaganda, gun, and wealth is
your audio is cutting in and out for a little second.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So the only
ahead.
thing I would add is the complicity of the people who they dominate over. You know what I mean? People dominate over you because I used to ask myself, how is it that England, a small country, island, it's an island, really and truly, in the Western Hemisphere, was able to conquer so much land and maintain the subjugation of so many people in respects to countries that would triple and double and triple and quadruple their size. I used to ask myself that question: how was they able to accomplish that task? And it's not only, the answer is not only guns and propaganda and wealth, but it also had to do with the complicity of their subjects. Their subjects was joining in the fray, you know what I mean, of promoting that propaganda. Now, my brother last week, me and my brother last week, Brother Bakari, get into discussion about Christianity. I won't go into that, but I would only say that those tools were used to propagate our domination and continue it. You know what I mean? And but for if we were to have removed those tools, I don't think that domination would continue, because they hold us and captivate us with that idea, that religious idea. So when they captivate us with that religious idea, we play along into that game. But I would agree. I think the gun and wealth and etc. And also too, finally, let me just say this. I don't think that we have asked the question, the black man in the world has asked themselves the question, okay, now it's our time to rule. Whether we in small numbers or large numbers. You know, we talk about so-called independence and so forth, but we really never talk about the idea of the so-called this domination idea. It's our time to run the planet. That question is not necessarily been in our minds, you know, because we don't want to be perceived as imperialists. But I listen to people like Winston Churchill, you know, even though he's a British imperialist, you know what I mean? A small country. You know, I think that the question needs to go on our brain computer, to start asking our question to our brain computer to come up with an idea to how do we go about accomplishing this task. Because smaller countries and smaller minds have done it. I think that we could do it too. You know what I mean? But I think that question has not necessarily been on the table. We come from the standpoint of powerlessness and weakness and victimization. And I think that that's, for me, I believe that that's our failing. And I think that we should ask our brain computer another kind of question. And maybe we may come up with another kind of answer. You know what I mean? And that might be incredulous to the minds of people right now. But when you start asking yourself that question, I think that some other kind of answers will start to come up and some other kind of actions will start to manifest itself. But that's just me. That's just me.
I have to cut in, man. Great, yo, you just put something on my mind, man. Thank you, appreciate that. You just made me think about something just now. Appreciate that.
Let's hear from Tanzan. Tanzan, what say you to what you just saw and to the prompt?
Well, I thought it was very entertaining. I was highly entertained. Nothing amuses me so much as these people just being themselves. It is so laughable. Some people may call it cringe or whatever, but I just sit back and look at them just be themselves. It's like the way they look at us when we dance around, like idiots for them, like, oh, look at me, love me, appreciate me, validate me. Yeah, they love that. I see that, and they're like look at these idiots, just idiotically. They're parrots. They're not even monkeys. They're just parrots. Birds before even hominids. Yeah. Oh, such idiots. But let me say this about them. They know how to use every single unit in their cog of a machine. They will use the idiots, they will use the scientists, they will use the religious, they will use the educators, they will use every single person. You don't think that somebody thinks that this is highly intellectual debate, some redneck back in, yeah. They feel their viewpoints being aired on national television. They're like, yeah, this person gets me. Look at this stupid woman. She gets me. Look at this crazy idiot with a red whatever on her thing. She gets me. Yeah. And they let everybody listen. What do we do with our rejects? What do we do with them? We give them off to our enemies. We give them off so that the Chinese people can come and seduce them and talk to them and prop them up and put them up and do all that stuff. We give our children. There was this poster of in slavery where a woman was literally handing over her newborn child, to her slave master. This is what we do. That's what the earlier clip was of. We give our children over to our enemies in the education system, in the hospital. We give everything to them. So, when I look at this, I say, they at least learn how to take care of the idiots, but they use the idiots. They don't let their useful idiots go out there and work for some, other person. These idiots are kept in check. Look at them, all the idiots contained together in one small room.
That's an excellent point. Point.
Yeah, they contain their lower classes, whereas we just let ours just go off out there, and they're the first vulnerable people to be taken advantage. Like Chinua Achebe was talking about in Things Fall Apart, and that is such a prescient book. Everyone, when we talk about Chancellor Williams, I know that there's the factual, but there's also the literary side of it, which encapsulates the emotion. You see, I've read Chancellor Williams, wonderful, great, mandatory reading. But if you really want to understand how we let the ball just slip through our fingers, I think Things Fall Apart is it. Things didn't just fall apart. We just let them slowly crack until one day it just, disintegrated.
Mm-hmm.
So when we look at that, we see that the first people that they took were the exiles, the people who are, away from the community, whereas they use the rednecks and the backwards and the lower classes to fight the class war on a physical level. We unfortunately have let ourselves be vulnerable at a physical level to our lower classes. So we haven't really used our lower classes. We haven't used them because the lower classes are just cannon fodder when you really think about it. They're going to either kill or be killed. And look at, there's this channel called, okay, when people talk about guilty pleasures, this is a horrible, depraved pleasure. There's a channel called Drillmatic. And basically the guy just talks about different sites in different areas and, who died. And all of these young Black men and some women, they died. None of them, few of them reached the age of 25, like literally. You see, 14-year-old Lil Tay, 19-year-old so-and-so, 15, like, man, you're just making babies to die. You talk about abortion, talk about the babies who are just dying once they're alive. It's just a protracted abortion. You're giving birth knowing your child is literally going to die in 15 years. Your child, damn. Anyway, I'll just end there for now.
Yeah, Tan, yeah, you made some excellent points there. That in fact, Marcus Garvey is the way in the chat says she is right, meaning Tanzan. Earlier, Lero said Mr. Untouchable made some great points. Marcus Garvey is the way also says true. Even Japan is an island, referring to what Mr. Untouchable said. A bunch of islands next to a powerhouse like China, they dominated as well. Let's welcome in the good brother, recent addition to KWAZ Radio. You guys should be tuning into this channel, The Forecast. The Forecast, how are you today?
I'm good, man. How are y'all doing? What's up, everybody?
I'm good, thanks. Thanks for coming through.
Hey, Forecast.
What's up, Tanzan? What's up, Mr. Untouchable? Oni?
Hey, Forecast. What's up, bro?
Peace, bro.
Forecast. Yeah. What say you to this? Whites have dumb politicians, but seem to still be in charge. Why is that?
First of all, I gotta say, I agree with Mr. Untouchable and Tanzan 100%. You know, they was on fire. You know, and I agree with what they were saying, like, yo, and with the poor, like, you notice like who the ones out there, like, yo, I love America. You know, they got the America bandana on with the, American beach towel and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, they got them putting in the work for them, you know what I'm saying? Because they bought into a system that, like, we got to take our country back. And they're stuck on the Republican plantation in the way, like, because, like, yo, like, yeah, they may be dumb. They're not that creative. They're doing the same things over and just put new names on it. But at the same time, like, they are willing to take certain actions, like, yo, on, like, you see what happened January 6th. Like, it ain't got nothing to do with their intellectual. When they got fed up, they were like, yo, enough is enough. We're gonna ride, you know what I'm saying? Like, and they went up there and they did what they had to do, you know what I'm saying? As opposed to just saying no justice, no peace, you know what I mean? And just for us, like, I think that we just need more I would say, to be positive, we need to continue to grow politically, you know what I'm saying, get more savvy, because when you do things the right way politically, you know what I'm saying, when you got the right politics within your own community, you don't necessarily need anything. And then you can leverage what you have for whatever, as opposed to just saying, oh, just go vote down the list Democrat or vote down the list Republican. You know what I'm saying? Then you can use whatever you have for your advantage. But if you don't have nothing to leverage, people aren't going to take you serious. And even though this is just like some thing somewhere in Arizona, like, y'all do remember the last couple debates, you know what I'm saying? It was like really just entertainment TV between Donald Trump and Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton and them.
Yep.
Like, they was doing the same thing pretty much as them, and that's
whose hands are bigger. You remember that whole thing? Whose hands were bigger and all that stuff?
Yeah. And yo, that's all it is. But you notice, right? When they have those debates, they have the American question, and then they've had the Negro question this whole time, But I'll pass the mic though.
Interesting. Thank you for that forecast. Thank you for that a lot. Oni, you've heard everything everyone else had to say, and you've seen the video. Whites have dumb politicians, but seem to still be in charge. Why is that? Can you answer that question?
Well, that's what I wanted to know. You know what I'm saying? But like, because I think that's a good question. What I can say is this: if these were African people, right, we would be clowning them. We would be like, no, look how this is a problem with Africa. This is why Africa can't run, blah, 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 blah. And there's clearly something else. There's clearly something missing, In fact, there was this video, I think it's from Nigeria. There's this party. I can't remember the name of the party, but people just dancing. They were just dancing, having a good time on stage. And throughout the comments, our people were saying things like, this looks like a telemarketing scheme. This looks like online marketing. This is supposed to be a political party. Where's the blah, 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 blah. All this kind of talk. Meanwhile, this is the Republican Party primary in Arizona, for the governor. I mean, Republican Party, if people who might not be familiar with the Republican Party for whatever reason, this is the second or first most powerful political party in America. Okay, in the entire country, this is the most. And then Arizona is historically Republican. So when you look at these people on the stage, you're not looking at like people who have like no shot in the world of becoming elected, except for this guy. Apparently he's polling at 0%. Well, no, 1%, he said. But you're not looking at, you're looking at the one of these people are supposed to be the governor of Arizona. So the governor being the biggest, like the biggest position you can have in America below the president, pretty much, you know. Well, on a state level, it's like the state's president. The point being, this is really who's going to be in the seat, and yet, you know, like I said, if these were African people, we'd be clowning them. We'd say this is the reason why Africa's backwards. We blame them, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, no, there's something else that we're missing, because this is this theater right here. You know, this is the theater, but who's writing? Like, this is the puppets, but where's the puppeteer? You know, that's the question. And of course, you know, obviously, you know, depending on who you look into, you could say, you know, there's the financial strings behind whatever, right? Whatever it is you say, but like, you know, yes, I was laughing. You know, this guy in particular is just random, you know, talking about, you know, aliens and shit. But what the fuck was that about? Like, I still don't even get that one. But you know, like, yeah, this is the Arizona governor. This is the biggest political party in Arizona. Okay, the biggest political party in Arizona. These are not like, you know, your backwood, you know, who the freak are these? You know, it's not the Libertarian Party, because them motherfuckers crazy too. If y'all ever see that stuff, but this is the Republican Party primary for governor. Whoever wins the primary wins the seat, because the Democrats don't even run here. So yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah, it's wild. Again, I go back and I say we aren't losing to the numbers that we think we are, man. A lot of these guys are buffoons. You know, there's a few of them who kind of lead their shit, and that's it. If we just get half organized, we can make a difference, man. Is there anyone who wants to have a last word for this prompt?
Yeah, I'm looking at look at the background of who's broadcasting it. PBS. That's a station I grew up on as a kid. You know, the only thing they broadcast is educational stuff. But it just shows you where America is going as a society.
Right.
Everything's becoming dumbed down and about entertainment. That's all it is. And as I only just said, we're the, you know, I'm not looking at them. I'm looking at who's paying these dudes to go out there and make a fool of themselves. It's the people in the background you got to watch.
Right. Mr. Untouchable, you get the last word.
Yeah, quickly. You know, the people who control the reins of power in any country, for that matter, you rarely see them. You rarely see them. You know, they rarely get on platforms. They rarely get into these kinds of political discussions and debate. They don't have to. You know, they control these people, you know, with their money. They control these people with their influence or their ability to invoke power through force. So you rarely see them. You know, there was what's the name of the guy, man? Behind Nixon. I forget the Jewish guy. He was very old man now. I can't remember his name. But you rarely see the real thinkers and the real people who control the strings within America or within any country for that matter. Rarely see them, you know, and they rarely expose themselves. However, it is what it is, and I'm glad that this video is just giving some insight into the thinking of these pork chop hillbillies. You know, it's nothing to them. They lack substance all around the board.
Tan, I'll allow you to speak about what you just put in the chat, Tan. Is Tan there? If you are, you're muted. All right, man. Okay, maybe Tan's not there, but Tan in the chat
No,
was
no,
saying.
I that was all I had to say. I was just saying that the dumbinization, dumbinization is not just, the regular channels. It's everywhere. It's not just PBS. It's not Fox. It's not CNN. It's all of them. It's a whole system of idiocy and stupidity. So, you expect this. The Jerry Springer effect is everywhere.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. But if there's no last words there, the forecast in the chat said it's definitely not reading rainbow no more. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 is the myth. The myth of the self-made billionaire. In the chat, KW Don said the guy behind Nixon was Kissinger, to Mr. Untouchable's point. Should it be topic number 4, the myth of the self-made billionaire. The brother gassed him up, sent this video out this week in his newsletter, and I thought it was something I'll bring on here. I think Gas is still out of the country, and I guess Jay might be catching some sleep because usually we're on like midnight, overnight in Jay's time. This topic came with a video. We're going to watch it, and at the end of it, we'll have a discussion about it.
This episode and others like it are made possible by the generous support of my patrons on Patreon. If you'd like to help support this channel and get early access to every video, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/secondthought.
Big news on Rihanna, the superstar singer and entrepreneur gaining a new title, Billionaire. Chief business correspondent Rebecca Jarvis joins us with more on the talented media mogul's incredible journey. Good morning, Rebecca.
Good morning, Robin. Yeah, this is a great story, a fun one. Women entrepreneurs and founders, business leaders, they are moguls, they are creating businesses, they are disrupting industries, and Rihanna is among them. She can now add billionaire to the top of her titles list.
Here in the United States, we'll often hear stories like these. It's no secret that Americans love to hear about billionaires. You'll find them everywhere. They're on the news, have their own TV shows, movies, and even make their way into elected office. Specifically, we consistently give massive audiences to self-made billionaires. The people who, unlike the aristocrats and monarchs of yore, didn't simply inherit their wealth. In this episode, we're talking about the obsession with so-called self-made billionaires, how misleading that term can be, and everything wrong with the myth of the self-made person. At the heart of every favorable depiction of a billionaire is this idea that they have earned their success and their wealth. The most compelling stories are those of billionaires who, through sheer hard work and grit, so we're told, have conquered the American dream and made a better life for themselves, those around them, and our society as a whole. But there are a number of reasons this is simply incorrect. We'll get to exactly how this idea is wrong in a second. But first, we should talk about why the myth of self-made billionaires is such a problem. For starters, vanishingly few people ever become billionaires. In the US, it's around 600 people, or 0.0002% of the population. Perversely, however, the myth of the self-made billionaire tries to trick you into believing that anybody, yes, even you, dear viewer, could one day be just like them. After all, if they can do it, so can you. You already know how they attempt to sell this falsehood. It's always so incredibly simple. They tell you they started from nothing, that they were once just like you. They too had a 9-to-5 job that they hated. They too had trouble paying their bills. But instead of complaining, they just worked harder. And eventually, after 100-hour work weeks, they were able to lift themselves up by their bootstraps and just look at them now. Here's where the problems start. If they can successfully convince you that 1, they have earned their wealth, and 2, that you can do it too, they can use those 2 assumptions to convince you of some far more nefarious things. For starters, they can convince you to act against your own self-interest, and the interest of the vast majority of Americans. The most obvious example of this is making it seem like it would be better for everyone if billionaires paid less in taxes. If we just got the government out of the way of these people who have proven to us that they are visionaries, that they alone know how to manage money. To be clear, the ultra-rich already have a good way of avoiding taxes. You can see exactly how they do it in our video, How Billionaires Pay Less in Taxes Than You. But of course that doesn't matter, since they'll always try to lower that number further and further. The more they do, the less money goes towards things that actually affect your day-to-day life. Roads, public services, healthcare, education. The more they keep of the wealth they have no intention of spending in the first place, the worse off we all are. They'll convince you that that might be you someday, that when you're in their shoes, you'll want the same thing. After all, what's the government ever done for you? We'll get to just how much it's done for them. But first, let's get back to the self-made story. In some cases, that story is simply a blatant lie. Take Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. The last decade's favorite billionaire duo loves to weave a compelling story of their 100% American-made success. Jeff Bezos likes to tell this story of a young guy who built a strong work ethic at his McDonald's job. He loves to emphasize how it was his hard work that eventually landed him a spot at Princeton, then on Wall Street, and finally pushed him to one day risk it all on the crazy idea of selling books on the internet. His story reaches a dramatic pause when he starts Amazon out of a garage with nothing but a dream, and it resumes satisfyingly when his company becomes the internet giant it is today. Elon Musk tells a very similar story, that of an industrious kid bullied for being too nerdy and into science fiction, who climbed out of adversity and overcame the all-too-common American hurdles of student loan debt and people not believing in him with the sheer ingenuity of his entrepreneurship. These stories are, of course, embellished, and while individual elements of them may not be false, the overall image they're trying to sell you is a lie. Because it wasn't the novelty of Amazon alone that catapulted it to the center of the internet, so much as the absurd head start that an initial $300,000 investment that Jeff's parents gave him. And although Musk likes to play up his version of the everyman story too, his family is most infamously known for his father's ownership of a lucrative emerald mine and role as a property developer in apartheid South Africa. These people didn't start from nothing. It wasn't just hard work. Billionaires never get there alone. They get there in any combination of three ways. 1. Family wealth and privilege. 2. Labor exploitation. And 3. Government help. Let's start with number 1. Family wealth and privilege explains the success of a lot of the billionaires that sit at the top of our social hierarchy. We've already seen how much of a role family wealth played in the success of even the quote self-made celebrity billionaires like Musk and Bezos. So it should come as no surprise that the great majority of billionaires have similarly favorable advantages. The racial and gender makeup of the billionaire class is not an accident. It is no surprise then that the people who face the fewest societal hurdles, white men, overwhelmingly dominate the Forbes rankings, while women and people from racial minority groups only make up a fraction. But privilege doesn't explain every single billionaire's climb to the top. Exploitation, however, does. What do we mean when we say exploitation? Those familiar with Marxist literature will already know that exploitation is the expropriation of surplus value from labor by capital. Okay, but what does that mean? It's actually very simple. According to Marx, society is divided into two classes: the owner class, the bourgeoisie, and the working class, the proletariat. I promise I'll make this quick. The owner class, people who own businesses, factories, farms, and so on, offer a deal to the working class: work or starve. As you already know, just about every single one of us takes that deal. So, what do the owner class say? They say that for X amount of hours worked, workers will be paid Y amount of money. In order for that deal to be profitable for the owner class, they need to pay workers less money than the value they actually produce. That difference is what Marx calls surplus value. The money that you make for the company will always be more than the money the business puts back into your hands in the form of a paycheck. Otherwise, it has no money to give the people who own the company, the stakeholders, who may never have even stepped foot on the premises. If you want an idea of just how much value business owners steal from their workers, just look at this Ohio pizza shop, where for one day the owner decided not to siphon off that surplus value and instead put it back into the hands of the workers. The result? Employees made $78 an hour. That's the Marxist definition of exploitation, and every single capitalist business in the world relies on it, whether they want to or not. The most egregious examples, of course, are those we see with billionaires' companies, in which figureheads who no longer work on or only ever held stock in the company walk away with hundreds of millions of dollars a year. But even with a more relaxed definition of exploitation, we see this kind of behavior playing a massive role in billionaires' wealth. You may have recently heard of exploitation occurring in newly minted billionaire Rihanna's Fenty beauty factories, or Beyoncé's Ivy Park sweatshops. It's immediately obvious to us how sweatshop labor is clearly exploitative when workers, often children, make mere cents for each grueling hour spent in unsafe conditions. Compare that to the billionaire status of those at the top, and it's impossible not to see something deeply wrong and exploitative in the working arrangements they have created. While Rihanna and Beyoncé might be the face of the club this week, they are no more or less culpable than their mega-wealthy peers, those whose less glamorous companies manage to avoid the spotlight. Once again, how does this kind of behavior make a person self-made? That brings us to point number 3, government help. Here, the conservative and libertarian views of the world's billionaires are the most evidently hypocritical. Elon Musk is probably one of the biggest offenders, so let's come back to him for a second. Musk often talks about the government in very disfavorable terms. He regularly decries government regulation, does everything he can to avoid taxation, and fiercely defends the belief that markets should be free. That said, the billionaire's companies, SpaceX, Tesla, and SolarCity, would have no hope of existing without the government's absurd $4.9 billion in loans and tax breaks. We're using Musk as a flagrant example here, but the nature of our current economy is that throughout the entirety of the chain of production, government subsidies are granted from public money only for the profits to be privatized by people who hoard wealth at a level we haven't seen since the Gilded Age. Pharmaceutical research is another classic example of this phenomenon, where large amounts of government funds produce the innovations needed for life-saving medication, only to eventually be appropriated by the private sector, where profits stay squarely within the hands of a few executives who jack up prices and strand countless Americans without access to the healthcare they need. This is not the vision free market proponents are selling us, where their ludicrous profits are justified by all the risks that innovation entails. In reality, they benefit from the largest public money safety nets in our society. Billionaires receive the government help most analogous to socialism of anyone, but fiercely get in the way of the rest of us enjoying the same privileges so that they can pocket more money than entire nations. No billionaire has ever gotten to their status by ethical means, and to revere them as icons of self-made success is to give them a pass for their selfish, parasitic behavior. We can dream of success without them. We can achieve greatness without them. We can let go of the myth of self-made billionaires. Imagine for a moment a world without billionaires. Imagine that world where you could actually get the full value of your work, like those pizza shop workers with their $78 an hour wage. How much less stressful would your life become? How much more pleasant and fair would it all be were it not for someone at the top hoarding far more than their share? Hundreds of millions of lives would be improved in an instant. At the end of the day, we produce enough for everyone. Let's stop pretending it makes sense for so much of it to be in the hands of so few people. I mentioned at the beginning of this video that this kind of content is made possible by my patrons on Patreon. When I decided to make the shift from general interest stuff to more radical political content, I knew I ran the risk of sinking my channel and...
All right. I think we get the idea. The myth of the self-made billionaire. Kevin Carre, why is it important to understand the myth of the self-made billionaire for us?
Well, it keeps you, like with the church, you know, the Creflo Dollar we spoke about. Or Tariq Nasheed, although he's not a billionaire, but it keeps you in hope. You know what? If I can't do it, man, I can keep giving money to make people look good, so they can represent me. But it's just they give you hope. You work hard. Don't worry about it, man. You work hard, you're gonna get there like me, man. Not knowing that, yeah, my mother gave me some money. She's a CEO of this company, and that was seed money, and I'm good now. But you will never catch up. But as I said, America to me is one well-written screenplay that we're just playing our parts, whether we know it or not.
Yeah, Kevin, I agree with you 100%. It's that it keeps you on this hamster wheel, trying to reach this ideal, this millionaire, billionaire status.
I'm sorry, real quick. I forgot that you just said something. I forgot to mention that there's something going around called it's called toxic hustle culture. Look it up, guys. It's very interesting right now. What's going on with that?
All right, Kari, you could wait for me to finish my point before you came back with that one. But okay, but yeah, the idea is, you are killing yourself behind this ideal, and when you don't attain it, what a lot of people don't talk about is the mental health that's lost behind this as well. Let me go to the forecast this time. The forecast, I see you peep the same thing that I peeped, that Marcus Garvey is the way peeped, that Tanzan peeped. Forecast, what say you to this idea of the myth of the self-made billionaire and why it's important for our people to understand this?
All right. Well, I would say this, I don't know if y'all gonna disagree with me or not, you know what I'm saying? I think the difference between them is that we are far more, and it's a conundrum because it's a blessing, but it happened to be a hindrance. Like, we are emotional, you know what I'm saying? Now, because when it comes to because what he was saying was like some anti-capitalist stuff, like kind of Marxist stuff. And Tanzan was on the show when we was talking about capitalism. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm not as against capitalism per se, you know what I'm saying? Now, I am against like hurting people, things, you know what I'm saying, life, the planet and stuff like that. You need rules and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? And that works all of itself out, you know what I'm saying? But I do believe that I don't know about a billionaire, you know what I'm saying? And it depends on the goals that you have and what you want to reach. And I kind of got to do that because I believe in us and that's the most unachievable goal, you know what I'm saying? What most people think, But when it comes to that, I think that if you stick to something in your mind, you could be successful at that thing. Now, with saying billionaire, you know what I'm saying? That's something different, you know what I'm saying? And that's even because even having these conversations is crazy because of the way we think of money. Like, billionaire, we talking about just green pieces of paper, you know what I'm saying, with people that would have killed us on them, that's not even backed by gold, and we call that, you know what I'm saying, success, you know what I'm saying, because you could be successful and have a land full of crops and stuff, you know what I'm saying, that you sell. You may not be technically a billionaire, but you got something that's worth more than money, And I think that we should probably, because even in when you look at Karl Marx was just as racist as the rest of them, we would have been at the bottom of that society too, you know what I'm saying? And when it comes to business, because I think that a part of that is creating our own businesses, that's a part of it, and we need to, and I don't think it's ever been, because like they said, Warren Buffett, Bill Gates, they include him, Donald Trump, all of them, their parents gave them money to be able to do the things that they do.
Yep.
And that's something that's important for us to be able to pass down. We need to start passing down houses to our children, not necessarily give them $100,000 yet, but give them a house that they can pass down and teach them not to sell the house once you pass on. You know what I'm saying? I just think that we could be a little bit less emotional. You know what I mean? I did see that they tried to single out Beyonce and them. You know what I'm saying? They didn't even bring up Bill Gates, who, by the way, owns the most farmland. This whole time while he was doing those vaccine things, he was buying up all
He was buying up farmland, yeah.
Yep, and he has more farmland than the state of New York. You know what I'm saying? The square mileage of state of New York, he has more farmland, and he's the #1 farmland owner right now. You know what I'm saying? So they tell you one thing, they do tell you one thing, they sell a dream, and that's a part of being them going back to the Republican plantation too. They got their that go back to the last one with the dumb white people. They got them to fall in line and to believe in their plan, and they'll die for them. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, I'll pass the mic.
Yeah, man, I appreciate that forecast. Let's welcome in our sister Lero this week. Lero, how have you been? Lero, you're muted if you're talking. All right, maybe Lero's not ready to talk to us yet. Let me mix it up. Let me go to Mr. Untouchable next.
Well, your brothers know that I'm a capitalist brother. I take a different position from my socialist Pan-African brothers. And that's just what it is. You know what I mean? There is a myth with the so so-called self-made billionaire, and most billionaires will tell you that they didn't get to the position that they got into because of by themselves. Most of them will tell you that. Most of them will tell you that. You know, I've listened to many stories about the idea of how these guys acquired their wealth. And in this video, this guy made the claim that Jeff Bezos, I think, got $300,000 from his parents. Now, that's a good start. And for most people don't have that kind of capital to acquire the wealth that Jeff Bezos did. But to suggest that, okay, he got a start. Jeff, you know what $1 billion is? $1 billion is 1,000 million. 1,000 million. So you can't equivocate someone taking $300,000 and turn it into 1,000 million. And Jeff Bezos has 1,000 millions, a couple hundred times over. So that's an unfair comparison. There had to been some kind of work involved to accomplish that. That's first and foremost. Secondly, I am the reason why I am so anti-government is because the country that I exist in is a heavily controlled government involved situation where if you make money, the government is heavily in your pockets. If you are innovator and you apparently are able to turn over money, people want to buy your product or service, the government comes running in and takes a heavy levy, digging in your pockets off of the hours that you may have invested, the time you may have invested, or the risk that you may have invested in engaging in some kind of enterprise in creating a situation, and they didn't have anything to do with it. Now, because they see me making money, they want to come dig into my pockets. I have a problem with that. Yeah, man, I have a problem with that. I agree with the free market. The free market is a good thing. I think it's a wonderful thing. You know, if not for the free market, take a person like Rihanna. Rihanna's from Barbados. She is making more than generational money. She's making more money than she had probably ever seen in her lifetime. In her lifetime, her generational family lifetime. That's the kind of wealth that she would acquire. She didn't have no relationships with wealthy family members who would have put her on the road to that. But because she didn't have any barriers, barriers that existed in the place where she was able to capitalize on her talent and innovation. Whether you like her or not. I'm not big government, man. I have to say that. I am not big government. And this is the reason why, and I told when Gaston brought this issue up, I know Gaston is on the other side of the game as far as this particular our politics go, in reference to money. But I disagree with him on this particular topic. You know what I mean? I think that the free market is helpful to a lot of people as opposed to hurtful. And I am opposed to the idea of the government come rushing in after the fact, after you didn't take the risk, after you didn't suffer, after you didn't put your money up, when no one would put your money up and invest it and offer people a service or a product that people buy into. Now they want to come and say, well, okay, now we need a piece of that. I disagree with that, man. Yeah, man, wholeheartedly, man. Because enough bureaucracy exists in the country that I exist in, and to find a space where people could operate freely and offer their products or services, where people would want it and say, hey, we're going to buy into your product. I have no problem with that, man. I say, go for yourself. And who am I to tell you there's a limit to how much money you can make? If LeBron James makes $100 million because there are less than 1,000 people who are able to do what he could do, and people are willing to pay, to see what he is able to do. Why am I going to come in and stifle and say, well, okay, just because he could put a basketball inside a rim, he should only make this amount of money? No way. No way. I don't agree with it. And for those who are critical in the things that I'm saying, go to Cuba. Just go to Cuba and live there for a while and see how much the government intervenes as far as the lifestyle and the abilities and the innovation of the people themselves. You know, I feel like when you live in a society where it's heavy government, people don't want to do shit no more because they say, well, if I'm getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning and someone else is getting up at 9 o'clock in the morning, we still making the same money at the end of the day. Why does it matter? Why does it matter? You know, so I take a different position from my brothers with this. We could argue this all day. I think that financial intelligence is important among our people. You don't have to be a billionaire to become financially free. You don't have to be a billionaire. You just need enough resources that will be able to take care of your bill and satisfy your family. We have a shortfall when it comes to financial literacy and just insurance. You know what I mean? Insurance could change another generation, you know, going forward, paying a little and reaping a lot and investing that money and turning it over and sending it and giving it to your children to produce more and more and more into the future. You know what I mean? I don't look at billionaires. When I look at billionaires, I just see the maybe innovation, maybe financial savvy, maybe what to do with money. But I'm not critical of them, and I don't think that every billionaire or every person who has been able to achieve and gain a lot of money is corrupt or got money by some underhanded means. I think that that's this disingenuous kind of idea to put out into the world. But nonetheless, you know what I mean? Like I say, I just disagree with my socialist brothers on this particular issue.
I'm not sure if anyone really disagrees with anything you said there. The prompt is about the myth of the self-made billionaire, and I don't think you can say Bezos, Elon Musk, Warren Buffett, who's the other guy? Bill Gates. You know who they usually talk about. I don't know if you could say that they were really self-made, like they started from the bottom and now look where they are.
But
I think that's the conversation that this topic is really trying to get at.
I agree, but Coco, no billionaire would tell you that they are so-called self-made. That's a news media brand that people put on people. Most self-millionaires will never tell you that.
So it is a myth.
Yeah, it is a myth. But
Yeah,
it sells newspapers. It sells newspapers. We all need somebody. We all need somebody or somebody's assistant, you know what I mean, to get from point A to point B. Most billionaires will tell you that. They wouldn't say, well, when I came out of my mother's, when I came here into the world, you know what I mean, I just look around and I was able to turn $1 into $2 and achieve billionaire status. No billionaire would ever make that claim. That claim only sells newspapers and it sells fantasies, but it's no billionaire. And I listen to many of their interviews would tell you or even suggest that kind of nonsense.
All right, yeah, that's really what the prompt is trying to get at. Let's hear from Oni on this.
Yeah, first I was gonna say this sound like socialist propaganda, but damn, Mr. Untouchable, what socialists hurt you, man? brother was going on against my house. Man, I can disagree with these socialists. You just going on about what socialists? Where did they touch you, man?
Yeah, it did seem like some comrade stuff.
I know, yeah, yo, this video, I was about to sing y'all I was gonna be united forever. Like this is the USSR national anthem. Yes, I know it. All right. Anyway, yeah, it's just a bunch of so what's interesting is that once upon a time we used to say self-made millionaire, you know? Because I remember in fact that was like maybe 30 years ago, you know. I remember Tupac shouting out, I'm a self-made millionaire, right? Now it's self-made millionaire. And then they're like, she is only a handful of people can become it. But like, you ain't tell us how many millionaires there were. As far as this, I mean, yeah, billionaires are, you know, bigger, you know, $1 million is not that much anymore, obviously, but it's still pretty good money. Like I would like $1 million in my bank. Like period. Like I would like that. Y'all make it happen. Y'all know my Cash App. No, I'm joking. Yeah, right. Anyway, but Yeah, I mean, I like I think what Mr. Untouchable was saying about like none of these people really say that they're self-made, you know? I mean, this guy knows more than anybody. This guy right here, Elon Musk, knows more than everybody that his father was a part of apartheid. You know, emerald. Like, come on, like emerald. What is even that? You know, like what is that? He owns like an emerald mine in apartheid South Africa. He knows damn well he wasn't self-made. Like his father was like apparently his father reportedly said that he had so much money that they couldn't even close their safe. You know what I mean? Like so they have a safe where they hold all their money and they couldn't even close it because there was just too much money. You know, like yeah. I don't think this guy I mean, do they come from what they perceive as humble beginnings? Probably, you know, the mass media, and when I say probably, I mean when I say they probably perceive that, because the mass media does make you believe that you have a similar experience to everybody else, you know. So like, you know, you watch a movie and it's like, hey, they're working at McDonald's. Hey, I worked at McDonald's too. You know what I mean? But like, you don't really have the same experience as the next person. But you know, mass media may make you feel that way. So I don't know. Like, I mean, I think that it's kind of just, you know, just like it's just kind of a way for the socialists to promote some sort of um you know, to promote socialism, I guess, and you know, $70 wages. But it's not like it doesn't really grasp the economics, you know, it doesn't really grasp how to formulate an economy. I would say though, you know, just for Mr. Untouchable's point, I would say that the free market, like crazy free market, wasn't exactly what you know what was like supposed to be the design of the like it's just something that doesn't really exist, and it's not really something that's present in America per se, or like present anywhere. But like pretty much it looks to be that, well, I didn't finish the book yet, but like I told everybody, I was reading The Wealth of Nations for like, now it's like for going on months. But you know, eventually I'm supposed to get to this point where he's saying, yeah, you're supposed to tax people for the financing of the education and the financing of the defense and the financing of the roads, you know. So it's not like, so I think the socialists and the quote unquote free market people, they kind of like take two extremes of the same economic system, you know. Like, so the economic system already had in it, you know, the one that at least Adam Smith is proposing, or the one that Adam Smith recognizes in a sense, it already has the whole social welfare program built in, but it also, you know, allows for trade and innovation and all that kind of stuff. And I think, you know, the question of balancing the two is really important. But for some reason, I feel like Wazungu has many of us divided over this artificial divide, you know, of, well, what about an absolute free market and what about an absolute government, you know? And like you're always going to find people disagree when the reality is that neither the absolutes work, and the recommendation or the studied logical perspective is that you would have a balance. So I mean, I think this is just kind of socialist literature for whatever reason. This is just socialist, just one of those things that's designed to get us distracted and designed to make, you know, to get that kind of reaction from people like Mr. Untouchable, or get that kind of reaction from people who are more socialist. And then it's just going to make us divided because neither position really makes that much sense, if we're being honest. And because neither position makes that much sense, you're always going to be divided. Whereas if you just say, look, realistically, it's been outlined, it's just the middle road, right? We could technically walk the middle road together and like build up our economy. And not to say that we build it up off the basis of this white boys literature, but just realistically recognizing that, you know, either the free market delusion or the socialist delusion, they're both the same. They're both white boy literature. And realistically, you just got to look at it as it were and say, well, we're going to pay for these schools. Well, we're going to have a government that pays for schools. We're going to have a government that pays for roads. We're going to have a government that does that. And then we're also going to have people being free to make their own money, notwithstanding, you know?
We're gonna go to Lero, but first I'm gonna allow Mr. Untouchable to comment what Oni just had to say.
Coco, I'm sure what Oni had to say is extremely coherent and very clear. I'm drinking right now. Maybe I'm emotional about this whole topic. It's just that, you know, I live in a very big government society, big government, and I understand. I see how the bureaucracy, you know, bureaucracy and government intervention has really hindered progress, you know, in the country. So maybe I'm I don't know, maybe I'm very too close to the issue, and maybe I just need to stand back a bit. But I understand what Oni is saying in taking the middle ground, and the fact that these animals were created by people not like us. And I think that if we was to maybe possibly sit down and construct a better type of political economy, you know, maybe things would be different. But maybe I'm just very close to the issue, and that's why I had the sentiment that I had. But I agree with the brother, man. It's, you know, maybe it's the drink talking, man. Forgive me.
I hear you, man. Let's welcome in Lero. Lero, how are you this week?
I'm good, Koku. How are yourself? Peace to everyone
I'm
on the
good.
panel. You know, y'all got some great minds, I'll just say.
What say you to the prompt? Did this video dispel the myth of the self-made billionaire for you?
Definitely. I already knew billionaires were definitely not self-made. They're exploiters of labor, you know. Look, only gonna call me broke woke, but I'm coming in with my little broke woke speech. First off, I just think, you know, it's funny people brought in like the aspect of like the market economy, because I think, you know, while I don't necessarily disagree with the whole like fundamentals of market economy, I think it just Africans struggle to compete, you know, and I think it's because we don't have a full understanding on like how the market economy so and so is created or was created, which I think is kind of a myth in itself. Those who like are heavy advocates, as like Oni was saying, like of the market economy, it doesn't necessarily exist as what they say it does. But one thing I find interesting about like the self-made billionaires, and specifically like Black billionaires, even some millionaires, is how many of these people are getting their wealth out of Black nations. You know, these people, their money is up in Europe, it's up in China, it's up in the US. It's not, you know, I became a millionaire straight up out of Kenya. You know, I became a billionaire straight up out of Kenya. I became one straight up out of, you know, like Rihanna, Barbados. You know, she, you know, went to the US, got, you know, celebrity status, woo woo. And I think, you know, that kind of propaganda and seeing as, oh, I'm not going to be no billionaire unless I, you know, go to the West, unless I go to the US or I go wherever, you know, I think as Africans, you know, that's kind of just some negative propaganda we see, and which kind of aids into like that inferiority complex that, you know, Africa's not good enough, you know, we're not going to be able to get my dreams accomplished here, you know, where I'm at right now. And, you know, that caused that whole, which I don't believe in the whole like fleeing thing, but, you know, but people do, you know, have that mindset that like, you know, I can't accomplish my goals here where I'm at right now. And I think as Africans, our struggle is trying to figure out how can we make aspects of the market economy work for us, you know, but truly for us, you know, and not just feeding another man's economy, but we benefit from it, you know, type thing. And so until I see like some bunch of millionaires and billionaires who are, you know, getting their money, you know, straight up out of their nations and out of their nation's economy, then, you know, I maybe have a little bit of a different stance on all that. But as far as I'm concerned, you know, I think, you know, that whole market economy aspect, just like the socialist type aspects, you know, the comrade stuff, because that video did touch in on a lot of that. It's kind of like very extreme sides of the same coin. But, you know, I just think that we need to understand how we can maybe have more billionaires for ourselves, if that's what people want. You know what I mean? That's just kind of where I took it. I seen the video.
I appreciate that.
Spoken like a true broke woke.
Did I hear from Tanzan on this topic?
Not yet.
Okay, Tan, can you tell us, what do you think? Was the myth of the self-made billionaire broken here?
Well, firstly, there is a myth, to be sure, because even if the billionaires don't come out and say it directly that, oh, well, it was my rich dad who gave me this and that, that is the story that they propagate. Even if the singers, don't say, well, I had to, kill and betray and do all these things to get where I am. That's how I got here. They have to maintain their image. So they don't have to outrightly say that, well, I was helped to get here. And in fact, they do perpetuate the myth. Even jobs and all that. Whenever you see a documentary or a movie about jobs or whoever these Facebook people, they're just, struggling college students with the, Zach or, garage working. They just, just dedicated their time and energy. They don't show the part where they actually have to be rapacious and have to be ruthless and take over other companies. I mean, they do show a bit of it, but not the entire, price that they have to pay to get to where they are. So yeah, the image of them is curated. Elon Musk couldn't come and say, well, it's because of from the blood of, these black South Africans, that's where I am. He'll just say, oh, I'm autistic, I'm a nerd, I'm this and that, playing the eternal victim. While, yeah, so I definitely think that, not only do they perpetuate the myth, but they harness the power of the media to do that job for them. They don't have to say it. In fact, by not outrightly saying it, they're even perpetuating the myth of the humility, like, oh, I'm so humble, I won't even say how humble I am, that sort of nonsense. And then the other thing, when it comes to the free market, I am neither, one or the other. I don't care for one or the other, and my opinion really doesn't sway, the politics of the world. But when it comes to the free market, it boggles my mind that capitalists are the most authoritative people, the most anti-free. Because when you talk about the free market, when you look at Amazon, these airline companies, all these people are propped up by the government. That's the height of state intervention. That's the height of socialism. The government just props up the rich people. You're complaining about in small countries where they're taxing the poor. Of course they're taxing the poor because they can't get to the rich. In the rich countries, Amazon pays $0. In Europe, in Britain, all these places, they have been trying to get Microsoft and all these countries to try to pay a dime of taxes. They don't do that because the free market says, well, if you hire a bunch of lawyers, you can weasel your way out of paying what you need to pay. So the market is not free at all. And in fact, the market is propped up. These big corporations are propped up by the state. So the market is not free. If you're a champion of free market, you shouldn't be talking about, Amazon and Bezos and all this, self-made. That's the other myth, that these people just, made it on their own without help from the government. Of course not. Even Google was propped up heavily by the CIA. So was Facebook and all these companies. They're not making profits. They're making speculations of the public market, and they're being given a chance and speculation. So this is not a money-making venture. This is actually a public control measure. So no, this is not an example of the free market. The free market should have been something like, the small mom and pops or something like that, or just letting things run as they should. And if they fail, they fail. And then when it comes to, the billionaire, the whole reason why it has to keep being propped up is that it's the self-made millionaire is just the other side of the, lifting yourself up by the bootstraps. It gives you the hope and illusion that you can aspire and actually get to that level. That's why they emphasize the hard work, the intuition, and less about the just being in the right time, opportunistically, and just time wise. I'm not discrediting what they did. I really respect what they accomplished, but it wasn't something that they just were not these nice good people. They had to have some really cutthroat methods to get to where they are. So if they're saying that, well, I'm here because of the hard work, they should also say, well, are you also willing to betray your best friend? Are you also willing to, cut some corners? Are you willing to do some ethically ambiguous things? They don't put that into the equation. Yeah, so that's it for me.
I appreciate that, Tan. In the chat, Marcus Garvey is the way he says they are trying to make Mansa Musa no longer hold the title. She goes on to say, how do the rich get rich and stay rich? She answers the question, the poor. The learning curve is in the chat still. Learning curve says the market is not free when only a few know its methods. We cannot educate our entire population to be slaves or the powerless and not take care of them. Marcus Garvey is the way he says, African inventors with billion-dollar ideas get quote-unquote erased without implementing and benefiting from their personal ideas. She goes on to say, our investors with billion-dollar ideas get quote-unquote erased without implementing and benefiting from their personal ideas. She says a female black doctor found the cure for cancer at the beginning of COVID. Do we know her name? She should be at least a millionaire for that. The learning curve says we cannot compete in a free market economy because our society is full of rugged individuals that are focused on making money for themselves. The others work as a group. Economics is a group sport. The learning curve says we sit up and want to be better than others, blacks ignoring the threat of all others. Marcus Garvey is the way he says Dr. Hadia Nicole Green cured cancer in February 2020. Her cure should make her a billionaire alone by merit. And I agree with that. I think that's a sister who used lasers to treat cancer, I think, right? Brother Bakari just joined the panel. Brother Bakari, how are you tonight?
I'm great, man. How about you?
I'm great as well. Good to hear your voice again. I was listening to you last night on with the forecast and the matron. Good episode.
Yeah, thank you. Look, thought I was gonna be able to come on here and talk, man. My grandson is still over here, man. He is talking, but
okay.
But ain't no self-made. None of those billionaires is what you would say self-made.
Right.
None of them is self-made. I guess the closest one. Turn that down, young man. I guess the one that would be closer. I used to know the story of Dell Computer, and he wasn't self-made, but he would be, I guess I would say, closer than any of them because of how Dell Computer was founded, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the way the story goes is, it was a guy who was just fixing computers in his garage, and he had signs out saying he fixed computers, and some rich guy wrote.
Bakari, it seems like we lost Bakari. There, Bakari, if you're still there, say something again. Yeah, looks like we lost Bakari.
Koku.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Untouchable.
Yeah, I just want to tell a quick story. There was a reggae artist. His name was Vibes Cartel, and maybe my American brothers and sisters may not be familiar with him. Okay, but he was an extremely popular artist in Jamaica. Extremely popular artist, and there is alcohol that sells in all throughout the Caribbean and the United States. It's called Bacardi. It's a rum that is really produced whether in Jamaica and Cuba. Okay, the people who produce this alcohol are billionaires, many times over. So he became popular with his music, reggae music, because this is going to Leroy's point as Rihanna having to go to the United States to become a billionaire. Well, he was very popular in the Caribbean, extremely popular. And this American guy, he came down and he said, hey, listen, you don't necessarily only have to represent your music. You could also sell products. So he got into the liquor industry, okay? Selling liquor. They used to call it Street Vibes. Okay, Street Vibes was the liquor rum that he would sell. And it was becoming extremely popular in the Caribbean. Extremely popular. And Bacardi, if you know the history of Bacardi started like on the plantations. You know what I mean? Really, the sugar plantations, it's really old Jamaican plantation style slave money that produced and created Bacardi. But he created his own brand of liquor called Street Vibes. And really, I believe, and this may be conspiratory, the fact that it became so popular, you know, because he was making a whole lot of money off of it, it became a threat to the product of the so-called Bacardi industry, that rum industry. Now, all of a sudden, you know what I mean? Because they really didn't give a shit about what happens in the ghettos of Jamaica. But all of a sudden, you know what I mean? You had this idea, well, this guy murdered this person back in the day. Now he's in jail for life. You know what I mean? It seems to me that whenever we start touching real money, these kinds of issues start to come up, because he didn't leave Jamaica, but just the idea itself that he probably became a threat to that particular product and brand that sells all over the world. They say we need to get rid of this situation. We need to get rid of the situation because many people was buying that particular brand of rum, not only in Jamaica, but in a lot of other places as well. You know what I mean? And it was kind of like subverting this whole idea of Bacardi, Ray and nephew and all that business. So to me, you know, the whole issue of free enterprise and big business, there's a lot of gangsterism behind it. A lot of gangsterism behind it is really not spoken of. But I just think that it's a whole lot of context to this idea of billionaires and acquiring real wealth. Because when you acquire real wealth, you acquire real control. You know what I mean? You are able to move things around the chessboard. And I think that's not necessarily in the discussion, but I just wanted to put that out there. I know people may have issues with the idea of liquor and alcohol and things of that nature as a moral issue, but when we're playing on this idea of a global game, there are other things that come into play. But I just wanted to throw it on the chessboard.
No, I appreciate that. In the chat, KW7 says Vibes Cartel is a weaponized entertainer who promoted skin lightening to Jamaicans. Marcus Garvey is the way he says, hence, lobbyists in U.S. government. She's mirroring really what Mr. Untouchable just said. Wealth controls things. Does anyone have any last words they want to drop?
I just wanted to ask. I wanted to ask Mr. Untouchable, when was this happening to the Vibes Cartel? Because I know that brother. When was this? You said he's facing life, or he's in prison for life now?
He's in jail for life right now.
Yeah, he's in jail for like until I think he probably get out when he's 73 years old, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, since when?
I can't remember.
At least 10 years now. At least 10 years.
Convicted, yeah. Look it up, brother.
Oh, damn, I've been under a rock. Okay.
Yeah, at least a little 10 years. Close to 10 years, if not 10. No. Lero's back. Lero, do you want to add something to this prompt here? Okay, I guess Lero isn't really ready to speak right now. If no one else has anything to say, let's go to Shoot the Breeze prompt number 5 tonight. Shoot the Breeze prompt number 5 is other races laugh at Black Americans for victim mindset. This came with a link. Let's check it out. And then we'll discuss all of it on the other side.
I got a disagreement.
Go ahead.
I didn't like the way that I just felt some type of way about the fact that like the civil rights movement made it possible for Bajans and Sudanese to, become great in this country, and then in the process of their sacrifice, it's like African Americans start getting shitted on by the same people that they sacrificed for them to get here.
Yo, you're funny, bro. When did we ever make fun of the civil rights movement or anybody that helped
He's trolling.
Black people achieve equality in the United States?
You trolling, right? Are you serious, bro? No, I'm not trolling at all. I'm not showing at all. I mean, the narrative is that, I mean, y'all don't talk about, you have said that Black Americans are lazy, that they're soft, that they're pussy, and they're bitches. To put it in verbatim.
Well, that is not verbatim because I never said all black people are like that. I just said I said the black community likes to take on the victim mindset a lot of the times as to, you know, civil injustices and use that as an excuse for why they're not where they want to be. Which is true.
Okay.
You can't sit there and blame systematic racism and all these other stupid ass social buzzwords for why you're not where you want to be. You can't. When you have people that come into this country that don't even speak a lick of English, that end up owning businesses, end up making money, end up becoming millionaires, etc., and people over here crying about, oh, systematic racism. Oh my God, no, this is fucked up. I don't get the same opportunities. You got people coming here from China, from Africa, from foreign countries that can't even speak the language, and they figure it out. What's your excuse? That's all I'm saying. But what I am saying is that we can't sit here and cry about the past, about what happened. We got to become better and understand that we got to look at the opportunities that we do have versus what we don't have. And people like to use that as an excuse for why they're not where they want to be. And I'm here to say that's fucking bullshit, bro. That's bullshit.
I'm a victim.
Like, we really got to get out of this victim mindset, because here's the thing. I'm telling y'all what the other races think about us, and they laugh behind the scenes. They ain't going to tell you that, though. But if someone's got to tell the uncomfortable truth, it ain't going to be white people. I'll tell y'all right fucking now. White people in the background, they laughing. Yo, these fucking black guys, man. Oh, these black people, all they do is cry and complain. Ho, 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 ho. Oh, they're buying more Jordans. Ho, 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 ho. Oh, they're buying more designer. Ho, 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 ho. Like, they're laughing at you niggas, bro. Because they look at it like, yo, these fucking guys, all they do is cry and complain about their situation, and they don't necessarily want to be better, blah, blah, blah. And they just laugh about it. They'll never say it out in public, of course, because they don't want to be called racist or bigots or whatever. But I'll call it out because, yo, too many people have a victim fucking mindset. I'm saying what a lot of people wish they could say, but they can't because they're not colored, so they can't say this shit. You can't talk on black community situations because you ain't black. Okay, if I'm not a mathematician, I can't say 1 + 1 is 2? No. We got to operate in objective reality here and pull our fucking feelings out of it. A lot of people are living in poverty that happen to be colored because of their own fucking choices, not because of their color of the skin or where they grew up socioeconomically or anything else like that. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all niggas. I dealt with all the same shit you did. And I'm not going to sit here and cry about, oh, systematic oppression, oh, this other fuck shit. Stop being a fucking pussy, man. That's what it comes down to, because I've suffered the same shit you guys have, and I chose not to. Matter of fact, I have even more excuses, because not only did I get it for being black, I also got it for being Muslim. I also got it from speaking Arabic. I also got it because of the way I look. So I was being made fun of, being called a fucking terrorist on one end, and then also being called a fucking black guy on the other end, and being made fun of for being both. So I don't want to hear no fucking excuses. Okay? Because if the KKK comes after me, they get like a double kill, triple kill. Y'all niggas over here crying, oh my God, oh, this is fucked up. You're not even black. Shut the fuck up. Because the same people that oppress us, the police, the white people, the man, they look at me as black too. The difference between me and you is that I don't use that as a fucking excuse for why I'm not where I want to fucking be. I use that shit as motivation. A lot of you motherfuckers, just quite frankly, you don't got heart, man. You don't got fucking heart. You're a fucking bitch. You're a pussy. You want to cry about your situation. You're out here on fucking living on food stamps, got Section 8 housing and all this other shit. Why you gotta improve? I'm just chilling. Oh, man, yeah, I'm doing. Fuck out of here, bro. Stop crying. I went through the same shit and I made something of myself. I grew up in a poor household with foreign parents that didn't even fucking speak English, making $8 an hour. My fucking dad getting robbed by people, being a cabbie in New York City. I don't want to hear no fucking excuses. None. That's all you motherfuckers do is cry, bro. That's all they do on fucking Twitter. Well, I'm really black because my parents were here in 1945 and they know Martin Luther King. Shut the fuck up. That's why foreigners come to this country and laugh at you niggas, bro. Real talk. Chinese people come to this fucking country. You know what they do? They open up a fucking Chinese food spot in the hood. The Indian people, they go open up a convenience store in the hood. The Arabs, they come into the United States. They go put a fucking liquor store in the hood, and them niggas can't even drink. They laughing at you, stupid fucks. Because you guys come into the store. Oh, hey son, let me get a pack of Hennessy. Yo, I only got 20 on me right now, bro. I know it's 50, but yo, do it. Hook a brother up. No, come back again with the money. They laugh at you niggas because you guys were born here with the opportunity, and they're making a killing off you stupid fucks because you guys speak English, born here, raised here, U.S. citizenship, and you're still a fucking loser. Going into a foreign nigga store, buying the fucking alcohol, crying and complaining about why you're not where you want to be, but you're drunk all the time off of fucking Hennessy. That's the truth in the black community. That's the fucking truth. You choose to be a fucking loser. Okay? And I don't want to hear nothing because if I get pulled over by the police versus you get pulled over by the police, the only difference is that I'm not going to be a fucking retard. I know how to move. I'm going to tell them How you doing, officer? I'm gonna keep my fucking hands on the steering wheel. I'm not gonna call him a fucking dirty pig and say all this other stupid shit. I'm gonna walk off with no ticket. Your dumb ass is gonna get in trouble because you want to sit there argue with the police and say, defund the police, fuck the police, yeah. You create your reality based off of how you fucking behave, based off of how you act. Okay? So stop fucking crying about the situation. Yes. Does police brutality exist? Yes. Are police biased towards black people? Yes. What are you gonna do about it? Are you gonna add fuel to the fire and act like a fucking dumbass, pull out your phone and say, oh, you fucking racist pig? They're human beings too. And if they can fuck you over for you acting like an idiot, they fucking will. All right? It's your choice to operate in reality. Don't be a fucking idiot. Don't commit crimes. Don't put yourself in precarious situations. Don't fucking do stupid shit. Don't do drugs. Don't drive drunk. But guess what? That takes what? Accountability. No one wants to be fucking accountable anymore.
Say word.
It's amazing to me how many of you motherfuckers are fucking soft, bro. Fucking soft. Fat, triple chin, looking like shit, fucking doing drugs all the time, drinking alcohol, not going to school, not fucking getting a job, and you wonder why you're a fucking loser, why the police look at you crazy. Because you're not worthy of being fucking respected. And then your dumbass has the audacity, you fucking pig, fuck you. What the fuck do you think's gonna happen? You're disrespecting him. Just because he has a uniform doesn't mean he's not human. And if he can't fuck your life up, he will. And that's what ends up happening because you niggas want to talk. I get it. We have a chip on our shoulder because we're black. Act correct. The world isn't fair, man. The world isn't fair. I'm telling you, I've been profiled too. I just choose not to let it affect my reality. I operate in reality. I understand that I need to be respectful to the police because they're the authority. Damn, man, people fucking cry all the time, bro. We play skin color, it's fucked up. We're the only race of people that fucking cry all the time, bro. I don't see Indian people crying. I don't see fucking Chinese people crying. I don't see Hispanics crying. They fucking come here and work. They don't fucking cry about their situations. Even Africans that are black just like you that suffer the same bullshit, the same fucking racial prejudice, they fucking work. It don't matter if your name is fucking John Jones versus fucking Dikembe Mutombo. When they pull you over, all they see is black skin. So stop trying to fucking separate the shit. You're a loser because you're a fucking loser. Has nothing to do with, oh, just, are you some heroin or whatever else? Like on fucking Twitter, you guys are out here saying some stupid shit. Oh, well, you're Dominican, so you're not really black, blah, blah, blah. Get the fuck out of here, bro. If he's dark skinned and he's fucking Dominican, it don't matter. They're going to consider him black too. Damn, man. Just accept the fact that you're a fucking pussy and you're a loser and keep making excuses for yourself. But don't sit here and try to say, oh my God, it's the man. He's holding me down. Fuck out of here, man.
Is the caller still on phone?
But listen, though. What y'all not understanding is, see, y'all looking at the situation from a foreigner mindset. You know what I'm saying? Because with black people,
from a foreigner mindset,
denied opportunities. You know what I'm saying?
You said from a
no,
foreigner.
That's what I'm saying.
Yo,
yeah, because see,
hey, you do realize that just a second ago, like 5 minutes, not even like 3 minutes ago, I said that I was born in the United States and I went through all the same exact fucking issues that a lot of African American men deal with in the United States. Because I was racially profiled plenty of times too. The difference is I just chose not to cry about it.
I mean, I understand that, but a lot of black people, they get discriminated. They get denied opportunities because they have to go through discrimination through housing, jobs. A lot, these situations is real.
Same thing here, bro. Same thing here.
Yo, caller.
I went through the same shit.
Caller, what's the question here, bro? Because bringing up race, bro. I mean, bro. We're past this, bro. What's the next topic, bro? Because this is going nowhere. What's the next topic?
No, I was just saying that I disagree with that. I mean, I understand what y'all saying, that we got to figure out how to overcome this.
Yeah.
But
what's the problem?
The racism is real. You know what I'm saying?
We never said it doesn't exist, though. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That I want to make this extremely. Okay. Let me make this fucking clear for everybody. I never said racism doesn't exist. I said it's either you're going to be a victim of the racism or you're going to become a somebody through the racism. I choose to become a somebody. I'm not going to let it change my mindset and make me think like, oh my God, I have a disadvantage.
Not respect it. I understand.
That's what I said earlier. So I never said racism doesn't exist. It's your choice how you're going to adapt. You can either adapt and overcome, or you can cry and say, oh my God, it's fucked up. The man's holding me down.
Cool.
Yeah.
Because I went through the same shit too, bro.
Where you coming from with that?
You can't say a foreigner's mindset when I was born in the United States and I went through the same bullshit, man.
Now, the reason why I said the foreigner mindset, because a lot of immigrants come here, it's like they look at the African Americans like they lazy and all that, and that's not really the truth.
That's the truth, though.
know?
They do come in here and think that they're lazy. That's why they open up their stores in African American communities and laugh at them.
Nah, it's not that they lazy. It's because
I never said that. I said they think that. I never said that. I said they think that. The immigrants do think that. That's true.
Yeah, and that's not really the case.
It's fucked up, bro. But that's the way we're in.
You know,
it's fucked up, but that's the way it is.
A lot of the, you know, the black folks, they don't know how to overcome it. You know, they don't know how to navigate around the racism so they can get ahead. Because, you know,
whose fault is that? Whose fault is it? Stop. Whose fault is it that they can't navigate the racism?
I mean,
nope. Who is it? No. Whose fault is it that they can't navigate the racism?
You can't put the 100% blame because they don't know how to get around it, you know?
Whose fault is that?
Like, it's just, I mean, you're right though. They gotta figure out how to get around it. You're right.
Thank you. That's why I have no fucking. That's why I have no sympathy. They got to get around it, bro. If people could come into this country, not even fucking speak the language and figure it out and open up a business and make a bunch of money, we can too.
Yeah.
All right, caller.
Yeah, I see what you're saying with that.
All right, caller.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, caller. In the chat, Marcus Garvey's way says only FBA are immigrants that exploit them are black. Pro-black perspective in the chat said man's got $50 for that diatribe, talking about the caller being a dang fool. The learning curve says respectable Negroes get killed every day. He ain't quote unquote us, and he has no idea. Wow, this is not okay. Note, quote unquote other is a race designation on tickets in Michigan. Marcus Garvey's way said it's complicated. We don't tell victims of quote unquote rape that they always complain. If you've not been raped, people have the right to complain, but how long to complain? FBA rewriting false power narrative. The forecast was in the chat saying, I don't think that caller is real. He wouldn't have been quite that long or responded that way. Dorico Kubo Photography is with us tonight. He says they open up businesses because these other races come here with credit lines and financial backing from the country they came from. KW7 is talking about the podcast itself, which is named Fresh and Fit. But KW7 says the Fresh and Fruity podcast has many anti-black statements with regards to dating and relationships. Marcus Garvey is where he says in most countries, the locals are more poor than immigrants. The wealthiest in most countries are foreigners. The locals get complacent. Let's start with Brother Bakari. We didn't get to finish hearing Brother Bakari in the last prompt. So let's let Brother Bakari speak more on this prompt. Brother Bakari, what say you to this?
Okay, can you hear me now? Because my thing just messed up last time.
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Okay, first off, this is one thing I'm going to say. This is one reason that you have to get rid of this N-word, that stinking nasty Arab. And this dude is on the phone, they holding conversation, and he done called black folks all kind of N-words. There's nothing said. He don't go through the same. He's an Arab. He's a nasty ass Arab. I hate them. They don't get a dime from me. But when he was talking about, he said that's what they think. That's what he think black people lazy. I would say black people mentally lazy. When he said immigrants come here and laugh, he know because his folks Arabs. And I do believe they laugh because we do allow anybody to come in our neighborhood and open up businesses, and we have built-in excuses. That's why I don't talk about racism, white supremacy, because every time something happens, that's an excuse, and we never get any better because we have built-in. We have become the special victims unit. We special victims. We are worse. But I don't like that dude. I don't like what the hell he was saying. I don't listen to him at all. And the other black dude, the African dude, he's a coon. But anyway. Downstairs, go down there with your auntie. She got your auntie. I'm sorry about that. That's my grandson.
No problem.
Yeah. But to sit and constantly complain and don't move and do nothing, just talk about what people who put you on people who traveled around the world, put you on the bottom of a boat, took you drop you off in many different places around the world so they could get filthy rich off you and sit back and say, give me a check. That gonna make life better. We don't think we can do anything for ourselves. We like to talk about what we can't do, right? Well, we can't do this. We can't be racist. We can't. I think we're the worst motivational speakers in the world for our youth because we like to tell our youth what we can't do. We allow our youth to see us constantly complain about how somebody got their foot up our butt and their knee on our necks. You understand what I'm saying?
Mhm.
But with the victim constantly being the victim. Okay, big guy. But constantly being the victim mentality. Not saying there ain't nothing that ever happened to us. I would be lying if I say that there's nothing that ever happened to us. I would be lying. But we let it get in our way. Every time something happened, all you got to do, just go listen to the most popular black YouTube channels. Either they're going to be talking extremely negative about black people, and on the other side of that, the excuse for everything is racism, white supremacy. Well, why did you rob the store, man? You got to think about, man. They put this crack in our neighborhood back in the 80s, and we ain't got no boats, so we ain't bring the crack here. Yeah, we shooting each other, but we ain't got no gun manufacturers. We don't make the guns, so who put them there? And it get to a point sometime where it all will make it seem like we're just stupid. We don't have the boats, we don't manufacture guns, but because white people gave it to you, we have to do it. Then have to use that as an excuse of why we can't do anything. So we are the special victim, and I'm saying that as nice as possible. You understand?
Yeah.
And I'm just being honest. That's how I see it. I do think we're gonna have to get past everything is an excuse. Every time we do something wrong, we have a built-in excuse. I hear the mic.
Anytime I hear Brother Bakari, I'm now accustomed to hearing the forecast. So let's go to the forecast next.
All right, yo. Well, first of all, like Bakari said, how does Arab slur, you know what I'm saying, can say the N-word all day, you know what I'm saying? That's not what's up, you know. But let me say this, you know what I'm saying? When it comes to all these other groups that he's talking about, you can't name another group that didn't get some kind. Every other group, name another group besides black people in America that pulled themselves up by our bootstraps. Like we've literally have done that. You know what I'm saying? Like he's not talking about, you know, just for the Arabs. You know what they just got. You know what I'm saying? They didn't left all those guns over there where he's probably from. You know what I'm saying? And you know the benefits that they give those people to come over here, the Mexicans, the Jewish people, you know, see, they don't have those kind of same conversations when it comes to us. You know what I'm saying? Now, like yo, like when you talk about the whole, like even when they set up stores, like yo, they literally get funded. You know what I'm saying? To like they get help funding to do that. You know what I'm saying? Now for me, I'm not for like all immigration. You know what I'm saying? Now look, the difference is like when the Haitians came in, they got whipped at the border. You know what I'm saying? And you know that's a problem. And then especially if you laughing at that, you know what I'm saying? But to turn around and be like you cool with Mexicans coming in and you know now the Ukrainians coming in and getting all of this money, you know what I'm saying? And to say that you cool with that, like you cannot be like you cool with like the immigration. And then he has this black, because he's not looking at it as FBA, he's looking at it as black people is just lazy, you just don't do anything, you know what I'm saying? And like yo, like Bakari, like, I would say this, you know what I'm saying, I can't just discredit everything that has happened and that continues to happen, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that you are just something that you can't do nothing about it, but I think you definitely need to be aware and to start to make better decisions and all of that stuff, you know what I'm saying? But this dude is just saying a bunch of BS. But you know, just like a couple years ago, like when Trump was in office, they was talking about black and brown, black and Asian. Like, you know, they say we the only ones that crying, but guess what? They got the Stop Asian Hate bill, you know what I'm saying? But we're not gonna be like, oh, they're victims and stuff like that. It's only when black people talk about what has happened to them that people start bringing out this quote unquote victim mindset, you know what I'm saying? Well, guess what? If somebody does a crime to you, you are the victim of that crime. Does that make you helpless? Does that make you less of a person? No, somebody committed a crime against you and continues to commit a crime against you. You know what I'm saying? To tell somebody, oh, well, you just get over that crime, you know, like Like, why would you do that? Would this dude just get over it if I walked up and just smacked him and told him to turn the other cheek? No, but we got to do that. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand that, and I'll never be with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, and to say that we have like a black victim mindset, like, yo, that would discredit all the stuff. Like, yo, we, like Bakari always talk about, we will shoot back. You know what I'm saying? People like Ida B. Wells, all the people that built stuff, you know what I'm saying? Like, that would be discrediting all of them to just say like, oh, it's just a victim mindset. Like, yo, it's a war, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm not blaming the other side because it's a war. I'm gonna call out what they do, you know what I'm saying? But yo, kidnapping is a crime, murder is a crime, all the stuff that they have done is a crime, you know what I'm saying? But we got to get in the position to charge them. So, you know, but I'll pass them.
No, I appreciate that forecast. Kevin Curry 42, what say you to this?
First off, man, how the hell they have this Arab dude on the show speaking for black people? This guy needs to go. You know, just listen. It just enraged me.
But this is a popular podcast, by the way. This is a very popular podcast. I mean, we here might not be fully up on it, you know, not all of us, but out there in like the hip hop community, you know, this is a popular podcast.
Yeah,
and he's doing this stuff. But go ahead, Kevin Curry.
Yeah, you got this. Remember, we spoke about on this yesterday, man. There's a lot of our people that are not, you know, black loyal. You know, they don't care. They just go where the money is.
Mm-hmm.
And this dude is talking about nigga this and nigga that, and I don't know what the first two speakers spoke to what I wanted to say, so I really don't have much to say. I don't like this guy here. I need to go.
In the chat, KW7 was asked by Oni, what are some of their anti-black statements on dating and relationships? KW7 came back and said they have said they don't prefer bonquishas, they don't like night riders, and have said they prefer non-black females and red bones. Bakari says to Marcus Garvey is the way, we don't have to give them our money. I agree with that, Bakari. Marcus Garvey is the way, says Karens have the biggest victim mindset on in the USA. Let's go to Tanzan here. Tanzan, what say you to this? Is Tan back? Seems like Tan's not back yet. So Lero, let's hear from you. What say you to this? Other races laugh at Black Americans for victim mindset.
Okay, first off, so Buddy in the show, he's big on pro-police, you know? And I know me, I don't do that, 12 stuff. So, that one thing, I take anything, once you get on that, he's like big, like Blue Lives Matter type, you know what I mean? And one, I don't care how anybody else feel. I do a little race science, and I'm looking at him, and his blackness not adding up.
Right.
And so, like, doing all this nigga talk, and that's something I'm also trying to remove from my vocabulary. But still, this whole victim mindset that I think, well, before I get onto that part, one, he got to talking about how, other foreign demographics come to America and they do this, they do that. One, not every foreigner and immigrant is doing well in America. I mean, you ever been, especially you get into cities like Portland, Seattle, go look at all the foreigners. They're dope fiends out there, running around, not doing nothing, but, being welfare monkeys and all that little other stuff they like to call us and say that they doing just the same dang thing, as foreigners, no matter what. And I'm talking all demographics of foreigners. So this whole idea that foreigners come in and they just automatically so successful, you got success stories, but they had money, prior to that. A lot of folks come here, they struggling, especially in states like Washington, where they're like big sanctuary states, and you really got people coming in seeking refuge from wherever they was coming from. Ooh. So, that's just kind of silly. I think, when it comes to the Black victim mindset, I don't think we necessarily have a victim mindset. I think it can come off that way, but I think it's just like a lack of our own worldview, that authentic worldview, and us as Black people moving from a sense of self-agency as we address our problems, you know what I mean? And I think, due to us being surrounded by the larger white society, our agency and worldview kind of gets clouded, and we take on, the broader European worldview. And so that's why, we have issues, addressing our situations kind of head on, you know, and it comes off as like crybaby, you know, oh, you know, I think we need the white man to come fix our situation. Woo, woo, this is happening to us. And I mean, like, the brother previously just said, it's not a victim mindset if you're a victim. Like, you know what I mean? You're a victim of crimes against humanity, you know, some of the worst in history. And that's just the fact of the matter. And until we as Black people, you know, come to that worldview, you know, because I think that's just one of the most important things, that decolonization worldview, you know, that center of agency of self as African, as Black people, and given objectives specifically. Until we come to that position collectively, organizationally, I don't think we're gonna be able to address our problems, and people are going to have all these types of, you know, opinions about us, which, you know, to hell with them, you know, because Buddy's a whole police apologist and them the worst types. And look, don't even get me started, but yeah, that's all I got to say on that.
All right, I appreciate that. In the chat, KW7 says, by us not clearly defining who is Black or African, an Arabized multiracial Sudanese can claim to be Black like us. Shaking my damn head. Sister Raw is here, saying greetings to the panel on the yard. The forecast in the chat says to KW7, to me, they're a mulatto group, right? Marcus Garvey is the way he says, Ukraine has taken over the victim mindset. No one seems bothered, right? The learning curve points out the fact that he's an ex-cop. Yeah, I think he was like a Homeland Security agent or something before. KW7 says Myron Gaines is former law enforcement with the FBI. Okay. They both are white identified, right? Erzuliism says he is a former cop as well. Peace, Sir Erzuli. Hop on anytime. Marcus Garvey is the way he says the small hats took their victim mindset to the bank. The Ukrainians out here being the biggest victims right now. Trigger Happy 262 is here, y'all. He says this is Timon and Pumbaa. Okay, these guys are like the cartoon characters there. Let's go to Oni. Oni, what say you to this?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So what I would say, like shit. I mean, what I could say is that, you know, like he. Well, I mean, of course, it's unfortunate that we use the N-word so much. To the point where everybody's using it, and the fact that this is a popular podcast kind of like tells you everything, you know. Here you have this Arab yelling, shouting at how you know, like kind of quasi identifying with Black folks somehow, and he's getting away with it, you know. And I mean, it just kind of adds to the other races are laughing at you because he's talking to some dummy on the phone, right? Who sounds like he's a Black fool, or he could just be a white guy. I don't know. But talking like some Black fool, and while he's doing this, like just clowning this, like just like sunning this Black guy. I guess I don't know what it is, right? But he's doing this. Some Black person says, "Yo, here's some money. Here's $50." Like right there, you see Ice Tray. Looks like a Black picture, right? I'm not too sure, but most likely a Black person says, "Hey, you know, here's some money for what you were just saying." You know, that's where we're at. But I will say is that, you know, it's like Maya Angelou said: when somebody tells you who they are, believe them the first time. You know, believe. Yeah, they laughing at Black folk, and the thing is that, you know, I'm not going to dismiss it either. I mean, I get the need to tell your story, or I get the need to feel, you know, like there's a story to be told. But the reality is that, like what he's saying is like nobody really cares, you know, and you're not going to make people care. Like you're just not. And that's just, you know, just the reality. People coming from China don't care what you've done in the past. Like they're familiar with the story. They're probably not deeply informed about it, but at the end of the day, they don't care. You know, do you want the fried rice or do you not, or do you want the egg roll? You know, do you want the fried rice or do you want the white rice? That's all they care about. You know what I mean? These Arabs, like he was saying, it was like, yo, they can't even drink alcohol, but they said, look, you could get some fools to drink this shit. and we drinking it. You know,
Right.
I mean, shit. I mean,
Right.
I haven't been
Right now, as a matter of
right now,
fact.
right?
Yeah,
they're like, yo, what's Untouchable? You go do your podcast? I just mess with stuff. All right. But nah, what I'm saying is that, you know, they they don't care. And they laughing if you think that anybody cares. You know? They laughing if you think anybody cares. And I mean, I know it sucks. I had to deal with this on my Discord. Some brother came in. He was like, he was pushing the. I think he's some ADOS fool. You know, the guy actually blocked me, but some ADOS fool. You know, the ADOS guy blocked me. Put up some articles saying, well, you know, the white man likes the Haitian more because the Haitian don't complain about immigration and stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, I know. Sorry, don't complain about racism. It's like, yeah, if you coming from Haiti, right? You know the history of America to the extent, and you know you can watch the nightly news and you can see that, you know, police gun up, you know, this black person, that black person. But at the end of the day, I think somebody else put out. I think it was on Twitter later. Somebody else put out. You know, reality is this: that even if you know all that shit, you just like, well, what the fuck am I gonna do? You know, because if you know, because the reality is this, that it's not even all black folk that are complaining. We kind of call them the politically conscious, the politically informed, or what have you. But most black people just kind of like, okay, you know, and just keep it moving. And so if somebody from, you know, another country is like, okay, and keeps it moving, you know, we come and, you know, we say, hey, y'all cool, blah 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 blah. Sure, but the reality is you're not going like the thing is this: these white boys know what they did because they did it and they're doing it. You know, you can't go up to the police officer and say, you're murdering. He pulled the damn trigger. He knows what he did. You know? Like he don't give a shit. Like, duh. He's like, yeah, I get away from murder. That's why the fuck I signed up for it. Is really asking what I'm saying. No, I'm just saying that's what he signed up for. You know, so you know, I mean, what I can say is that yeah, these other people do not care. They don't care, and until we realize that other people don't care, and it's like you're not gonna make them care because they just about their business. And until you realize that, you know, what are you gonna do? Is the question? Because like I said, Mangelo tells you they're telling you they're laughing at you, right? Just understand, just peep game and move on. That's what I would say.
In the chat, the learning curve, that's the revolutionary matron, says most of the comments are not coming up in the chat. So it could be the link that I put up on social media was for the KWAZ radio channel version of the stream. So it could be folks are over there in the chat speaking, but I tend to read the comments from both channels at the same time. So you might not see it, but you'll hear me read the comment live. The forecast said also, yeah, I thought I was missing comments. So that's the explanation for that. Like Ua Bantom might be on the KWAZ radio side. Listen to the show. By the way, you guys make sure to subscribe to the KWAZ radio YouTube channel as well as all the other shows on KWAZ radio. Ua Bantom number 2 says, I apologize for asking, but is the sister from International Black Federation Alliance? I think we met on Clubhouse during Kwanzaa. She sounds familiar. I'm not certain about that, so I don't have the answer. Forecast says you may be getting shadow banned, which I think has happened to the forecast because I never get a notification when the forecast is live. And I wouldn't be surprised if we're shadow banned as well. Marcus Garvey's way says comments disappear when you use certain words. That's why my comments are repeated, because I have to change words on my phone until they show on the TV screen. Interesting. Okay. Now I know what that's about. Azuliism, like he said, what is only saying. Azuliism, you could click the link, join the panel, air out your grievances. Marcus Garvey's way says, my question is, who is tired of hearing the complaints? Is it the white man? There is a saying, if they abuse you, and you are silent, they will say you enjoyed it, right? Marcus Garvey, the way he says, it's complicated. It's the Europeans who say they are tired, the victim mindset, and our people echo their sentiments. Azulism in the chat again says they making money by exploiting women, but pointing fingers. Okay, so that's what the chat had to say. Mr. Untouchable, did I get to you yet? No, I didn't, right? Mr. Untouchable?
No. I'm gonna say something a little bit controversial, but I'm gonna say something that maybe my African American brothers and sisters may be too polite to say.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I was born in the United States. I was born in the United States. The only one of my brothers and sisters who was actually born in the United States. When my father went to school, my mother had me in the United States. So, legally, I have legally I have the right under the Constitution to make any claims that I would want to make. However, I think that no one should be bigger in the United States outside of the people who created the United States themselves. Now, whether you consider that to be white Americans or black Americans, you know what I mean? Why? Because they have blood in the soil. You know what I mean? They have blood in the soil. We who are so-called immigrants, who came to America, don't necessarily have blood in the soil. So I have to step back away from this and look at this and say, well, what is the issue that's going on right now? For me, I have no issues with my African American brothers and sisters, whatever complaints they would have, because their issues is a historical one. It go way back before my family members was even considered coming to the country. I find it very arrogant that someone coming into the country, could make these kinds of suggestions, granted or not granted, legitimate or illegitimate, about the population that exists in the country and what has happened to them. Sometimes you have to sit small and wait till your name call. His name ain't called yet. You need to sit small. Their issues, they need to ferret out with the United States government as to what has happened to them in the country, and he needs to stay out of it. Sometimes you need to stay out of sometimes you need to stay out of certain issues. Don't put your name in it, because if this was in the Bahamas and some Arab person or some Haitian person or some Spanish person was talking about how they made it in the country, many Bahamians have an issue with it, whether it was in Nigeria or Barbados or whatever. If the African Americans have an issue with the government and the powers that be, that's their issue. That's not your issue. Your issue is to make money in the country. God forbid. You're only there because of certain things that probably would have happened and occurred as far as immigration prior to you even being considered. Because usually the immigration went one way, which is Europeans coming to the country. So I am hesitant to pull a trigger on him. I understand the whole victim mindset and personal responsibility and all that jazz. That's all well and good. But this is not your fight, brother. You should stay out of it. Keep your mouth out of it. But let me say this too. As far as tribe is concerned, the African Americans is my brothers and sisters. We bounded by blood. Niggas, we ain't have no relation to one another. People who steal old lady pocketbooks and rob people and do a whole lot of nonsense and all around the world, not only in America, they are not my brothers. African Americans who work hard, who wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning to go to work, who do the things that they need to do to ensure that their families are secure, they my brothers. We bounded by blood. And I am not going to be critical of them because they see that inequities are the countries that they put blood in the soil in. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to join the fray. I'm not FBA. I got far. But like I say, if this was Jamaica or Haiti or whatever, no other group of people have this big time voice talking about the indigenous population of the country. So why should African Americans be any different? They too polite to say so right now because maybe there's a bunch of immigrants on this panel. But I don't agree with this dude. I think he needs to sit small. He need to sit small. He making money, good money in the country. Sit small, brother. You know what I mean? Go do your thing. Go do your thing elsewhere. You know what I mean? That's my opinion on the matter, because I feel like it's very unfair to him to be able to say nigga, 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 nigga. What gives you the right to say that? Who said that? You know what I mean? You should. I don't know, man. I feel like sometimes these brothers need to be checked, because if I was to go to Arabia and start talking, you know what I mean, I would get checked right away. On Friday, there's behead people. You know what I mean? So now he in America and the so-called free country don't understand context, don't understand historical context. So he feel free to say any shit he wants to. Fuck that. You know what I mean? Fuck that. You know, but like I say, I think that African Americans, maybe they're too polite to say so, but I'll say so. I'll speak for my brothers, no problem. You know what I mean? I think that he should sit small in this issue and let the African Americans who are blood in the soil work it out with the people who put them in a position they're in, and then move on. You know what I mean? You have no fighting this free. That's my opinion on the matter.
I hear you tonight, Mr. Untouchable.
I hear you, Mr. Untouchable. Before we welcome in the next panelist, let me just hit the chat. My sister Raw says that she's born in the USA, in New Orleans, and mother's from Mississippi, father from Jamaica. You understand? So then the forecast earlier said to Marcus Garvey is the way they say forget about what happened so they can do it again. In the chat, Zuliism said they making money by exploiting women, but pointing fingers. Let's welcome in, said Zuli. Zuli, how are you this week?
I'm fine. I'm gonna take it to this point. It's like back in the days, way back in the days before the civil rights, a lot of black communities were thriving. Like a lot of them were thriving, were making money, were better than a lot of the so-called white communities. So what happened from that? What happened to the Tulsas? What happened to the other black thriving communities that happened? And number two, I mean, sometimes I feel like, yo, why do we have that victim mentality? Is it real, or is it a propaganda that the liberals are putting in our head 24/7? Like when they say, "Oh, put the police shootings and all of that," "Oh, you're being a victim." Is it? I'm not agreeing with this dude because he's a piece of shit. What I'm saying is that one of the questions I asked is like, there's a lot of the black communities that were thriving prior to the desegregation. So I'm not agreeing with him, but the question I'm posing to everybody: how come a lot of us went from this to like that to what we're going through right now? At the end of the day, a lot of black people have thrived individually, black Americans. So for him, I don't think. Look at what kind of show he's doing. This guy talking about we got to put ourselves by the bootstraps. Dude, you're getting money by people supporting you. If that's not the biggest, he's acting like he's actually doing work. If we were in a real society, this podcast I'm on right now, is supposed to get all the views that he's getting. But the one's so sick that this man gets to have millions of views, and we who are trying to change our people's mind are like, I'm not struggling with views. I'm not trying to say anything. You get what I'm saying, Goku? I'm not trying to say anything, but it's just like we're in a bizarre road. Like this guy, who is he? At the end of the day, is he gonna say,
Zuli, you're in the Matrix right now.
The crack laws. Are we all making this?
You're in the Matrix right now.
What you said?
You were breaking up. Can you repeat that again?
I'm saying that the crime bill, is that fake? Like this guy, like that guy didn't even check him on all the shit that they put against black Americans, which I'm not a black American, but when I come to America, they can't tell the difference if I'm Haitian or if I'm an American. So this guy, these people, they're just for entertainment. They don't really trying to change nothing. Like look at their shows. Even though sometimes they might say something that's cool, but look at the type of women they're bringing in to validate their bullshit. They're not gonna bring in a smart sister or a smart woman talking about, okay, I get it. But that's all I gotta say.
I don't know. Did Tanzan ever return? If not, anyone who wants to drop another comment, go forward and do it now.
Yeah,
Can I say something about that right quick?
Go ahead, Bakari, and then Forecast.
Okay, because I hear, because I was in the chat, and I saw, and I know you read my comment. Like, we don't let them in our community. We let them in our community when we spend. You want the sugar? No, Bamani. We let them in our community when we choose to spend our money with them. Now we can say that it's not a victim, but for me, right? Name a victim, since we the victims, we the special victims unit. Name a victim that ever stopped being a victim by just talking about it. How do you stop people from killing you? We're gonna complain. We're gonna say, no, man. Eventually, what I'm talking about is black people gonna have to stand up and do shit. But what we do, we can complain. You're gonna find people that's gonna blame the civil rights movement. They're gonna blame everything that happened way back then. But we in 2022, we got more money than our people had back then. We got more education than our people had back then. But we're still saying, the racists and the white supremacy is controlling us. See, look what they do to us. They kill us. Like, how do you stop somebody from beating you up? But you gonna beg the bully, please stop beating me up. Please stop beating. The bully ain't gonna ever stop doing what they do if you don't do anything to make them stop. See, it's a lot of people don't deal with me because what I talk about, this is the life I live. I ain't got a problem with telling the police because I've been there and done it. I'll put a bullet between your eyes if you say anything else. You ever disrespect my daughter again. I don't have a problem with that. But most of us have a problem with that. Well, you got to be careful. What if they had done something? Well, you shouldn't talk to them like that. You understand? And this is our men. And we are talking, only thing we do is talk about what they do to us. The only way it's going to stop is if we stop them from doing it to us. Talking about it ain't going to do it. So I don't think it's just the so-called white supremacists who's saying they tired of hearing it. It's also some black people who like, I'm tired of hearing it. Let's do something about it. Let's organize and do something about it. It's not the fact that, they want us to stop talking so they can do it again. We still talking and they do this shit every day. So if we forget, they're going to continue. No, it's in our mind. They just killed somebody 2 seconds ago. I'm just saying that. But the only thing we going to do is talk about it. In Forecast, I want you to understand. You see that Arab, that this nigga, all that. Remember, that's who you wanted me to take up for in that store. Now I'll pass the mic.
I don't want you to do that. I want you to do the opposite. Take up for the sister.
In the chat, the learning curve says the black tax and integration happened. Earlier, Marcus Garvey is the way he said, a black American told me that the black's hair said the white man, ice is colder, and no more Black Wall Street came again, right? The learning curve says black people have to pay more for housing and interest on debts. Marcus Garvey is the way he says we have access to weapons and still nothing changed. The learning curve finally says we're so smart that we are dumb. Does anyone have any last words they have, want to say for this prompt?
Yo, let me say something. I'll be real quick. You know what I'm saying?
Go ahead.
I was gonna say something. I was gonna answer the brother question. I do agree with Bakari. That's why Bakari come on my channel or come on his channel, because like, even though I talk about it, he know that it's about action. You know what I'm saying? Even when I talk about it, it's about how to overcome it. You know what I'm saying? And like, to answer his question is no, it's definitely not in our heads. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can see if it happened once or twice, but like after hundreds of years, it's not just in your head. Like, that's like you're letting somebody gaslight you when you say that. You know what I'm saying? And like and most of it, because I want black people to recognize it wasn't just because that somebody came in and overpowered you and killed you and just all, like, no, you fought back a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was things like the Highway Act, and then like it's a long story. I'm not gonna go through the whole process of integration, but you know what I'm saying? Like, that was a whole process. But today we in a different situation because one thing that's different from us and 1922 is that we suffer from the illusion of inclusion and they did not, you know what I'm saying? So it's a big difference today than it was, and we got a whole new problem to solve. So
absolutely, thank you for that. So that was prompt number 5 tonight. I'm gonna drop prompt number 6. The learning curve in the chat says Brother Bakari is preaching. I want to drop prompt number 6. We won't discuss it quite yet. I want to do a station ID break here, since we're halfway through the prompts tonight. Prompt number 6 is how to build international solidarities. Like I said, that's the next prompt. Let's do a station ID break, and on the other side, we will discuss prompt number 6.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron, on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Have you ever considered joining KWAZ Radio? Each of our hosts shares their unique perspective with you. You might have a perspective that needs to be shared. If that's true, hit us up at kwaz.radio@gmail.com. What are you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Yes, indeed. Also, make sure you guys checking out Brother Bakari's channel, as well as the forecast. When you guys get those 10-second spots, make sure to email that to me so we can get that going on all the shows. But yeah, make sure to tune into those shows. And as well, we got Tanzan coming down the road as well. Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 tonight is how to build international solidarity. So this came with a link. Let me share this, and then we'll discuss it.
I'm an international super spy. Super spy!
The uprisings, protests, and movements of the 21st century have been largely defined by their use of technology. From the US to Colombia to Nigeria to Palestine to Ethiopia to Canada, oppressed peoples have used the global reach of modern communications technology to amplify their struggles and garner international support. Our ancestors could only dream of such power. Of course, despite the limitations of the past, radicals throughout history have exercised international solidarity to assist through revolutions and the release of political prisoners around the world. It is clear now that this new age of communication can enable far, far greater collaboration. It's also clear that we're not doing enough to effectively utilize this power. Of course, our independent media outlets, online libraries, and social media networks have done a lot to educate, raise awareness, and connect like-minded radicals. But we could be doing so much more to build meaningful, resilient, and effective relationships and connections in the global struggle. Hopefully, this video, which I've made in collaboration with the Indigenous Anarchist Federation, can help. Check out the original article in the description for both detailed resources and a catalog of some anarchist organizations around the world. There are different levels to solidarity networks, which I would define as a tapestry of people characterized by shared values like anti-oppression, flexibility and adaptability, mutuality, and an ethic of social justice. The first level above local, of course, is regional networks. How you define your region may vary from a bioregion to an administrative region to a traditional region, but regardless, your home region communication should be your most regular form of non-local communication. Regional networking, like all political networking, should follow the basic principles of security culture in order to minimize the risk of damaging leaks or subversion. But you can still get together regularly to share upcoming events, take part in shared reading groups, discuss regional issues, go on field trips to gather intel, strategize, combine efforts, and socialize as regular people to build bonds. If your region is a bioregion, you can coordinate your ecological restoration efforts and share notes. When protests explode or natural disasters impact the region, these networks should be there to kick into gear and support. One step above regional networks are continental and archipelagic networks. This level of organizing facilitates and connects interregional communications in a broader archipelagic or continental context. The various organizations in a region can select a delegate or group of delegates to communicate for the region in continental or archipelagic communications, providing fast and effective communication across the various groups to facilitate broader movement without reliance on word of mouth, algorithms, or news releases. If a certain region is facing unrest, instability, repression, or catastrophe, these networks should be in place to call for material aid, advice, or reinforcement, or even announce projects of grander aspirations, so that the diverse regions, cultures, and situations of the continent or archipelago can stay in tune. For example, after hurricane season, organizers in the Les Antillean archipelago can collect aid for those victims of flooding and displacement. Or, after government crackdowns in Colombia, Latin American organizers can mobilize to support those victims of police brutality and corruption. Of course, one area where continental networks and archipelagic networks differ is with the levels of physical connectedness and ease of transportation. On continents, roads and rail can facilitate in-person meetings and much easier shipment of material aid. Meanwhile, archipelagos tend to be constrained by expensive air and sea transportation, strict Coast Guard patrols, and overwhelming customs and port costs, making archipelagic networking efforts temporally, spatially, and monetarily challenging to deal with. Which is why it's so important to develop and nurture robust relationships and communication networks with the technology we have available to us. Until we can take back the vital ocean-going currents of our ancestors from the monopoly of wealthy yacht owners, archipelagic networks are our best bet for staying connected across boundaries. Lastly, and just as vitally, international networks. It is absolutely essential that your politics don't become limited to your sphere or scope alone. There's so much happening on the other side of the world that we can learn from too. A wise man learns from his mistakes. A wiser man learns from the mistakes of others, past and present, because we cannot afford to keep stumbling along and recreating failed and outdated methods. Fellow colonized people over the horizon have a lot to teach us about struggling, creating, learning, and fighting for liberation. See, for example, the long history of Black and Palestinian solidarity, or the lessons shared between indigenous radicals across the Americas. International networks can also direct funds from global North radicals to global South radicals, so that monetary and material resources can support our dire struggles in the colonized parts of the world. With strong international networks and resilient relationships, we can directly assist our comrades overseas without having to go through charities and nonprofits. The question remains, though, how do we build these relationships? You have to communicate to build a solidarity network, whether regional, continental, archipelagic, or international. The most basic and reliable method I and others have found in the 21st century is, of course, digital. Forums, blogs, and social media are great spaces to connect with fellow anarchic, anti-colonial people in your region and beyond. I've met a lot of my international comrades through Twitter and Discord. I've even met many of my local comrades online too. It just takes a bit of effort on your part to reach out and build that relationship. Just one connection can give you a new perspective and expand your understanding of the political situation of those in your locality, region, continent, archipelago, or elsewhere, and set off a domino effect to even more connections and a true network. Do be careful though, and keep potentially illegal activity discussion off of insecure platforms. You can also communicate over the phone or on ham radio, but language barriers, expenses, and other security risks may make this method more hassle than it's worth. Lastly, you can communicate across your networks in person. If you want strong intra-regional, intra-continental, intra-island, or international relationships, look into organizing a trip. Many revolutionary movements have made use of these types of trips to build lasting international bonds. The Zapatistas have made trips around the world, and Ashanti Alston and others have visited Chiapas for themselves. Maltesta traveled to Argentina, Egypt, and all over Europe. Kropotkin, Goldman, and Bakunin all traveled a lot too. And Lorenzo Gamboa Irvin has been all over the place. Of course, these types of trips should be reciprocal if possible. You're not going to go there as a missionary or a savior. With that in mind, there are some essential skills you should pack for when it comes to building solidarity networks. First and foremost, if you're going to broaden your network of solidarity, you need to be prepared to navigate cultural differences. Observe, ask before assuming, and adapt to the needs of both sides of the conversation. You may have political differences or be at different stages, which may or may not be a deal breaker for you, but recognize that you are no dictator over other people's struggle. Drop the paternalism and stay respectful, fam. Fair critique is fair, make your stance clear, work through if you can, and if you can't, stay clear. It's that simple. As I've said before, solidarity is a dialogue. An important aspect of that dialogue is a mutual understanding of boundaries. Make sure that from the jump, both parties know and agree to what topics will and won't be discussed, what language and communication channels will and won't be used, and what the standard of security culture will be, as well as how violations of boundaries will be handled. Speaking of language, one of the best things you can do to get this process started is learn another language. In fact, if you're in a group, as you should be, you could probably pick up the main lingua francas of the world. French, Spanish, Swahili, Mandarin, Arabic, Portuguese, Russian. Multilingualism is the wave for internationalist radicals, and it's common across the world. You don't have to be verbose, you just need to be conversational at least to develop meaningful solidarity. You shouldn't be expecting people to take on the burden of learning your language if you won't make an effort to learn theirs. Learning a language is hard. I've been trying to learn Spanish for like years now, but it needs to be done to network internationally or even regionally. I literally live in the Americas, so I have to learn Spanish. Get together with some friends and practice. And practice alone with radical literature. One of the most important efforts of the 20th century radicals was translation. The original Bread Book was written in French. The Communist Manifesto was written in German. Anarchy was written in Italian. These days, thanks to translators' efforts, we can read all these books in all sorts of different languages. But the work isn't over yet. We have to continue the project of intellectual cross-pollination. Even a poorly translated text is better than no translation at all. And thanks to today's tech, we can easily plug text into translation programs and make the necessary corrections afterwards. Look at folks like Myo Moon and Anarchist Federation in South Korea, who are finally translating essential anarchist texts and contributing to the canon in Vietnamese and Korean respectively. I also know of folks translating into Tagalog, Bahasa, and Thai. I haven't seen any texts in Arabic or Swahili yet, or really any of the Niger-Congo languages like Yoruba or Zulu. It's clear that a lot of work still needs to be done. And if you have the language down, make sure you know how to converse and connect with people. If you want your solidarity to have any real depth and meaning, get to know people for who they are, beyond their politics. Don't be afraid to have fun. Building these relationships takes work. It's deeply complex, heavily political, and often very personal. But it is so worth the effort. The only way to learn how is to do it, and to try it for yourself. Send a DM, learn some vocab, put yourself out there. Reach out and make a difference together. Peace. Like I said at the beginning, this video is made in collaboration with the Indigenous Anarchist Federation. Follow them on Twitter at IAF__FAI and check out the articles on their website too for contacts and even more resources. You can also check out the International Anarchist Co-op.
All right. How to build international solidarity. So there's a lot of points about, and I think the one that stood out to me was on communication. Anytime I hear people talk about communication like that, I think about project management, and a big component of project management is communication. I think that's something we got to study as well when we talk about organizing, talking about unity. We got to start to understand how to run projects. We got to kind of projectize this work a little bit, this work that we're trying to get through. So every time I see communication, I kind of zoom in on that, and what he says about communication and the different ways of communication is very important. I hope Black folks keep that in mind in terms of being multilingual, digital communication, etc. So please keep those things in mind. In the chat, the forecast was saying, is this dude trying to say Black and East Indian unity? Well, the guy sounds Trinidadian. So I think you might be on to something. He might even be what they call Dogla, a 50-50 mix of African and East Indian in Trinidad. So he might be that. There's a good possibility of it. So that might be coming through. The learning curve says to the forecast, he's an all oppressed people advocate. Forecast says to learning curve, oh, okay, I see. Trigger Happy 262 says, I mean, it's no surprise. He is a socialist anarchist. He has been on record saying Garvey is a fascist. So I guess Trigger Happy 262 is familiar with this person. So it's always kind of interesting to realize the reach people have, even though you might not see it in the numbers per se. But the reach some folks have is very interesting. This channel is called Andrewism. So I guess someone like Trigger Happy 262 is familiar. KW Dawn 7, someone has their mic open. Please mute that. KW Dawn 7 says, international solidarity is a 4-letter word to the Negro Patriots. They are Black American nativists. Forecast says, oh, okay. I thought he was East Indian. We got Uwa Bantum has joined us from the chat. Uwa Bantum, how are you this week?
Greetings. I'm doing all right. It's been a while.
Yes, sir. It's been a while. You see the prompt. You saw that video. What say you to all of it?
So, well, I like the idea, or I like the prompt, but then the guy, he did start to get into like socialism, blanket socialism. I read the comment. He talked about Garvey as a fascist. I guess in a negative way. But yeah, I think some things he says are right, and some things I disagree with. If he's trying to take it into like a colorblind, everybody's gonna take care of Black people, Che Guevara type thing. But yeah, in general, I've just been looking at what's going on in the content. I've been looking at some things like in Senegal, these guys are marching. They've been marching for all these coups and things. They're basically like Mali, Senegal, Guinea. They're trying to come together, become one country, while the activists, the traditional leaders, politicians. But I think it's just like this prompt, it's a communication issue. They speak French. So I've been looking at how to bridge that gap, but a lot of people are marching. And then there's the whole issue of Liberia and Sierra Leone. Those places are like right next door to Mali and Guinea. But I think it's that language issue, it's the different colonial history. They're talking about ending the Berlin Conference. I think it's just a communication issue, but we need to build those bridges. I'm still working on some things on my end, but yeah, I'm hopeful. I've seen that thing is real. Talking to people in Haiti, they speak Creole. Mali, they speak French. Another place, Angola speaks Portuguese. It's just communication is key, and yeah.
Absolutely. Brother Bakari, what say you to this?
Well, it says how to build international solidarity, right? I can agree when he says something about the language. You know, I would say foods, you know, understanding, learning one another's culture is a way that you could build international international solidarity. With the language, you know, communication, of course. You know, foods, just sit down, talk, go be around one another. You know, I really don't, you know, that far as I can say on that's my that's like my biggest thing right there. Yes, go visit these places if you can afford to go where you want to build, internationally. You go to those places and you work. You get to know the people there, work with the people there. You know, understand what you want to do, and understand that it's going to be a difficult task. And what would make it difficult, once again, is back to the communication. So you can have some, you know, you got somebody who can translate or whatever. But that's how I see. And food is always a way. You take food, I take my food, they bring their food, everybody like to eat. You can always sit down and learn about people just from the food. You understand? So I think that's one way you can build international solidarity. Hey, but look, a couple of ways, brother. But look, I'm gonna go ahead. I thank you for letting me on here. My grandson is still up talking, man. Gave him a damn cupcake at 10 o'clock at night, all that sugar, man. So I'm gonna have to go, man.
Okay, I thank you.
I'm gonna keep listening though.
Okay, I thank you for joining us on the panel tonight, and also, you know, your grandson's being exposed to this kind of thinking, this kind of discussion. So that's cool too. Razuli, actually, you know what? Let's go to the forecast. I usually pair Brother Bakari and the forecast together. The forecast. What say you? How to build international solidarity?
All right. Yeah. I asked that question because a while ago I did I talked about black people in East India. That was a whole thing. Like it's crazy. Black people have a whole lot of, but before this dude, well, you if he is Indian, because I know you said he may not be, but if he is, they need to deal with what's going on in their own country before they talk about international solidarity, because what go on with black people in that country is crazy. You know what I'm saying? But I'll speak on it as far as us, because I'm not gonna lie, like, I'm starting to see, like, black people, we hate each other, like, and I don't get it to the point where we don't communicate. We let the middleman. But today, like, the internet has changed the game, because we can, like, we all in different places and we can talk, and we not relying on some middleman to tell me about where you come from and tell you about where I come from and how I act. You know what I'm saying? And until we try taking advantage of these opportunities that we can do, you know what I'm saying? Because me and Bakari and like Team Black, we try to do things like offline to try to actually build and, you know what I'm saying, do something. But like, we sit here and argue about where we come from. Like, it's hard to have international solidarity when we can't even have neighborhood solidarity. You know what I'm saying? And I do think we need to start from the basics. And that's why I appreciate what Tanzan talk about, because it starts with the home, then you build a community, then a nation. Then as a nation, you can work with each other. But one thing as a people that we're missing, like other groups, like, not to compare us to other groups, but like, Europeans were able to have this Berlin conference. They fought each other. They still fight each other to this day, as we can see. But they agree that we will never fight each other when it comes to these Negroes. We will always be on that. And we need to find some kind of ground that internationally we can all agree on, that, you know what I'm saying, we're, just have our own conference, you know what I'm saying? So, but I'll pass the mic.
No, I appreciate that forecast. Let's go to Azuli. Azuli, what say you to this? Azuli, you're muted if you're here. Okay, go ahead.
I don't know. I don't even know exactly what to say about this. I guess he's more on the Martin Luther King side type of everybody kumbaya, being international. Solidarity. I mean, it's so much complex than that. Just to learn language and because we do that already. Especially where we are in Brooklyn, I interact with my brothers from different from America, the Black Americans, Jamaicans. It's like we do that, like, and it's still not really solidarity. Like, I don't understand what he's talking about. Like, learning another language, okay, that's off the top. I think it's too complex to say. I think Black people all over the world need therapy. We need to understand where our traumas come from, and then from that point on, we could build on solidarity. It's just, I don't know. It sounds great, but it sounds good. It sounds good, but I feel like it's more complex than that. So
All right, I'm gonna let people have a chance to comment to what Rosalie said as well. Is Tanzan back at all? If not, let's go to Kevin Curry 42.
Yeah, I'm back.
Oh, Tanzan. This video on how to build international solidarity. What are your thoughts? Pros, cons?
Well, the pros is we use the tools at our disposal, even if they are made by and for somebody else. And I think that's what we're starting to do here. We're starting to, create those webs. And one thing that we also have is this idea of, the European, not just superiority, but invincibility. But when you look at the history, what made them great, and also the same thing that what Mecca is great, is they know how to patch their holes. When we're talking about, those, ignoramuses, they know how to use every single sector of their society. They also know how to use every single sector of their race. It comes to the Germans and the manufacturing and that, technological precision, they have that. If they have the Americans and their, can-do attitude, they have that. If they have the British and their, nose in the air sophistication, they have that. So they use, and the Russian, everybody has something to pitch in, and together they make this whole weird, fabric that they call their whole culture, whatever it is. So, they know how to make a lot out of all these different factors. And so they don't have to be all clever. They don't have to be all brave. They just need a few people to be clever, brave, and all that stuff. And the rest of the people can just sit back in ignorance and misery. And so, they didn't need to send the whole, population into Africa to conquer Africa. They just needed a few, first of all, the missionaries, then the explorers, then the traders, then, finally, by the time it comes to the actual war, they've already conquered your culture. And so you see people have already given in. They've already taken the children, they've already taken the women. And so, the fight is just an inevitability. You've already lost everything else. The physical war is just the last of the dominoes. So, you know, um, yeah, the solidarity thing, we really have a lot of catching up to do. We really do. And what sometimes is dismaying is that when people have the tools, they still complain about the work. The work is there. We already know how much work we have to do, and yet to still see people saying, "Oh, but we don't have this, but we don't have this." Well, we don't have a lot of things, but let's use what we have. And one of those is, let's say somebody wants to go back, to Africa. You don't just go and say, "Well, I'm going to throw myself at the mercy of the fates." You do your research. Especially you find somebody there, a physical person that you can actually talk to, even if they turn out to be a con man. That will be your experience. Like, I'll avoid this person or that person or this situation. Even us, we get scammed all the time by our own people everywhere. We know that for sure. But either that or you just give up. But you still also have to learn to deal with other people and with your own people, and you get that only through experience. So sometimes I think that this international solidarity is, if people can do it, if other people can do it and travel and find all that, what is stopping us from doing it? We really don't have an excuse. And solidarity doesn't just mean, oh, we're unified in one accord and so on. We don't have to agree with everything. But I would think that if somebody that you're benefiting from somebody, and somebody who looks like is also benefiting, that's part of that solidarity. You don't have to like that person or whatever they're doing with their money, but at least you're both getting something. So yeah, that's my take on it.
All right. In the chat, Trigger Happy 262 has had some commentary. Trigger Happy 262 says, "I will say I take some very valuable points from this video, in spite me not really valuing his politics. It's true, we need to have a mass communication among organizations, regionally, continentally, and internationally. My only thing is that I don't do the whole oppressed people of the world framework. Unity to me is power building solely among Black African people and only Black African people. Trigger Happy 262 goes on to say, this don't mean that we can't learn from other people. In fact, I think Pan-African nationalists should study other pan-nationalists or nationalist movements, but I'm not on this rainbow coalition thing. Tip. Trigger Happy lastly says, we as a people, once again, cannot compromise on self-interest, and self-interest means that we do everything we can to benefit us, even when learning and aligning with others. Interest convergence is it. Let me go to Oni. Oni, what say you to all of this that you've heard?
Yeah, I'm not gonna parrot what I said last time about boring videos, because that presentation style was kind of whack. But I guess if I could pull anything, I think at one point he was like, get together with other people and like decide in advance what you're going to talk about or what you're not going to talk about. So I think that's something that might be actually helpful. Because one of the things that people that are going to divide on is like we heard earlier, free market, versus whatever. And on the other hand, you might have religion and all that kind of stuff. And a lot of Black folk could get together and get divided off of that. And white folk know that. I was watching this one time. I was watching this documentary about the women in the Black Panther Party or something like that, right? And the sisters, they would like meet up. Or just like sisters would meet up and have their own radical meetings with themselves. And then some woman in the audience would ask, well, what about lesbians or something like that, And then the whole room just got divided. And so their meeting was about something to do with like economic conditions or like getting something. But after that whole, the lesbian question came up, right? The group became like they fought with each other. They decided to have a splinter group and decided to go separate ways over whatever. And the sisters who were organizing it were just sitting there like, what just happened? And they realized that, well, I don't know if they said it was or if they confirmed it was, but they speculated that, could have just been a US agent, just walk up and do that divide and conquer. And, we see that same thing going on. I actually just saw my Twitter. I'm trying to tweet less, kind of like, try to tweet more important things. And so one of the things I tweeted was something along the lines of like, I retweeted somebody talking about some meme account that like there was like they were highlighting 4 meme accounts. And so a meme account, I don't know. Oh, like a meme account is like one of those accounts that just kind of put a bunch of popular Black videos or whatever. But the point about it was that these accounts had like 290,000 subscribers or 290,000 followers, 50,000, 130,000, and they all run by white people, So one of them is called at like niggas back wildin' or something like that, right? And they all run by white folk, Arabs or something, but like more or less no Black person. And yet, we following them, we engaging them, we promoting them, and yeah, like the point being that those are the big accounts, but then you could also have because there are legitimate people promoting the quote unquote FBA line or quote unquote South African line, whatever it could be, or the Bahamian line against Haiti. I saw that recently. But there are legitimate people doing that, and there's also but there's also people who can impersonate people, and I say that people can impersonate people because I actually had at one point I noticed that one of my old pictures was being used on somebody else's account. You know what I mean? So some guy was just talking shit and he just had my picture, so it's like it's a thing that people do all the damn time, and you just got to be aware that that like if you're trying to meet with people, especially on the internet, because I'm not, I mean, personally, I'm not like too big a fan on internet, on using the internet for organizing. But what I can say is that, especially on the internet or when you even in person, what you want to do is you want to just straight up, say, look, we ain't talking about that shit. And when somebody comes in and they start bringing up, oh, what about the lesbians, or what about this, or what about free market and blah blah blah, you just say, look, man, it's not today's meeting, and just keep it moving. So I just wanted to add that to that conversation.
Did I hear from Kevin Carre on this one?
No. So my thing is, I look at it another way, man. I say we gotta leverage technology. Like he mentioned about learning how to translate, and going to different countries. You have something called Google Translate. The other day when I went to go buy some mangoes on Jamaica Avenue, the guy didn't quite understand me. I think he just got here to this country, so his English was not very good. So I spoke into my phone and it translated into Spanish. I showed the guy. He spoke. My phone translated into English. So right there. So we can use that. Another thing too, as I said, people don't really think about it now, but it's going to be impact in the future. Right now, we're in the midst of like the greatest wealth transfer in the world, in history. The boomers are retiring and some are dying, and a lot of that money is being transferred to their heirs. We got to start getting into the different technology out there, not just crypto, but the blockchain. Because as I said, with the blockchain, is your message is easily verified. It's still a software, but the way it is, it's the cryptology is very well. So remember yesterday, Koku, how we did the thing yesterday, how quickly it went through?
Yeah.
We gotta start getting into that and learning that technology. Because I said, the way the world's going now, if we don't do it, we're gonna be far. People complain about we're gonna be a permanent underclass. Yeah, we have to get on the road, man. Can't use that old stuff. We gotta keep moving forward.
Mr. Untouchable, you've heard everything everyone else had to say. What say you?
No, I think that with this show and other shows, we are working as far as international solidarity is concerned. I think that we have people from various different walks of life, even with different countries and different kinds of things of that nature. I think that we are working towards that. When I was back in the day when I was trying to learn Creole, I found it fascinating that when I translated the meanings of a lot of the words, there was so much familiarity, with the mindset, of the English speaking Bahamians. I was like, this is just a French version of what we use, or not French. It's just a Creole version of how you would express a particular idea. I said, well, wait a minute. And then when I talked to Brother Bakari, and we have our small little reasoning sessions, and he get into his hog maw and all the pigs, the foods that they eat. We eat, pig tongue and sheep tongue and all these other kind of crazy things. So I'm thinking there's solidarity, and because I find there's a lot of familiarity in these kinds of things. And when I talk to Sister Raw, when she started with her hydrogen talk, I could relate to that because I understand when she talks about the brethren and the hydrogen and all that business. We have more in common than we do, separately. We have way more in common. And I think that, with the social media and these media spaces, it gives us an avenue where we could converse with one another and really sit down and really talk and commune with one another. And these things have not happened in hundreds of years since we get off that boat. And I think that we've been given opportunity to really, strengthen our bonds. Even with Tanzania, my sister from the continent, she used to think that, we in the Caribbean is a bunch of ganja smoking, irresponsible womanizers. So I think that some of these guys,
I remember.
yeah, I think with having these kinds of discussions, we are able to connect in a way that is really priceless. It's really priceless, and the takeaways from it really is to be seen in the future, how we will be looked at
and how we'll be able to commune and form different kinds of bonds with one another. So I think that we're really doing the work. We may not necessarily see it immediately because we are in the fray of it right now, but I think the takeaways from it can be immeasurable. I really feel that way. So I continue with the work. We trying to get my francophone brothers and sisters in the fray, in the mix of this. But I'm trying to get as many people from the Black world as possible, so we can really sit down to form greater and stronger bonds with one another.
Absolutely, yeah. We're working on that French connection, as it were. If there's no last words on this prompt, let's go to Shoot the Breeze prompt number 7. Shoot the Breeze. What's going on? Shoot the Breeze prompt number 7 is: does the Atlantic slave trade make economic sense? This came with a link. Let's check it out, and then we'll discuss it.
Conversation that I think is a fascinating one, the conversation of reparations, because there can be no doubt that something horrible happened to the Black community and they're still suffering from it, especially in the Deep South. When you look at these places where the people who lived are the direct descendants of slaves.
Yeah.
And then these are the same impoverished neighborhoods that no one's ever done anything to try to fix.
Right.
So how do you fix it?
You first have to.
Of African Americans that lived here were brought over here.
No.
No,
that's not economically sound.
What do you mean by it's not economically sound? Like there were slave ships, right?
All right, let's say you wanted to have you wanted to sell marijuana, right?
Right.
Would you import marijuana or would you grow it here if it's already here?
Well, it depends on whether or not marijuana grew here.
Well, can you grow marijuana here?
You can, but
Okay.
we're just talking about marijuana. Like, what if we're talking about something that you can't grow here?
So what I'm saying is, people were already here. Does it make sense to go all the way to this other continent to bring people on the boat when we know that half of your stock is going to die? You wouldn't do that.
So how many people do you think were brought over from Africa on slave ships? Because that definitely happened.
I don't believe it.
What do you mean you don't believe it?
I don't believe that story.
You don't believe that Africans were brought over on slave ships?
Correct. I believe it may have happened. Maybe people were brought over as slaves, but I don't think that the Black people in America came from Africa on slave ships. I believe the people that were here were slowly conquered. First, they got the East Coast, and then they started spreading out west little by little, conquering. And when you conquer a tribe, what do? You enslave them. They're POWs, right?
Okay.
That's what you do. So after you conquer this tribe, you make them slaves. Now, how do you conquer the natives here? So let's say you got this tribe is warring against this tribe. Well, this tribe goes talk to the white man. White man says, yo, if you help me wipe out these people, then boom, I'll help you with whatever. So they get together and they wipe out this other tribe. Now, guess what? The white man now outnumbers this tribe. So he wipes them out. You just kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You just keep moving like that.
But I'm still confused. There's a great history of slave ships being brought over from Africa with Africans that became slaves and worked in the South. Do you think that's lies?
History is his story.
Right.
What about my story? Is my story not valid?
But if you do 23andMe on someone who from these parts of the country, you'll find out that
23andMe.
Well, that's real. So what is 23andMe?
So when I take a 23andMe test, right?
Yes.
What's it going to tell me about Africa?
That's a good question. We should find out.
It's probably going to say,
one.
"Oh, you're from Kenya, or you're from Angola, you're from this, right?"
Right.
These things, these borders, were created by Europe.
In terms, yes,
right.
In terms of like what parts of Africa and how it's distributed and what's a country and what's not a country.
Yeah,
right.
These
by
names,
the Afrikaners and Dutch. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you can't classify me based upon a European name.
I understand that, but they're saying geographically, geographic location. You can call it whatever name you want.
Right.
They can tell you where your genetics originated. Like
Right.
I've got some weird shit in me. I got like 1% Asian. I don't know why it's there. 1.6% African.
Okay.
There's also weird stuff that you find in your DNA that like your ancestors and ancestors.
Right. So
Someone
let's
was
walk
somewhere.
down that. Let's walk down that
Right.
path, right? So either way, if you take black people here in America and you do their DNA sample and it point back to Africa, what does that say? It says black people in America are Africans. Now, the argument is, were we brought here or were we already here? Did we bring ourselves here or did the white man bring us here? You see, when you say the white man brought us here, what you're doing is you're removing our ability to transport ourselves. You're saying, oh, we didn't know anything about boats. That's what you're trying to tell me. You're trying to tell me that we didn't know that there was a landmass here. Only the holy white man knew there was land to the west. But when you look at the holy white man, he said, when we got here, we met black people. Go look at the primary source. We got here, we met black people. When we got to the Caribbean, we met black people. You think the Caribbean is right next to America and they weren't in America?
That's interesting.
That doesn't make any sense.
Well,
you go to
it
South
makes sense that you do have people that have traveled, whether it's Polynesians that traveled to Hawaii or people. I mean, there's the Olmecs who were thousands and thousands of years ago in South America. They have clearly African faces.
Yes.
On this, I mean, really, the noses, the lips. I mean, they look African, and that was a South American culture that existed, and we don't know anything about them other than the fact that they have these gigantic stone sculptures that have African faces.
Well, like again, just go to, if you can pull up the ocean currents. If you pull up,
I've seen that.
You've seen that, man.
Well, do you know who Graham Hancock is?
I've heard about him. Yeah,
you read his stuff. It's really fascinating because he's all about that. He's all about the fact that the idea that human beings were probably living in advanced civilizations far longer than 14,000 years ago. And they did travel all over the world, and that you do find the remnants of these ancient cultures that we have no explanation for throughout the Amazon, and throughout different parts of South America and Central America.
I mean, when you go and you look at real European history, right? You had the Magyars would believe that if they took a bath, it was bad.
Right.
They didn't even want to change their clothes. They thought that dirty was purity. When we talk about the Moors going into Spain and into Europe, the stories in the history, our history, says that when we met the so-called Caucasian, he was sleeping in the barn with the animals, and we told him, no, you can't sleep in the barn with the animals. We taught them etiquette. We taught them running water. We brought that technology to Europe. Now, if we brought the technology to Europe that saved Europe from the Black Plague, you mean to tell me that if we saved the white race, that we weren't already in America already? When we brought the technology, when Rome was dependent on Africa for food, remember when the Black Plague hit Rome, the cause was one of the officials was stealing the grain that was coming from Africa. So there was famine, hit Rome. If your source of sustenance is from Africa, how are you superior? You're not. You get your food from me. So if you get your food from me, who's more likely to travel this globe? Me, I'm the source of food. And that's the first thing you need to survive on this planet. So if your whole civilization is dependent on me to supply food, I made it to America first. It's just that you won the war and you got to tell the story.
Is that their only source of food? I mean, it's a source of food that Rome had, right? But Rome is also very close to Africa.
Well, let's talk about that. What kinds of food did they have?
Well, I don't know.
It's very rudimentary. It was a very rudimentary civilization. It wasn't all what is cracked up to be. When you go look at what the Greeks said about Egypt, when they go into Egypt, it's like, yo, it's like the New York City of that time.
The ultimate. If you really want to talk about African civilization being advanced, Egypt is the ultimate, because Egypt to this day is still unexplained. No one really understands how they built those things. No one understands how old the culture is. That's another thing that Graham Hancock and Dr. Robert Schoch from Boston University, who's a geologist, he's pointing to water erosion and the Temple of the Sphinx that leads you to believe that that place might have been as old as 9,000 plus BC. So,
it absolutely is.
Yeah, well,
if not older, going back to Pharaoh Ramses.
There's also different styles of architecture, right? There's older styles of architecture they find deeper in the sand. They think it might have been indicative of an earlier kingdom. And then there's also the Nubian structures of some of the faces. particularly the Sphinx.
Yeah.
You know, the Sphinx, they believe, had a lion's face. And then when they were conquered by the Nubians, they changed the actual structure of the face of the Sphinx and turned it into a king's face.
Well, the way it was
or
taught to
pharaoh's
me
face.
was that there's Upper and Lower Egypt. So Upper Egypt is actually our New South, right? That's our South.
Mhm.
And what the way it was taught to me was that was the mind of Egypt, and the economic section of Egypt was what we see Giza pyramids. And it's economic because if you look at it, it sits between 3 continents on the Mediterranean Sea. So it's a perfect place to carry out commerce.
Mhm.
It's the perfect place. That's why everybody wants to be there. That's why there's a war in the Middle East, because it's a perfect place to be. You know what I mean?
So do you believe that some Africans came over here in slave ships or none?
Very minimal.
Very minimal. Really?
Very minimal.
So you think it's a myth?
Almost.
Now, does there any scholars that support these opinions? Are these your opinions? Or where are you getting this from?
So here's the thing. This is stuff I've studied probably close to 15 years ago. So I don't remember a lot of my sources or who I learned it from, but I can give you a couple of names. What you got to do is you got to look up Shaka Akmos. You got to look up Dr. Kaba Kamin, Dr. Phil Valentine, Bobby Hemmett. Who else is a good Egyptologist? Shaka Akmos is a real good Egyptologist. I think you should start there with Shaka Akmos. But these are videos I used to watch and lectures I used to watch back in the day. Now I focus on like startups, and that's where my brain is.
Mhm.
That's where my knowledge is focused on.
Right.
But a lot of this stuff comes from my own common sense. It just does not make sense logistically to take people from all the way from over there to bring them here, especially when half your stock is going to die when you got people right here. You have human resources right here. All I got to do is pop them, shoot a couple of them. The rest of them are like, all right, fine. And you enslave them. And none of them die except for the ones I actually killed, right? I got a whole millions of people right here. Like, why would I go all the way across the ocean to bring people back across the ocean? It just doesn't make sense. It's just stupid. Nobody run a business like that.
What's up, Jamie?
PBS. The title was how many slaves landed in the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
Well, scroll that up. Scroll it up so I can read that whole thing.
Okay.
Right to there. Perhaps you, like me, were raised essentially to think of the slave experience primarily in terms of our black ancestors here in the United States. In other words, slavery is primarily about us, right from the Crispus attacks and Philip Wheatley, Benjamin Banneker, and Richard Allen, all the way to Harriet Tubman, Sojourner Truth, and Frederick Douglass. Think of it as an instance we might think of as African American exceptionalism. In other words, it is the black experience. It's got to be about black Americans. Well, think again. The most comprehensive analysis of shipping records over the course of slave trade is the Transatlantic Slave Trade Database, edited by professors David Eltis and David Richardson. While the editors are careful to say that all the figures are estimates, they believe that the best estimates that we have, the proverbial gold standard in the field, the study of the slave trade between 1525 and 1866, in the entire history of the slave trade to the New World, according to the Transatlantic Slave Trade Database, 12.5 million Africans were shipped to the New World. 10.7 million survived the dreaded Middle Passage, disembarking in North America, the Caribbean, and South America. How many of those 10.7 million Africans were shipped directly to North America? Only about 388,000. That's right, a tiny percentage. So a small percentage of all the Africans that were enslaved were actually shipped to North America.
That's probably closer to the truth. They ain't come from Africa, bro. That don't make no sense. Nobody run a business like that.
Well, they're saying that a lot of people did, though. That's 10.7 million people.
Came on boats?
That's what they're saying. That's
Well,
the
they were in the
transatlantic
slave trade. I don't know if that means that they necessarily came here. They could have been going to Europe. They
Well,
could have
no,
been
they
going
were
to the
saying
Caribbean.
that. They were saying that it was in
The
Caribbean.
slave trade does not have to come from Africa. I can trade with you right here in America.
But was it
It said directly to North America is only under 400,000.
Right.
Involved in the shipping and going all over the world. They could be going anywhere.
But from Africa,
That's
correct?
less than 10%.
Africans shipped. Yes.
Right. That's less than 10%.
Less than 10% in North America, but 10.7 million Africans enslaved and moved. Well, yeah, 10.7 survived, right?
Were shipped, but it didn't say where they were shipped. It's just to the New World. The New World is very arbitrary.
And
Yeah, it could be
only
anything.
388,000 actually made it
to
North America.
this land.
I could trade from Haiti or Jamaica or South America.
Right. So you think that, yeah, right. So you think that there was probably already a significant population of Africans that were sea-bearing that made it all the way over here.
Yes.
Well, if you listen to the words of Hancock and the discussion of prehistoric, what we would consider prehistoric use of boats and ships, it's probably likely.
Like, look at ancient Egypt. Don't you see pictures of boats?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So
Well, they would bury them. I mean, if you could, there was the, what is the big science museum in LA that had the Egypt exhibit really recently? It's fucking incredible. But they had a depiction of the boats that they used.
Yeah.
I mean, they had boats for sure.
They had boats.
Definitely traveled.
So how can you tell me that a civilization had boats before Europe was literate, didn't come to America, didn't set up shop? It's just not common. I mean, I don't need to read a book to understand that.
But definitely makes sense if they made it to South America. I mean, if the Olmecs were, I mean, if you look at, you pull up an image of the Olmec heads. This is heavily disputed.
John Henry Clark is an author you should study. John Henry Clark has a book, They Come Before Columbus.
I mean, look at that. Look at these Olmec heads.
Yeah.
They all looked like that.
Yeah, that's South America.
Yeah.
So
it's
if you have
amazing,
there has to be a large population of people in order to create these things. Right?
Yeah.
It has to be, they have to be advanced. So if they're here already in South America, why are you gonna go across the sea when you got people right here you can just enslave? South America is connected to America. You think we didn't come up north? You think we didn't take that walk?
Right.
It's just common sense.
Well, particularly when they're finding all this evidence of people that were here thousands and thousands of years before they ever thought people were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or the evidence in the Grand Canyon from Egypt.
What? I didn't know about that.
Yeah.
What's that?
You heard about that?
Part of it, yeah.
Yeah.
There might be some gold down there.
Ooh.
Is this
Egyptian gold in the Grand Canyon?
Hey.
Imagine if they found a fucking Egyptian tomb in the Grand Canyon.
There's Egyptian stuff that's been found in Ohio.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
All
I was looking some stuff up, but the Graham was telling me, I went home and looked up the Serpent Mound stuff, and like right up the road from where the Serpent Mound is, there's been a couple artifacts found there, like 100 years
Egyptian
ago.
artifacts.
They're called mounds.
Pull that up. Yeah.
There's mounds in America, which supposed to be like pyramids or whatever. So
there's even in Egypt, Ohio. I don't think it's named after that, but it's literally like in the same spot.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. This
The history of human travel is fucking fascinating.
We've circumnavigated this globe before, man. This isn't new stuff. It's new to Europe. It wasn't new to Africa.
Yeah, I think we get the idea here. That video is titled Africans Were in the Americas Before Columbus. And that's Hotep Jesus. I know D Webb, I think, is down with Hotep Jesus and them as well. So in the chat, Marcus Gavia's way says 10 black folks on a slave ship can make 10 kids each. Now we have 100 people. It's math. She says a few times, and she says breeding farms were made because it was necessary for more folks. She said Haiti and Jamaica didn't have Africans originally. Mr. Untouchable in the chat says this guy either has black athletes on his show or black head cases. This guy is a nut job. Marcus Gavia's way says pyramids were not predominantly in Egypt. And lastly, Mr. Untouchable in the chat says he watches too much Sinetta Studios, pseudo Brooklyn Magic Street scholarship. Let's mix it up. Let's go to Mr. Untouchable. Mr. Untouchable, say more about this.
Yeah, I know who was the author of this prompt, and I would say that the scholars that he mentioned are questionable, to say the least. All of them, from Shaka Amos, which he is an intelligent dude, but some of the things I would find to be questionable, and the others that he would have mentioned, I consider them brothers to be completely pseudo scholars. I know he's getting this information from. He has been watching a lot of Sinetta TV. You know what I mean? And then I don't just outright disregard street scholarship. I think that the brothers read for themselves, but sometimes with interpretation, sometimes there needs to be more work done. I'm not saying that all information needs to come out of so-called formal academia. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the information that he is getting is not enough. You know what I mean? And he almost sounded like Dan Calloway. I was expecting him to say, "I'm just here to make you think." So I completely disagree with this man. You know what I mean? I think that really the crux of what he is saying is that he really want to say, to be honest with you, he ain't African. Really, that's really the crux of what he want to say. Or I understand the pain of slavery. I understand that people really don't want, a lot of us in the West don't want to associate ourselves with that narrative, but it happened. You know what I mean? Let's deal with it. Let's deal with it and move on. I think that if we was to look at slavery itself, it's not a negative. It really shows the resilience of people. You know, the what they say with when people came to Haiti, they say that the life expectancy was 7 years before they replace the slaves coming into Haiti. You know what I mean? So people who would have survived that experience have to be really the fittest of the fittest. You know what I mean? You can't just live through that experience without without getting a whole lot of substance from that situation. You know what I mean? I think that we are the most strong, some of the strongest people on the face of this earth to have to endure that experience. And I feel like we tend to want to run away from that experience and pretend like it don't exist, but it exists. Let's deal with it. Let's deal with it. Let's deal with our situation and let's move on from it because we could become greater people out of that situation. You know, let's not obfuscate it and pretend like it doesn't exist. And I think that I think that what's his name? His name is Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is infamous. Joe Rogan seems to have, he only has or entertains athletes on his show or men like these kinds of men. You know what I mean? These nut cases. But when it comes to the white intellectuals that he has on the show, all professors, you know what I mean, high in academia, you know what I mean, you know, peer-reviewed people, you know, and I think it have to, and people call him a leftist, but I think it has to do with his so-called white supremacist leanings. You know, it's interesting the dynamic of who he invites on his show to talk about science and history and all these other things of a faith. He does have a black guy who he credits. I forget the name of the guy. Uh, the Gray, nicer Neil Tyson.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, but if you look at Neil deGrasse Tyson, he is really, you know, he's on that train, and I ain't gonna call him any names, but any real black authentic scholars or scholarship, he doesn't have him on his panel. You know what I mean? You know, who carries the line of anything involved to do with some kind of Afrocentricity or something to do with I'm black, I'm proud, I have the backing of my own personal academia and scholarship. I'm intelligent, I'm sharp, just like any of my peers. He doesn't have these kinds of people on his show. He only has athletes and nutcases like these. And I find it to be very interesting.
Let's go to the forecast. The forecast, what say you? Forecast, you're muted if you're still there. If not, let's go to Tanzan. Tanzan, what say you to this?
Yeah, it's one of those trying to get away from, you know, the white but not wanting to go to Africa. It's like you want to be in the purgatory between one or the other, and you're not willing to go all the way. So a lot of, you know, Black Americans have gone that halfway house, you know, from NOI. Now they're into, I don't know, Scientology, Hebrew, whatever. It's just, you know, anything but African, like we say. So, you know, this is also part of that, you know, we cutting the lineage. That, you know, it's not about lineage, it's about severing that historical lineage. It's about actually putting yourself in a different position and saying it's almost like a virgin birth. You just magically appeared out of nowhere. And while I do I applaud the, you know, oh, Africans who've been everywhere, that sort of thing. And I know that Van Satima and so many of our greats, they talked about that, you know, the African presence all over the world. But I think for a lot of people, that's a sort of escapism. It's not a way for us to celebrate our African roots. is almost a way to get away from it, to say, oh, well, we don't have to claim Africa because look at these branches over here. This is just as African as the other one. So if you find some black people in Siberia, then yeah, well, let's claim Russia. If you find some black Chinese, oh yeah, let's claim China and so on. But it's very few of those people are very to go back to Africa, even for Africans, because even the people who live in Africa are not really Africans. To go back to Africa, you really have to grapple with a lot of things. You don't just get to Africa and say, okay, yeah, I'm cool with Africa. I've got into the core of things. Now I want to see what the African Philippines are on about. It's too soon. You can't tell me that sort of instinct is a true African instinct. To get to the bottom of Africa is to get away from Africa. So when I see people who are too much on the Olmec heads, or Africans were the first this or the other, I'm like, have you really taken in the full immensity of the continent before you want to run away to all these outskirts? So yeah, that's my thought of that.
In the chat, thank you, Tanzan. In the chat, Marcus Garvey is the way he says the guy fails to understand that folks are brought in from other countries to do work. Barbados did it with Guyanese. She goes on to say Europeans were high on genocide in that time. They needed bodies by any means necessary. The learning curve, that's a revolutionary matron. She says, many Moors I have met lately say they were never slaves. So do a lot of FBA, that's Foundational Black Americans. Trade Happy 262 says, well, that's mostly the problem. It isn't to say that slavery and colonialism shouldn't be part of historical consciousness, but focusing on this is why this dude exists. Lastly, Marcus Garvey is the way he says, so the door of no return, quote unquote door of no return, was built for 20 folks? Question mark, question mark. Hey, got some up is in the chat. Got some up says peace family. Peace to you, got some up. Hope all is well. We have someone I think is new here, Kanini. Kanini says, so if we were here before Columbus and those natives throughout North and South America were black, and now we know that the origin of people started in Africa, where did the natives come from? Africa, right? So he's still connecting back to the continent. Let's go to, who did I speak to already? Let's go to Kevin Curry 42 on this. What say you to all of this?
Yeah, this is my observation, man. Mental illness in our community is at an all-time high. And what kind of crack was this guy smoking, man? Hold on a second. On my laptop. But I felt cringe and embarrassed that this guy was out there spewing this thing. And as Tanzan was saying, let's just be real with what he was saying. He doesn't want to be. He doesn't want to be African.
Right.
It's like he was all over the place. First, he was saying that the Romans needed food. He had to come. I was confused. They say he had to come from America to feed the Romans, something like that. I was just confused listening to this guy. But as I said, man, mental illness we're in a very dire situation in our community, man, and that has to be worked on. But I pass the mic.
Oni, what say you?
Oh yeah. So what I would say is, Hotep Jesus is pretty known for his, his shenanigans. If nothing else, I don't really know much else to, like as far as Hotep Jesus is concerned, he's always been kind of a like he knows how to make an appeal. Like, he knows how to get viral, and so this is the kind of stuff that gets you viral in America, unfortunately. Thus this idea of hidden figures, in a sense, hidden colors, or as I think Tariq Nasheed was originally going to call it, secret N-words, right? Like it's just a nice idea to people when like they come up with this idea that the government's lying to them, the public fool system was tricking them, and so you just take it to another extreme. I think a lot of what gets people going is going to be extremism, one way or the other. Like I said about the economy thing, that was one of the extremism. The other extremism is like, like let's say you go to like gender shit, like sexuality shit, and then somebody comes out and like if a white person comes out and says, I think we should be able to marry animals, right? Like if you say that on a podcast, it's a viral moment, people all over are gonna be like, I told you, it's a slippery slope, blah 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 blah. So like what Hotep Jesus like literally wrote a book over how to go viral. One of the things that got him popular was, I think, during the BLM, like the height of the BLM movement, he went to Starbucks or something and demanded that they give him a free drink for reparations or something like that. I don't know, but they gave him a free drink and he recorded it, and the Republican media, the Fox News and them, they like made him an instant celebrity to show how silly liberals are and that kind of stuff. So like he peeped game from there, and then this is just kind of the continuation. It's not really something to take seriously. I don't think anybody should take it seriously. I think there is some merit in the idea that some African people traveled, but I think Marcus Garvey is the way to free your minds. Kind of pointed out that there's literal structures in Africa that represent that sort of human theft. Like human trafficking is a thing right now. It's been a thing. Like it was definitely something that happened, and for somebody to sit there and kind of just be a buffoon, that's their shtick. That's what works for them. But as to Mr. Untouchable's point, Joe Rogan is doing what Joe Rogan should be doing. Joe Rogan, like, this right here is more viral than a black person, a black scholar coming on and telling you, hey, everything that like, the slave, that human trafficking was a thing. And I'm just going to tell you, yeah, it was a thing. Like, that's boring. Right. And two, like, Joe Rogan should not represent the best of the black race. He should should represent the best of the white race, because he's a white man, and it's just the same. If I mean, we kind of get our kicks out of, like if Dr. Clark debates some amazing white scholar, but sometimes, and that's fine, but that comes from our complex. These white folk do not have a complex when it comes to black folk in the same sense. Like, they understand we put up some black doofy, and that's more propaganda. Like, that's better for our propaganda than if we as white people, than how we act, where we put up a white scholar, and then we like, look, I beat this white scholar, and then sometimes you don't, like what Tariq Nasheed did, where he just gets clowned by a white scholar, and it's just like, damn, why did you even do that? So that's a thing that I could probably say about that.
I appreciate that. Let's go to Urzuli. Urzuli, you've heard everything everyone on the panel had to say, and you see what's being said in the chat. What say you to this? Does the Atlantic slave trade make economic sense?
Well, to me, it doesn't make sense. But I'm not gonna sit there and say that they didn't have any slaves that didn't come from Africa, like he says. But at the end of the day, this man, he said that, and he said that originally, even if they came from Africa, we were here before. So it's funny how we pick and choose what to throw out and what to take. This man who has come oppress us, destroy us, killed us, told us we came from Africa, and told us that all of us, all the slaves came from Africa, and you guys take it hook, line, and sinker. Yes, we all come from Africa. This man comes and says common sense. So if you listen to John Henry Clark, John Henry Clark is a pseudoscience too, but Charles Darwin is not a pseudoscience, right? The guy who invented evolution, the super racist that all y'all follow, y'all believe y'all come from monkeys. He's not pseudo, right? But Ivan's been serving my pseudo, right? So it's funny how a lot of these all black people, oh no, we gotta change. But the man who wrote your history book is telling you this, you take a hook, like and sinker. Yes, we all came from Africa as slaves. The man is not saying that. This man is not saying that we didn't originally come from. He's saying that we were here before all of this, and we were made slaves here. How is that hard to believe? Like he said, why would you take millions of people from another country, pay money to get them over here? What kind of boat they had? Do you hear how many people? 12 million? And what boat? Those boats across the Atlantic, the most vicious ocean I've heard of all, not even across the Pacific, across the Atlantic. So unless 12 million came and 40 million died. So I'm just saying that, like, why is this so hard to even, he's a buffoon, he's this and that. So Charles Darwin is a known racist. He created the book of evolution theory. Yeah, all believe in that shit. If you go by the original name of his book was The Origin of the Species by Means of Natural Selection or the Preservation of a Favored Race and the Struggle of Life. His cousin's name is Francis Galton, another racist who invented eugenics. But they're not pseudo, right? But because this man right here is saying that he doesn't think that all of us came from there as slaves. But it's a thing. Yeah, this is ridiculous. Let's not. The same people you claim oppressed you and enslaved you, but you believe what they told you. So that's what I have to say. I'm not gonna agree totally with him and say that they were like it's a minimal, but I do believe this kind of makes sense to me. Understanding that why would we go over there if we could come here and enslave the people here? And again, they just showed you the Olmecs. I believe that we are the Native Americans. I don't believe nothing, no Taiwan, all of this. If they exist, they were black like us. So the Olmecs head, and he just said there were Egyptian monuments found in Ohio. Not him, but the guy, Joe Rogan's person. So if the Egyptian could be here, why can't we would have been here before Columbus and lost a war here? Like, how is that crazy to believe? But y'all believe in fucking Charles Darwin's evolution theory that we all came from a fucking monkey. That's all I gotta say about that.
I'm gonna allow folks to have a free fall. You guys can comment to what Razuli had to say just now.
First of all,
wait, before we do that, wait, hold on a second. Who mentioned Charles Darwin? I'm confused. Like, what?
No, I said that no, he didn't mention Charles Darwin. I'm saying that this brother mentioned a couple of people who studied, a couple of black people who studied Egyptology or whatever, and people in the chat are telling them, nah, those are people are just retards. They're pseudo. But Charles Darwin, a racist piece of shit, he's not pseudo, right? I said Charles Darwin.
But why are we talking about Charles Darwin? Like, what's that got to do with anything?
I just somebody on the chat. Yeah, quick to shit on black scholars talking about they pseudo. This fucker Charles Darwin is a known fucking racist, and y'all believe his theory.
But who said anything about Charles Darwin though?
Oh my! All right.
Who else wants to comment to what Razuliism had to say?
I would like to have a crack at it.
Go ahead.
First, the person you mentioned, Ivan van Sertima. Ivan van Sertima would never ever make the claim that the slave trade never happened. In his book, they came before Columbus. He said that Africans were his supposition based on the evidences that was found was more probable than not that African people would have come to the Americas prior to Columbus. Granted, I give you that. I'm not taking that away. But to suggest that these people were in the large numbers the large numbers that this brother on this panel is suggesting is we need to have more evidence to create that particular narrative. And also, if they were here, they would have left more evidences that they were here. You know what I mean? It's like what we are proposing is that the Africans didn't write themselves, and they would have written and left much evidence to the fact that they came to the Americas because they were literate. You know, I know we go with the narrative that the Africans are storytellers and they were not literate, but that's not true. They were literate. So they would have left much evidence to the contrary of them being in the Americas in the large numbers this guy is proposing. And
What
that's just
what more evidence could he leave? Did you not see the all make heads?
I'm not dismissing the fact that the whole all my heads was there. I'm saying is that when Ivan van Sertima, what he said was, I think Mansa Musa brother or Abu Bakr his brother, when he would have thought to came to the Americas and made an impact into the Americas, more evidence would have been left to suggest that when we talking about numbers, we talking about large populations of African people being in this part of the Western world. That evidence just is not there.
What makes economically more sense though? To fight to beat people here, or to go back and collect people and bring people here?
Say that again.
What makes more economically sense? How much money do you keep in your pocket more? To come over here, or to go fight on the west coast of Africa, bring some people here, and then fight more people over here?
No, okay. So now what we talking about is North America. We talking about North America and the economic system that existed in North America. And when you're talking about bringing people to the Americas, when you talk about economic sense, if I am able to bring a labor force into the Americas and force them to work for free for generations, to me that would make much economic sense, as opposed to going to the continent and fighting wars and staying there and having to pay. You have to pay for the military, you have to pay for to feed them, to house them, to maintain them, to exist on that continent. You know what I mean? To bring the resources back to the Americas, as opposed to just bringing a slave population here and making them work for free for hundreds of years. To me, that make more economic sense. But I just would say, when we talk about, as far as the scholarship is concerned, I have a problem with the scholars that he would have mentioned, in particular the Phil Valentines, and because Phil Valentine goes off on a Native American stuff too. I don't agree with that logic or scholarship, and you have a right to disagree.
So you believe in what the white man told you?
Well, to some degree, all of us agree.
Okay.
To some
you believe what the white man told you about your own history? Okay, all right, cool.
About my own history, to some degree, all of us agree to some degree off of what has been said about history. And history, sometimes you are right. You are absolutely right. It has its own biases. Some of history has just is as plain as day. It doesn't have the biases. And also, Black people had their own scholars. They had scholars here, and they also had African scholars as well.
John Henry Clark told you we were here before Columbus, bro.
I've never heard him say that. What I've heard,
but the book, bro, it's called "We Were Here Before Columbus."
That was written by Ivan van Sertima.
Oh my God, yo, bro, I'm gonna get the exact name.
Okay, so all I'm saying is that yes, we do have scholars in the West, but we also have African scholars who would have written about their own histories and would have probably occurred in their societies and nations as well. So I wouldn't discount what they have said as well. I wouldn't discount them, because they have a story to tell as to what went on in their nations. So I wouldn't discount them. You know what I mean? I think that sometimes you could say the Western scholars, and we believe in Western scholars, but we also have African scholars as well who have written on paper and created books too. So should we just dismiss what they say? Like I say, I think that I understand what you're saying, and I don't easily dismiss the fact that Africans did explore all around the world, because we are all around the world, You know what I mean? That's why I don't get into the idea of this whole nativism, because if we are the first man who is to inhabited the world, of course this world is ours first. I agree with that. But to suggest that the slave trade never happened, I think that that's a reach.
He didn't say this. The slave trade. I don't think he's saying the slave trade never happened. I think he's saying the slave trade, the way it was told to us, never happened. I don't think he's never said that we were not slaves in America. What he's trying to say is that they made us slave here versus there. Anyway, what I'm going to say, people who built those pyramids, people who built those things, you mean to tell me those people couldn't travel here? Like, let's use common sense. So we can right now can't build those pyramids, but you mean to tell me people who built pyramid in Africa and lower Ethiopia or whatever in Kush, the Nubians couldn't do this here? He just said they found. He just said they found Egyptian stuff in Ohio and in the Grand Canyon, and there's other evidence that they don't want to tell you.
Can I ask something when you're done?
Oh, go ahead.
Yes, so the question is whether the Africans they all eventually became slaves, right? Whether they were brought here by the ships or they came here voluntarily on an exploration mission, or they were here before.
Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah, I think that's what he said. He's like,
okay.
Go ahead.
So if I get it right, there were some who were already here. And then they were civilized, they knew navigational skills and traveling and so forth, and they had some sort of African civilization here in America, South and North America. And then the Europeans came, and either they conquered them and made them slaves or extinct, or they brought some more people. But eventually, whether they were here before or they were brought afterwards, eventually there was no difference between those who were here before, the Africans who were here before, and those who were brought afterwards. Is that correct? They were all made into slaves, right?
Yeah, I think that's what he's saying. He's trying to say.
Okay,
yeah.
So it seems to me, not a very important point to argue on, because whether they were brought here voluntarily or not voluntarily, the result is still the same. All we're arguing is whether they left Africa on their own will or not, but the fact is they still came from Africa and they were still enslaved as Africans. And after a while, there was no difference between, my grandparents came here on a ship, whereas yours came on the top of a ship versus the deck of a ship. I mean, can someone explain to me why it's important how they came here versus where they came from?
It's important because it's important because if we came here prior to that and we built all this civilization in Teotihuacan, Mexico, and all the way in Peru, all those pyramids, it does matter. It means that we were not slaves. It means that we were great people that came from Africa a long, long time ago and built a whole another civilization here. It does matter.
But we were great in Africa as well. So if we were great in Africa and built the pyramids in Egypt, which are far more superior than any pyramids built anywhere around the world, including the Mayan and the Aztec ones. So if you're going to take your greatness from, the best of people who built civilizations, then why is it a problem if you say that, we're from
because
from
the truth matters. Because the truth matters.
Yeah, but if the truth is that you came from Africa originally and that greatness
that's not what we're being taught. The question is, the answer is that's not what we're being taught, and the educational system and all over and philosophy and scholarship. We're not being told that. They've been telling us that we came from Africa as slave, that we were sold as slaves and came here. They didn't say we were here first. I think it matters.
Let's
Okay. So it was voluntary. Okay.
Let's hear from the forecast on this. Forecast is still there? If you are, you're muted. If you are, only did you want to add something to this?
Oh yeah, so well that's what I even if this were true, and it's not, obviously, but even if it were true, I'm kind of confused why Erzuli, who's like Haitian, why is he, saying we and all that kind of stuff? Because, clearly, if nothing else, we know the people of Haiti were from Africa, and we know the people in Jamaica were from Africa. We know the Caribbean people were from Africa. I mean, if the quote unquote African American wants to claim some sort of indigenous ancestry, that might make a little bit like it doesn't make any sense really, but I could understand that claim because I think that's what this guy is trying to say. But as far as the Caribbean Africans are concerned, why is it that why is this an issue for us, I guess?
Bro,
Okay.
I'm saying that even Haitian people were here first. We're black. We're like, I'm not just saying because American blacks, the Native American. I'm saying Haitian blacks are the Native Americans also. That's what I'm saying.
Well, all right. Well, the thing with Haiti is that by the time of the Haitian Revolution, like it's well known that like I think it was like 2/3 of them just came from Haiti. I'm sorry, just came from Africa.
That's what they told you. You don't know that. That's what they told you.
Well, yeah, that's what Dessalines told. Yeah,
no, that's not what Dessalines told you. Because you know why? He named. You know what? You know why he killed? You know why he called his army
Polish?
No. Find out why he called his army. Find out what he called his army, and then come back. He didn't call them Africans.
Call them the Aztec warriors.
I know, right? He called them the
Are you trolling?
I'm not 100% sure, but Toyin, somebody who like more or less like taught him things of back home, was like literally one of the Dahomey like white warriors that we're all kind of disgusted about apparently. But like she literally has ties in Africa, and Dessalines was born in Africa, right? So it's just
you saw his birth certificate, or that's what they told you. You know who wrote?
I'm pretty sure he mentions it a few times.
Okay.
But like a lot of I don't think anybody denies. I mean, there's like a whole Dahomey connection.
What's crazy to me is how hard you guys claim that the people who's been oppressing us, who've been doing all of this, they the one that gave you your freaking history, bro. And you and you fighting for it right now.
Well, look, I'll say this. It comes back to, when you say what's the difference between science and pseudoscience, it kind of comes back to, am I going to believe you or my lying eyes? It's like when you go to Africa, you kind of notice that everybody looks the same like you, So if you weren't even if you thought, hey, you know what, maybe I'm indigenous to another part of the world, right? Like, you weren't indigenous to China, because when you go to China, hardly anybody looks like you. You're not indigenous to England, because when you go to England, hardly anybody looks like you. But when you go to Africa and you notice, hey, you know what, that's the same phenotype, that's the matching phenotype. It's really not that bizarre. Now, I would lend to the, not the possibility, but the reality that, of course, there was some sort of exchange between Africa and Europe Africa and America prior to 1492. I think that's pretty evident. But the idea that the vast majority of people of quote unquote African descent in America are not actually descended from people who were transplanted or kidnapped or traded or whatever you want to call it.
We're not saying that. He's not saying that. He's saying, we're focusing on whether we were taken there or we were already here and then imprisoned and turned into slavery. That's what he.
Yeah, the people who were already here, the blacks who were already here were not that large a population, right?
How do you know that?
How do you know that they weren't? Well, because what you know from
what the history book told you, his history books.
That's exactly where you're getting that from.
Well, also the fact that there is a native population.
Those are the Mongolians. They could have came there
Yeah,
after.
they were already here. Yeah.
They could have came there after.
After what?
At the end of the day, this is
Where did they come from? Where did they come from? When?
So show me the big Olmec heads that look like the Mongolians.
Well, I'm pretty sure they're again. So the Olmecs are an older civilization. So they're like going back 2,000, 3,000 years or something. But what you're talking about is essentially you're saying that the native population that we know of as the Native Americans, like where did they come from? And where were they from? You know what I mean? So like in your narrative, if there was only black people here and then white people came here and enslaved the black people, where did these Native Americans come from?
The Mongolians, actually.
Yeah, where did the Mongolians come from? When did they show up?
Hey, I don't know, bro.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. So it's like in the narrative, it's like we all know that they are the indigenous people, but you're saying no, they're not the indigenous people. It was mostly only black people, and that's fine. But then it's like, well, then where the hell did these people come from? You know, it just doesn't fit in the narrative. Whereas it comes into the, am I going to believe you or my lying eyes? But
show me the statues that the Mongolians put up that were there before the. Show me their statues, bro. Show it to me.
Well, that's the thing. Not everybody builds massive statues.
Oh, right, right, okay.
Well, I think that the Olmec situation, I mean, as far as I understand, I believe that I think well, I couldn't say much about the Olmecs. I do think that there might have been some connection between some like African elites at one point traveling to Africa a long time ago, like during the time of Egypt, possibly. But again, it's like it's so far removed from the current story, and it just wouldn't necessarily relate to North America in the same way. Now I could mention that there was a people in what's it called in North America called the Lakota people, and they do kind of follow a spiritual system that is reminiscent of an African spiritual system, but they're also Native Americans, you know? So there could have been an interchange and an exchange. It could be that the Olmecs were destroyed by the Native Americans at one point. To a large extent, Native Americans were by and large categorized as quote unquote savages, just the same as you probably wouldn't find, ancient German statues, monoliths, face monoliths, just like you wouldn't find that in England either. They like technically they would have been categorized as savages. The Germans would have been categorized as savages. The Visigoths, if you will, the Native Americans, so on and so forth. And so they could have destroyed quote unquote ancient African civilizations. But again, the tie in with regard to the African population just isn't there. And what's more, it's like to dismiss every African scholar of the time period in and during slavery, where there are tons of African people testifying for themselves that, hey, yeah, these people look like they just came off the boat. Like they understood that there were populations coming from Africa. And then when you go to Africa, you understand that there's a whole depopulation process. I was in these castles, and I saw the rooms where they held African people. I saw the ports where they carried the ships off. To say that this is all just some sort of scheme to trick 21st century people about what happened in the 17th century, it's just it's kind of like honestly, it kind of borderlines on ridiculous, I mean, I get the idea that, hey, the government's probably lying about a lot of stuff, and that's fine. But it's, Martin Delaney points out their African roots. Dessalines points out their African roots. you know, like
Yo,
just
you have
all
you,
over
yo,
movement.
you have no evidence that Dessalines points out he's natural. He
I
called his army the army of the indigenous. That's what he called his army, the
Yeah.
army of the indigenous. So what are you talking about, bro?
Urzuli, can I ask you a question? Do you think that Mayan culture and Aztec culture is synonymous with African culture?
Do I think Aztec culture is synonymous with
Aztec and the Mayan culture of Mexico and on those places, do you think that's synonymous with African culture? Do you think that they are the same?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yo.
Okay. Well, I get where you're coming from, because in Mexico and those Southern American countries, you still see remnants of the Mayan and Aztec culture that exists within those societies. But if you go to Haiti, you see remnants of West African culture. So if you believe that the Mayans and the Aztec culture is synonymous with African culture, I understand where you're coming from, and I can't dispute that. That's the belief that you stand on, and I can't get into that kind of argument tonight.
What I'm saying is that the people who gave us all this transatlantic slavery, that we all came from slave, all this shit, are the same people that has been oppressing us for centuries upon centuries. Now, if there's a new theory, I don't understand how you guys are so, oh, he's a coon, not a coon, oh, he's pseudo, or he's crazy. But you quick to believe you believe in the theory out of Africa, which was given to you by those same oppressors. You believe in the evolution, which was given to you by the same oppressors.
The out of Africa theory is not based off of oppression. The out of Africa theory is based off of the best evidence, because
the best evidence invented or taken by the same guy that oppressed you.
So you believe in a polygenesis, like man came with the man as we know it, as me and you are talking right now, was coming out of different. Hold on, let me finish. Man, as we know it right now, was born out of different places in the world. It wasn't just Africa. That's what you believe. It was a polygenesis where man came from.
I'm saying I'm questioning everything that they ever taught me as a kid. The same people, I'm questioning everything. All I'm saying is, the same people that did all this ma'afa to us is the same people that gave us that same theory.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Let's hear from Lero. Lero, what say you?
Okay, so I got first off, I just want to say that everybody got their history from the schoolhouse. The schoolhouse didn't tell me that I was African. That's just what it was growing up in the fam. You know what I mean? We knew that we were Africans. We tried our best as we could, given the slavery, to preserve our history. But we knew we was from Africa. We got ties to Africa. Like, it's just for generations now. That wasn't nothing that ever got taught to me ever in the schoolhouse. That was home training that reminded us where we from, and whatnot. So, like, everybody's not just being told things by the white man and we just going off and taking it and believing it. Like, no, we got some agency, and we know we Africans. My thing is this, though, is like, if what benefit does the white man get, does society get from lying about you being native? That's just my whole thing. If he's gonna lie, what was the purpose? There's got to be a purpose. Unless you just think they're just lying for no reason. Like, I don't get it. So that's one question. Why? What is the purpose of the lie? To say that, no, we're gonna tell them they all came on the boats, which goes against all types of materialist and economic, evidences. You got the triangular trade, and we ignoring all those economic advancements and how they institutionalize slavery to advance Europe and the West. Like, it was the most lucrative industry in the world at one point. Like, I'll never under exaggerate the transatlantic slave trade. So, but my also other thing is too, now where do you go from here? You native, now what? You know, you're not from Africa. We was actually already here. So that means you're not African, or you just an African that was here. You know, at what point? Because then when people get into that whole out of Africa theory, you know, well, then everybody can claim Africa. And that's why they letting colonizers be Africans too. No. Like, at what point does somebody, you know, since you were removed from Africa now because you was already here prior to the slave trade, so does that mean you're not African no more? And if you're not, then what's your objective now? What does this mean for you now? Because I would think, you know, your identity, you know, has would be a sense of direction, you know, allegiance or whatnot for your life, either politically, culturally, spiritually, whatnot. You know, what does that mean for you now? You know, that's just my question.
Oh, actually, let me add something. Let me just add something. Wait, Urzuli, just to clarify, if this is true that people were already here voluntarily, are you going to stop saying that Africans sold us? Because if that's the case, like I'm with it, you know.
I'm saying what I'm saying is that I believe I could understand his argument, and I'm saying that maybe the majority of us did not come from Africa, that we were already here. I'm not.
So basically, Africans didn't sell us. You're saying?
Did you hear what I said? I said I believe the majority of us were already here. Maybe there's a percentage of us that got sold from over there. So
So the majority of us can't claim that we were sold. Is that what you're saying?
No, but we could claim that we were slaves.
But not that we were sold by the Africans.
So how come? Let me ask you a question. How come the Africans, when you ask them on the continent, they say they were never slaves?
No, I'm asking you if we could say that if we can't claim it anymore, like, because I mean I'm cool with that. If you don't want to, like, I think you did before say, oh, why did they sold us or something. So now you can't say that because we were already here, right?
I said there was maybe there's a portion of us that was sold, and maybe most of us.
But the majority of us can't say it. You saying?
Yeah, I don't believe the majority should say that we were
All
sold.
right, cool. No, I'm good. Yeah, you're right. Sure, whatever.
So I'm just saying that when we were on other people's podcasts, we spoke from people from the motherland. They don't even hear nothing about being slaves or about slavery from Europeans. Where are the stories that were created, like the oral tradition that were created that told us about being slaves or selling each other?
Yeah, sure, bro, man. It's all good, man. Don't worry about it. I'm not even like.
No, I'm
like if you believe this, man, cool, man.
I'm talking to the young lady that said, what's the reason? If we were here, this is our land, so we get to claim it. We get to claim it and fight for our land.
But I mean, you could claim it already, though. Like the whole new African independence.
How you gonna
with
claim
people
it? How you
claiming
gonna
the
claim
land, claiming land. They knew that was Africans, though, but still claiming claim to the land. You know,
How
because
could
they
you-
were enslaved.
if you were sold,
You didn't have to be native to do that, though.
what do you mean? If you were sold, you can't claim the land. If you came from the other coast, you can't claim your ancestors were part of this
He
land.
came here involuntarily. But I'm just saying. I'm not saying whether that's right or wrong, but I'm saying that's the whole line of like new African independence.
And people and you're saying that we were taught like people. A lot of us got our schooling from this educational system, and they all told us that we were slave brought from Africa. I'm just saying that, bro. The same people. Why would the same people teach you the right thing about yourself? The same people that we claim enslaved us from Africa and killed. Why would they tell us the truth?
But why would they lie?
Why would they lie?
What was the purpose of them telling a lie?
They lie because you don't get to claim the Western Hemisphere as yours.
Neither do they, and they still did.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what are you talking about, my guy? They don't
They
like.
they are
They
not.
claim it with
No.
force.
They are not claiming it.
But they claimed it.
No, they did. Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, like what are you talking about? Whose country is
They're
America?
not claiming it.
Whose country is America?
What I'm saying, like you don't get.
No, whose country is America?
It's I guess the Euros now because they had the guns.
So then but you say they didn't claim it; they just have it.
But because in their history, they said what they did to the natives and who are here.
Okay, so but they have it. So what's the point? So you saying all they did was take the land? So basically, you saying this? Like, I wanted to move on actually, but you saying that you had, you're part of.
Only we could move on. It's okay. I'm just saying that we seem to believe that
Yeah, man. We all believe the white man except for you, but you believe in. Yeah, we got it.
I'm just saying that there could be another theory, bro.
Yeah, sure. There could be another theory that just happened to be from Hotep Jesus.
It's
Makes
not
a lot
from
of
Hotep.
sense.
First of all, he didn't come with that. Go read a book called The Rock Cry.
Yeah, man. But again, Martin Delaney, David Walker, all these other African people just happen to have known enslaved Africans, and like you have ancestors. You have the African burial ground named by black people. You got
What does that mean, the African burial ground?
that means that African people named like black enslaved people made a burial ground and called it African burial ground themselves.
Where?
New York City. What are you talking about?
Go to Chambers Street by
exactly, it's right under Wall Street. Like, what are you talking about? Wait. You got the African Methodist Church. You got all these sort of these testaments. You got people in Jamaica speaking Twi right now. You got all over, and then you want to believe what some people just because you think the white boy lied to you, so everything he says must be false, and that's fine. But let's move on because this is
Oh, you said the African burial ground. You said they were buried here. What is that? I don't understand.
They named their burial site the African burial ground.
Okay, those
like what more? How else are you going to communicate? Hey, I'm African, right? Except for naming your burial site African burial ground.
That was named by people now. That wasn't named.
No, that was a private burial ground by them. That's what they named back then. They named it back then. It was discovered recently, and they were like, "Holy shit!" And they looked at the name of it because it was named because it was buried under Chambers Street, and they were like, "What African burial ground?"
So explain to me
how that whole area in Lower Manhattan. That's all. A lot of the Africans were buried on the outskirts of the city back in the days. That whole area
so there's a lot of African Americans that claim that say they were Native Americans, that their grandmothers told us they were Native Americans. So how do we explain those anecdotal?
Yeah, fine, man. Okay, but like again, when they're talking about Native Americans, and when everybody's talking about Native Americans, they're talking about people with straight hair. This dude's hair is kinky. This is the 4C hair texture. The Native Americans did not have 4C hair, and the only population on the planet Earth with 4C hair are African people.
Yo, when you look at when you look at the Olmecs, and you look at the because that's a helmet that they wear.
The only population on the planet with 4C hair are African people. Every other population on the planet, including the Native Americans, have straight hair. And even in the documentation,
Mongolian Native Americans, the so-called
even the documentation where people say, "Hey, these Native Americans look like Africans," even when they say they look like Africans, except they have straight hair.
No, well, I don't know what you're talking about. The Olmecs, when you look at the back of their head, they have the same haircuts, the same styles as West Africans. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, dude, but the Olmecs are not the same population. Like you're talking about one population in North America from 3,000 years ago. It's like bringing up the ancient Egyptians and saying, well, the ancient Egyptians. Like, yeah, okay, you got one civilization from 3,000 years ago. That's it. And if you just keep citing, if you just like ancient Egypt, or Dar ticket. Okay, it gets tired. It's a whole continent. The continent is huge. North America, South America, the whole continent is huge. You're talking about one civilization, right, from 3,000 years ago. So yeah, maybe that one civilization from 3,000 years ago has some African contact. That's a possibility. But to say that the entire population of North America and South America, based off of one piece of information and 10 statues, I don't know, right? It's just ridiculous, and it's pseudoscientific. And just to put it into the thing, I couldn't find the reference, but Ivan van Sertima himself wrote another book after they came from Columbus to say I don't like how you guys are using my book because I didn't say any of that shit. And you're making me seem like a not serious scholar because you're taking some stuff and you're just abusing my freaking literature. So Ivan Van Sertima himself said stop using my shit this way, and so like that's it.
Even if you look at the conquistador Columbus, when they came, in the description of the people there, they said they had Negro features. So I'm not talking about
with straight hair. It doesn't matter. They had straight hair. How many black folk you know with straight? All of these black folk that you see have 4C kinky hair. Everybody knows this. And the Native Americans all have straight hair. And when black Americans say, "Hey, I might have Native American ancestry," they're saying that because they feel like their hair isn't completely kinky. They always say, "Oh, I got good hair because I'm mixed with so on and so forth." And they used to say that back in the day just to not say they were mixed with white folk. They would say, "Oh, I'm mixed with Native Americans." But the reality is that it's partially just some mixed ancestry. But the indication for them saying that they were Native Americans was that they didn't have 4C hair. This dude's sitting right in front of us with straight out of Africa hair. There's nothing Native American about this. And everybody's going to show you the same documentation. Anytime they said, "Hey, they look like Negroes with their features, they had dark skin, they had this," they even had some of them even had the flat nose, all that kind of stuff, whatever. But they always had straight hair.
Let's bring in Gassim up. Gassim up, how are you this week?
I'm good. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I don't touch the whole identity thing for the Native American whatever. I think everybody should be entitled to believe what it is that they want to believe. However, it does seem that the Native American angle, for me, when I take a step back, it's a reparations strategy, because if you claim Africa is poor allegedly right now. So Tariq Nasheed was just on DJ Academic saying he wants to get $20 trillion from the United States government for people who are genealogically traced to foundational Black Americans. And so if you have any argument that says you're taken from Africa, then you no longer have a strength in your argument. But I think there's some half-truths that are there. There was a Native American slave trade, but they can't have it both ways. They can't, on one hand, say that the European man enslaved them, which they did, but then at the same time also say that there was germ warfare, right, with the smallpox blankets, the exposure to syphilis and European diseases, which they couldn't contend with, and they were dying out in droves. They don't mention the Salamanca debates in Spain that anyone can read up on. And then, just certain things that you start to press them to say, hey, okay, so if that's the case, how did, Ogun, Eshu, and things like Akara J, and certain foods leave West Africa and Central Africa and end up in the Americas? They can't account for that because there's no Native American version of Akara J. So when you start to ask them, hey, listen, okay, great, you're Native American. Can you show me what you do that's Native American today, right? So for example, people pour out libation in films. You see Ice Cube pouring out libation. They can't show you a Native American practice of pouring out libation, but you can definitely find that in Africa. So there's so many things that, when you start to press them, they start waffling, and that's why I don't waste the time pressing them. But I do think it's a reparations strategy. It's because in their eyes, Africa has nothing to offer them. So it's much better to construct a new concept to say, hey, we are so-called indigenous or native to this land, and it's much easier to, get the check from this rich nation called the United States than those backwater African nation.
Thank you for that. Gas them up. If there's no last words on that prompt, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 8. I'm going to make 8 the last prompt for tonight. I'm a little bit tired now. Shoot the Breeze prompt number 8 is how Bahamian xenophobia is now being used as a weapon to further encourage international Afrophobia. This came with a link. Let's check it out.
Hey family, make sure you join us on the new and improved African Diaspora News.org. Now it is our uncensored and raw truth website. We have to make sure to have our own website because on social media platforms, they do have rules, and at any time they could change a rule and shut a whole genre down. Now that would not happen to us because on African Diaspora News.org, we can speak the truth. We don't have to hold back. So make sure you join our website today. Well, there are some, brothers and sisters in the Bahamas that's speaking out about illegal immigration. And, that conversation of illegal immigration, is always focused on, here in America. And, y'all, wrong for talking about illegal immigration, especially in our Black community. And we talk about, hey, illegal immigration isn't good no matter where people come from. It isn't good. You need to come through the country the legal way, the right way. We talk about the resources going to people who aren't citizens of this country and say, oh, that's so divisive. Y'all wrong for that. Well, I want you to hear how our brothers and sisters in the Bahamas feel about illegal immigration with Haitians. Let's roll that.
Public outcry on the Haitian ambassador's comments continue to mount even on social media. Immigration Department officials continue to spread the message that if you are not legally living or working here in the Bahamas, you must return to your homeland.
In our country, we are doing them a favor, right? And by doing them a favor, they're supposed to humble.
They need to go back where they're from, and they're too biggity. The Haitians have their country, the Bahamians have their country, and it is our country, and we could decide how we want to run our affair.
Take a little bit too long. From they burn the Bahamian flag, they're supposed to be deported out here.
How our government could give them privilege to have Flag Day in the Bahamas? On top of that, they've actually disfigured our flag by burning it. They also had parades for their various leaders in the Bahamas.
When most of them come here, they've already gotten everything free. I mean, and some of them are they owned restaurants and fruit stands and all of this stuff. Why not have them pay their own ticket back?
When you come into this country legal, then you have your children, they born here illegal. You understand? It becomes now a burden on the country that they exist in.
Additionally, there are many Bahamians who feel that governments of the day took far too long to deal with this immigration problem, which has enabled illegal migrants to feel that they are more than equal in this country.
Now, is that conversation that you heard divisive? Is that wrong? I support my Bahamian brothers and sisters feeling that way. Because you know what? You have to come in the country the right way. You have to respect the Bahamas and the people. You coming in getting advantages that the citizens is not even getting, then you disrespecting the Bahamas flag and all of that. The people have a right to say that. Listen, you heard what they said. We made a way for them to come there. Then when you come there, you thinking you better can do whatever hell you want to do. It's the exact same conversation that Black Americans have about Black immigrants that come in with those attitudes. Not all have those attitudes. We're talking about those who do come in here with these attitudes, trying to run off at the mouth, talking about you guys have no culture. That is the dumbest statement I ever heard. When people mention Black culture or the culture throughout the world, on default, it's Black American culture. It's not yours. Whoever says that, it's ours. Period. We can point to many people and say, where's your equivalent to a LeBron James? Where is that at? Where's your equivalent to a Kanye West? Where's your equivalent of just many people? Michael Jackson. Where's your equivalent of Martin Luther King, Malcolm X? You know, you can mention so many different people. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Where's your equivalent of those people that people know throughout the whole world? Y'all would be silly to let people even offend you by telling you don't have a culture. Like, no, we have the culture. That's what we have. The culture of the world. Period. Matter of fact, your cultures are copying ours. Well, you think a lot of that, the different genres of music come from even different parts of the world. Do you know in the African continent, they doing drill music? Where do you think they get that from? You listen to even, they can get mad when I'm about to say, even if you listen to Afro beats, you can literally hear the influences of American music in Afro beats. You can hear it. And that's fine. I'm not tripping on that. I'm not tripping on any of that. I think Black people being diverse is the most beautiful thing ever. But when y'all come here or even go to the Bahamas, come in the right way. And then when you come in, don't come here being disrespectful and saying you're better and you're this and you're that. Oh, I'm successful. What you mean you successful? Because you got a job working for the white man? You successful? You got a white man's degree? That's what makes you successful? Well, we got a better culture. Well, why you didn't do the culture in your homeland? Well, why is your upbringing didn't translate to anything better in where you come from, brother? A sister who says that, of course. Anything you say about Black America, or even talking down to the Bahamian brothers and sisters, why didn't you do that where you come from? And like the sister say, hey, you need to go back to your homeland and go do things there. And that's the same thing a lot of us be saying. You need to be in your homeland and doing things there. Stop running all the time. Stop leaving places. If Black America had our own particular country with a bunch of resources, do you think we'll be leaving that? Hell no, man. That'd be the flyest country on planet Earth. People like to talk down on us. We living behind enemy lines. We living in Babylon. We living with the devil himself. And we outnumbered and still have made a lot of progress, even living in the land of the devil. Some of y'all leaving places. Uganda just discovered $12 trillion worth of gold. Why in the hell would you want to leave Uganda? Man, I'm like, look, I'm trying to figure out how I get up in there. But see, what happened is summertime, and I've heard this conversation. Let's say a bunch of brothers and sisters go to Uganda and say, hey, we got to get in on this gold, man. We got to get access to that. How we can get in on that mining that $12 trillion worth of gold? We need that. Then some of them will get mad. Oh, they're coming in and just taking advantage. Well, you wasn't mad at the Chinese. You weren't mad at the white man or Lebanese or anybody else coming in here. Why are you mad at us? Hell, we'll even share with you. We'll create some businesses or whatever and break bread with you. That's how we get down. You know what I'm saying? We don't exploit nobody as Black America. It's not in us to do so. Now, of course, you got some scammy people here and there in Black America, but they low-level scamming, be honest with you. They never could really get to the big-time scamming, like the Bernie Madoffs, them types. Can't, you need to get to that level. But don't call people divisive when they're saying you need to come into the country the right way. Don't call people divisive when they say you need to be in your homeland doing certain things, when you're being disrespectful. Because usually when you're respectful, when you're just doing the right thing, no, man, we are happy to have you here. We're happy. If you're trying to join with Black America to help us, fight for, reparations, things like that, we're happy to have you here. That's the purpose of us even wanting you here, is to join with us, right? But if you're going to sit up there and join with the white supremacists, oh, no, you can go. You need to get on out of here. I have no problem with ICE picking you up. I don't. Listen, ICE can pick up all the raccoons they want in our community, take them out of here. I don't need them. But if you're a brother and sister, you about the right thing, you about assisting us, because anything that we get, you gonna get. It's a trickle-down effect. If we get reparations, you're not gonna get reparations, but you're gonna benefit off of it, because we'll be able to shop at your businesses. A lot of you have, you'll be able to break bread and come do different things with us, right? We don't see you no different than us. But when you have the certain ones who are raccoons and who are enemies of Black society, have been allowed to come over here to put a bunch of dissension among Black people. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. ICE can go and get you out of here. I'm cool with that. But shout out to my brothers in the Bahamas. I'm definitely going to go and visit my brothers and sisters in the Bahamas, and I'm going to do it the right way. I'm not going to sneak in. I'm going to get a visa and wait till it's approved and do it the right way. Because I don't disrespect no black nation by trying to come in illegally. I won't do that. I won't do that to nobody's nation. If they say I can't come, I can't come. It's all about respecting people's country and doing things the right way. But let me know what y'all think about, the brothers and sisters in the Bahamas. They just fighting for their country. That's all. And I have no problem with that.
Living in America as a black person, you recognize there is one set of laws for you and one set of laws for those, especially in the white community. In our book. All right. That's Uncle Phil. Bahamas citizens are fed up with illegal immigration and immigrants disrespecting them. Is Tanzan still with us? What about the forecast?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Tanzan, what say you to this?
Well, I guess, there's going to be a lot of FB everywhere. Now we're going to be FB Bahamas, FB South Africa, FB who knows where, It's funny how when it comes to policing each other, suddenly we know all the rules and regulations and history and all of that stuff. But other people, we don't even question them coming in and out of our countries, just each other. So, yeah.
Thank you for that. Is the forecast here? If not, let's go to gas them up. Gas them up. What say you?
Yeah, this is the same old. These people are running around in circles. So I guess in the Bahamas, the issue was that Haitian immigrants were coming to their countries. Now I don't know if the video said they were misbehaving or they were acting arrogant. If that was the major complaint, and I can understand that, that should be addressed. But do you blame the Haitian immigrant or do you blame your politicians that you voted in, for strict? And then also, when people come into your land, what type of system do you have in place to absorb them? If you don't have a system in place that absorbs them properly, then they're gonna, segregate themselves and eventually create their own thing within your land, and that can cause a problem if they get strong enough, if they get a stronghold. So, I can definitely understand how they would feel if somebody, is coming into their land. I think they said they burned the flag. That would be offensive. So, I can definitely understand that, but I think that should be on a political level to ensure that if a Haitian immigrant is being brought to the Bahamas to stay for a lengthy period of time, that they should be encultured within the ways and customs of the Bahamas. So, hey, you're still a Haitian, but now you kind of have to adapt and adopt this new way. I think that's something that should be done. People should find ways to do that. And then when the guy started launching into these arguments that the FBA and we're not against you and go back to your country, and like I said, these people, man, I think they're all confused. They have no power in the U.S. And so you hear him saying, I have no problem if ICE picks you up. Well, ICE is a government organization. It's a government, entity. So you don't have any control over ICE. Just like you have no control over the police departments that come into your community and terrorize you. It's just the powerless, shouting at the powerless. That's all it is to me. I'll end with that.
Kevin Carre, what say you?
All I'm seeing is, this hyper nationalism amongst our people. I think first it was, even going back a couple of years ago, even people from my country when they used to go to Barbados, the Bajans used to just hate, the presence of a lot of Jamaicans there. The same thing was going on with South Africa and then the Nigerians. And I remember during the before the World Cup in South Africa, they had to clear out a lot of the Zimbabweans. They used some people call the red ants to beat, kill, just to get them out. Now we have this FBA versus immigrant. This stuff has to stop. This is all about division at this point. There's more to this. We don't see the people in the background. We know who they are, but we have to see it for what it is, man. United we stand, divided we fall.
Zuliism.
Well, I think this guy is using. At the end of the day, the Haitian government is a piece of shit. They should prepare their people better so that people don't have to leave their country and go into other people's country. Hey, I'm gonna say that the first person to blame is the fucking corrupt government or whatever the shit is. Second, I think this guy is using this situation right there to further his FBA, whatever the shit is, xenophobia towards freaking immigrants. So he's saying that for reparation, you could help you get reparation, but at the end of the day, after you get your reparation, we're gonna sue your country and get that reparation that they stole from all those little Caribbean islands. And then he's gonna say it's not, you can't touch my reparation, right? But you're part of that government that goes into different worlds and use up the economy, especially in the Caribbean and Africa. So after he gets his reparation from the so-called America, we're gonna take the whole of America to court, and that's him included. I know this is never gonna happen, by the way, but that's what I'm saying. So this guy, Phil, whatever his name is, what can I say? He's just using that to be like, oh yeah, you see, other people could do it too. That's the same thing we're doing. So I don't know the situation that's going in the Bahamas, and I think we saw that video minus Phil in there maybe 2 months ago or something. But at the end of the day, the Haitian government ain't shit. They supposed to be providing and protecting their people. They didn't defend the Haitians from the Dominicans, so what the fuck do I expect? So if your people is being mistreated in the Bahamas, it's your fucking fault at the end of the day. So that's it.
Oni, what say you?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean shit, what happened? I was like thinking like Azuli, like, yeah, we already saw this. Then I'm like, oh, this is some ADOS FBA shit. Like what? You know, the difference between, because I don't know why the FBA believe, oh, we could be xenophobic too, everybody's xenophobic. Yeah, there's a difference between like somebody breaking a law, you know, and then somebody like legally being here and not, you know, let's just be real, like not sucking your dick. You know what I mean? like, because apparently that's what they want, you know, you to do, which is just like, ain't nobody gonna do that. So yeah, with regard to the Bahamian Haitian thing, they're talking about illegal immigration. You know, illegal immigration. Like basically, when I went to Ghana, I had to get a visa. They checked my visa, right? I did not like, you know, hop on an airplane and then just kind of walk around Ghana, you know, without their cognizance, without them knowing. Just sneaking around doing whatever I want, and then like on top of that, burning the Ghanaian flag. Like, no, I didn't do any of that shit. You know, I went to Ghana. I said, hey, I'm gonna stay here for this long. They said, hey, you can stay longer, and I'm like, can't. And then that's it. I stayed as long as I was. Went on the ship. Went on the plane back. Done. Nobody's complaining about that, right? The difference being that the quote unquote Black Americans are complaining if you apply to the United States, get approved, and then, you know, go through the long approval process, get approved, and then live in America. And then as you're living in America, if you do not suck their dick, right, their dicks, then they're gonna be like, you're a piece of shit for some reason. And it's like, why would anybody be sucking, you know, like why would they do that? Especially because they didn't ask you as Black Americans to get to America. They asked white America to get to America. You know, like Black America is dependent on white America. You know, that whole idea of the guy saying, what, you think because you got a job with this white boy? Like 98% of Black Americans who are working work for the white man. So like, what exactly is the issue here? You know, I'm surprised that he called himself the executive journalist of this website when that whole piece was just kind of just misinformed rant about how superior Black Americans are and how much everybody wants to be like Black Americans or something. But it's like, yeah, that's just stupid, you know? And I mean, like, I never really took to the guy. I kind of hold some respect for him because he has his own channel type shit. And he was trying to be like a journalist. He's always been boring. This is a little bit less boring, but it's irritating, you know? In the sense that why is he pushing for this narrative? I thought he was supposed to be positive. Of course, I never followed him, so I don't know. But yeah, this was just like it was low key disgusting. And I think that's all I could say right now.
Mr. Untouchable, I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, I take a different position, even from my lady friend, who is extremely nationalistic. I take a different position from her. You know, I don't have no grudges with the Haitian people trying to do what they're trying to do. They're trying to survive. They're trying to exist in the world. You know, legal or illegally, I don't give a shit about that. You know what I mean? I think that, you know, if people in desperate situations do what they need to do to ensure their survival, you know, I wouldn't come to another place and try and start burning flags. Though I think that may create an issue, political issue. You know, but I understand I understand the situation on both sides of the discussion. You know, I think there's a lot of nuances that was left out of the discussion. But I would say this: if, and I know this is true 100%, if the Bahamian people were to investigate and do DNA tests to test the blood of the so-called Bahamian people that exist in this particular island, we would find the composition of much of Haitian family members that we want to deny that these people, you know what I mean, are really
No, false. The Haitians are Native Americans. That's not true.
Oh yeah. But if well, if they believe in DNA, you know what I mean. If they believe in DNA, some of them, you know, if we will really was to do an in-depth investigation about the Bahamian and the Haitian connection, we would find much of these people to be our blood brothers, and that's a fact. Because you can't exist in such a close territory and interacting with one another for not only decades but for hundreds of years, and to think that these people really just right to the south of us are not, integral family members. We are just connected. I think that there's a lot of Afrophobia going on, even though I understand the other side of the discussion, and I really don't even want to get into that. What I would say though, as far as the xenophobia element, because my sister was talking about the fact that xenophobia and illegal immigration are different. When I looked into the comment section of this particular video, I saw the Haitian people being referred to as, man, let them cockroaches go back to where they come from. Now, the under the thing, it didn't have a name or anything like that. It was a bot, probably, or some white supremacist or agent for the government trying to create a lot of disunity amongst us. Even though I've heard Bahamians talk in that language, I consider that to be xenophobic, and that shouldn't be tolerated. You know what I mean? Because the same thing existed in Rwanda when human beings started to be referred to as insects. And that was really that came at the cusp of the genocide that was created there. But I don't pretend to play that so-called nationalistic game. I am a Gaviite, and I see these people as my brothers and sisters, regardless of the fact that they speak Creole and I speak broken Bahamian English language, or whatever you want to call it. And I mean, I understand that they're in a difficult situation, and God forbid that if we was in that situation. And I've known many Bahamians who've gone to America illegally, and existed there and send remittances back to the Bahamas. So I think that sometimes we could be hypocritical. I place this video here really to hold up the mirror to us, because sometimes we have to hold up the mirror to yourself. We can't escape our own personal issues that we face. But to grab this video, because this for me, this is a mental illness. So to grab this video and use it and say, well, look, these people have a mental illness of Afrophobia. We have a mental illness as Afrophobia. So we are united in our Afrophobia. I think that we shouldn't do that. I think that we should expose the best of one another, and we should use that as an example to try to do better, you know what I mean, as we relate to one another and try to progress in this world. So I take a different view this time, but everyone knows what my views is on the other side. So I just really wanted to present a different opinion on this particular subject. So that's me.
Again, I don't understand what you say, Mr. Untouchable. But at the end of the day, whether the Haitian people are suffering, all of that, the number one culprit is the fucking government. The number one culprit is the government. And whether when your people go to other country and they treat them bad, again, it's your own fucking fault. Look what they let the Dominicans were killing people, Haitian people, were beating them, selling them, and kicking them out of the country. Even those who were born in the Dominican Republic, the Haitian government didn't do nothing. Nah, we gotta take responsibility for our own fucking piece of shit government. These Haitians ain't doing shit over there. The people are suffering. So what are they supposed to do? So even though this guy is, like you're right, this guy is using that in order to justify his bullshit, and it's dumb. But I get it. But I just know that the Haitian government had failed their own people for a while. So some tried, not because it's their fault alone, because there's other puppeteers playing strings. But at the end of the day, you have to love your people. You know what I'm saying? If your parents treat you like shit, like, what do you expect the people outside to treat your people like? So it is what it is.
I appreciate everyone tonight. Like I said, we're going to end it at that prompt. I appreciate everyone who was here on the panel tonight. I appreciate everyone who was in the chat tonight. Make sure you guys share the content, like and subscribe to the channel. We'll be back next week. Maybe I might do something during the week if I hear back from certain people in time. Make sure you guys check out all the other shows on KWAZ Radio. Check out Tanzan on Swahili Nation on Tuesdays at around 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Again, thank you guys on the panel tonight. Thank you guys in the chat. See you guys next week. All right. You guys take care. Peace.
Peace.
Have a good night.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.